survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning. Gotta have the caffeine, wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on the seat. 1 sip, 2 sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning. Gotta have the caffeine, wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on the seat. 1 sip, 2 sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on the seat. 1 sip, 2 sips, and I'm feeling so alive.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you? Did you sleep okay? Well, I think we've talked about that privately, but we didn't sleep a
Yeah,
whole lot, so
I only slept for about 3 hours. And yeah, while your intro was going, I was like, girl, only you would have me sitting here humming a song about
Mhm.
coffee, and I don't even drink coffee. Like, I love the song. Hmm.
It's catchy though, isn't it?
It is really
Um,
catchy.
I had to do you a cup of tea. Well, I had to do you a cup of tea on the thumbnail. I was like, I know she doesn't do coffee, so let me go find her a teacup that kind of matches my coffee cup. And yeah, so I found that one, and so there you go. I got Dolphin on the thumbnail. But yeah, thanks again, everyone. Welcome in, coming in. Joe Schmo, Forrest Nelson, Joy. Guys, we're going to let people trickle in this morning. I don't even think my notification on my phone actually went out because I always have it on. Oh, yeah, it did. So notifications are
Yeah.
going out.
Hmm.
Oh, let me turn that phone down. I got it on silent, so if it rings, it won't startle me and all of you at the same time. Um, as most of you know that was with us yesterday, we were on a 10-hour live unpacking the massive dock drop and what I call the great unsealing.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
we got more to go over, but we also have something I didn't realize this was happening this morning, but Stefan Stearns had a pretrial hearing, yes, and they're arguing to close all future hearings before trial. Well, under Florida sunshine laws, that's not really a hearing, but we're going to play that hearing. We're going to start with that and give people time to get in. I don't think the hearing's massively long, but they're big mad at social media. We're all in trouble right now. And Joe, the FOIA requests that we are making, they're not liking that at all, but oh well, right? Welcome to Florida and welcome to our sunshine laws that we love. You got a notification for us? Awesome. At least we know they're going out. um, Good morning, Sirius Black. Thank you for coming in as always. All right, let me pull up my other screen here, and we'll go ahead and start presenting that pretrial hearing from this morning, so we can get on to our other stuff here at hand this morning. Bryan Kohberger apparently broke the internet yesterday.
Oh, I bet he did.
And there's still a lot of people out there who haven't read all that document yet that don't know some certain things. And hats off to so after the live was over,
Hmm.
we jumped in the Discord to chat a minute, and we watched what's his name, JB Gunner,
JB Gunner.
and
Hmm.
Dolphin watches him more than I do.
Oh, girl, please. Don't
Yeah,
put
well,
that out.
I don't know that you watch him. I know we think he's, comical and things of that nature, but we
Yeah.
have watched him in the past, and we watched it just for review, and he had like big time changed his mind on this case, and so I give him props for that. We are all likely to change our mind during a case. That's what we do, and but for people to come out now and say, you know what, I may have been wrong and things like that, I give him props for that. um, he didn't come
Oh,
out and
yeah.
spin it the other direction, right, and say, oh,
Mm-mm.
it's all fake. But
He
you know
said,
one
I've
thing,
been wrong for the past 3 years.
yeah,
You
he
know,
did,
or
and he
almost
said,
three years.
if y'all
Mm-hmm.
can't see it, y'all just, I'm not even gonna repeat what all the man said because he gets a little y'all think I'm salty? No, 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 no. I got nothing on that man. He lets it roll. But there are still a lot more documents to get through. And you know what I was thinking this morning, Dolphin? Like the state, we hear the defense come into court and complaining about all their massive amounts of terabytes, but at the same time they
Mm-hmm.
turn around and say, "Oh, the state's hiding from us."
Mm-hmm.
What you meant to say, Anne, was they're hiding it from us to
Mm-hmm.
protect your client. All of us from coming out here now and analyzing to death all this evidence they got against your client, because everything that was dropped in those documents, Ann Taylor already has. She didn't just get that stuff yesterday during the doc drops, right? She
Oh,
already
yeah.
had all of that. She already knew all of that. She
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't be coming out with all her experts to dispute all of that. She knows. So quit saying the state's hiding from you, lady. You just want us to believe they're hiding, and people fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Boy, did they fall for it. um, I had a call, so I muted out. All right, let me pull up my other screen here and get my stuff together this morning. Now, before I go any further with this, we do have Joe, thankfully. Joe, shout out to Joe Schmo for helping me with FOIA requests because he's the FOIA man. Um, I don't do them. Joe has done them. So Joe and I discussed it, and he has put in new FOIA requests because there are some new um, jailhouse calls that were released, like audio of Stearns talking to his parents.
Oh, I
I
can't wait
tried
to hear those.
I started to review a little bit last night after I got my snack and got my body. I just had to relax, and so I laid down and I turned it on, and the next thing I know, I was asleep. So I don't even know, you know. I fell asleep listening to Stearns whine to his mommy and daddy. How pathetic is that? And then I woke up, it was still going, so I had to turn it off. It's like, I got to turn that off. I don't even know what happened. So we're gonna Dolphin and I have been discussing that because we do want to present that stuff, because it is a case we y'all know I've covered it here pretty good, and following up on the cases we cover. So um, it's hard. You can't pack it all into one show because look, we went 10 hours yesterday alone. But we will be working on getting all this new stuff together for the Stern stuff for those who are interested. There's a quite a bit coming out still, and get the information out there. Um, we had pretty good views on yesterday's show, so thank you everyone for that. I appreciate it. Let me get this screen up. And welcome to all of our newest members. Joe's always been gracious at gifting memberships. I gifted some more yesterday. I'm out of the ones, I'm done for this month. I'll get some more next month. But welcome in, everybody, and always thanks for being here. Um, all right, so as I was saying, and look, he actually showed up to court this time. Last hearing, he didn't show up.
No, he probably had no choice.
No, they're not going to give him a choice. This is Florida, dude. Well, you messed around in the wrong state. That's all I can tell you. You fucked around in the wrong state. And I hope and pray this judge follows the letter of the law in Florida. The arguments they were making about social media impacting the jury pool, we're going to keep hearing that in every single case that pops off. But like I said, how many of the jurors are actually watching YouTube, right? And it's on them not to lie when they go for their questionnaires. So that's not on me. Right, we're not going anywhere, and we certainly can help with a lot of these cases. We saw that in the Gabby Petito case, and other cases as well. There were YouTubers that found a missing child, you
Mm.
know, and,
Mm-hmm.
and stalked the lady who had the child and called the authorities and reported it and things of that nature. So um, there's a lot of good that can come out of what we do here as long as we do it with integrity. And we are no different than mainstream media, in my opinion. For me personally, I want to do it and of course we have a lot more leeway when we do it on social media. We can laugh, we can joke, we can talk about all the different things. And I think mainstream media is a little jealous of that, to be honest. But
Mm-hmm.
That's why we see all these big time uh,
Yeah,
media personalities
host,
on
yeah,
YouTube now.
starting their own YouTube
Mhm.
channels now.
They're like, well,
Yeah,
shit, I want to talk shit too. I can't do it on the TV,
yeah.
so I'm gonna go do it on the YouTube.
Hmm.
All right, guys. Docket was playing this morning, and I felt like his audio was a little better, but he lost the feed at some point. I don't know if he got it back. I was busy trying to get ready for our live, but Plunder dropped the direct link for the local station that was covering it. Shout out to my girl Plunder. They named her in this court hearing as well. But anyway, this is the link that the local media was there, and so everything's turned up loud. I hope you guys can hear it. His attorney sometimes doesn't speak as loud as she needs to be. But yeah, I was noticing old Stern sitting there. I was like, turn around, dude, turn around. All right. We'll get this going and we'll let some people come in before we jump into our Kohberger coverage. Oh shit, not the Zoom. I kind of want to see this sad little pathetic face. Turn around, Stern.
I don't. I'm tired of seeing this
I know.
man.
I want to punch it.
Yep.
I'm gonna like, oh, there he is. I'm gonna
Ugh,
get him. He's disgusting, isn't he?
very much so.
I saw parts of him. I didn't. Well,
Oh, ugh.
yeah. Well, Joe got a big boy to dump, and we didn't. Of course, I didn't put that out there for y'all to have to look at. But I seen it. I was like, I need to see it, dude. I want to see it. So I seen it, and I was like, ooh, dude. Uh-uh. I took one for the team, like Gazella Kay said she did when she first got it. Opened it up a long time ago.
Oh, gross.
She didn't mean to. She didn't know it was in there. And
Even
she's like,
Jen
oh.
Soto didn't want to sleep with him, so come on. Ugh.
Well, you know what? And she didn't even recognize it when they showed it to her.
Well, and that there's that too.
And I was like, did you never see it, lady? Not one time you never looked at it. Come on, come on. She's like, well, it could be because of the markings. Or you got to try. Sorry, y'all.
See that? Thank you.
I'm gonna pull my attorneys.
Good morning. The court calls the State of Florida versus Stephen Michael Stearns, 2024 CF 632. Appearances for the record, please.
Danielle Pinnell and William J. for the state.
Thank you. Thank you.
I
This
got
matter is brought before the court on the defense motion for closure of all pretrial proceedings. The court has received and reviewed the motion. Sir?
Yes, I represent the media interveners in this case. My name is Mitch Mitchell.
All right, thanks. You can come on up to the podium. Come on up to the podium. Right. All right. The court has received both a pleading from entities identifying themselves as media interveners as well as a document submitted to Chambers. The court is going to submit the document submitted to Chambers and make that part of the record. That was received by the court on March 17th, 2025. Counsel, it's my understanding that you represent several of the media entities in town and have filed a opposition to the defendant's intervener. Your client's been formally recognized as
To go ahead and formally do that, not to the extent that permissible with the court.
all right, thanks. And pursuant to the civil rules of procedure, intervening is somewhat commonplace pursuant to Civil Rule 1.230. In criminal cases, it's somewhat unusual or less common, almost always more restrictive, and requires leave of court to be permitted to be an intervener and make argument with respect to the defense request. I believe that's going to require an evidentiary hearing. The interveners would have to make a determination as to whether their request is timely, the nature of the intent behind their intervention, the whether the court would need to make determinations as to whether that would unduly complicate the case or prejudice the proceedings, and that has not been requested at this point.
Sir, it is my understanding pursuant to the Lewis case, the 1982 Supreme Court case, that we receive essentially automatic intervention for the purpose of opposing closure hearings. If I could refer Your Honor to that case, specifically case number 426 Southern 2nd at 1. Media interveners on behalf of as a proxy of the people of the state of Florida for the purpose of intervening, essentially receive automatic the ability to oppose essentially just by walking in. That has been the rule in Florida since 1982, and I do refer Your Honor to that case.
Wasn't the media a party in that case?
No, sir. They're interveners, as they typically are. Typically, the way this works is the criminal defendant will seek closure, whether over a specific record or over a particular hearing, such as a suppression hearing, and then by law, there has to be a notice to local media, at which point the media then intervenes and receives the right to, at any suppression hearing or any hearing pursuant to that, the right to argue at that suppression hearing or any hearing related to closure. And so that's been the policy of the state of Florida since 1982.
All right. So it's your position that the court has no discretion whatsoever to make a determination as to whether intervention is appropriate?
I have never been in a position, I've never had a court even raise that issue. So I do not know the particulars of that issue, Your Honor, because typically it just happens pursuant to Lewis. And so it is the media intervener's position that pursuant to that case and all the cases that have been pursuant to that the media has an immediate right to intervene.
Was it your intention to make argument?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks. All right. Well, you're going to have to provide me a copy of that case and indicate that the court is without discretion to allow argument as a non-party in a criminal case. So you have a copy of that case for the court?
I do. Case. It's been couched in the context of standing to intervene.
Indeed. You have standing to intervene. This is the Miami Herald case v. Lewis?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I agree that you have standing to intervene if the court issues an order. I've not been provided with any authority that gives automatic entitlement to intervene in the defense's motion requesting an order from the court. I think the requirement or the rule indicates that you must have notice, and from your pleading, I'm going to make the assumption that the media had notice of today's request. Is that correct?
Yes, we were provided notice, which is why we filed the notice, the motion, the intervention, approximately 2 weeks ago, Your Honor, on the docket.
Understood. Miami Herald Publishing Company v. Lewis, 426 Southern 2nd 1, a 1982 Supreme Court case. In that case, the court ruled that the media had standing to challenge a ruling from the court after the ruling was made. Was there any indication that there was an automatic entitlement to intervene in the initial hearing making that determination?
I believe so. It's either in that or there was other subsequent cases in the late 80s, Barron and others, that said that there has to be notice to local media, at which point the media intervenes by filing a notice of intervention and receives the right to argue at any pursuant hearing.
All right. You've referenced that precedent. Do you have case law that supports that?
I do not in front of me, Your Honor. This is a...
Thank you. I'm going to entertain argument by the parties in the case, and then I will consider your position. Perhaps you can secure some case law that creates an automatic entitlement for the interveners to argue in the initial determination by the court as to closing court proceedings. May I have a seat? Thank you. State, do you have a position on a non-party intervention?
No.
Defense?
I will leave it for a second. Generally speaking, I guess we have an objection, hence the motion that we're following to ask for them to be included in terms of the intervention defense states in the notice of hearing to various media outlets so they were aware.
Thank you. This case was initiated by information on April 11th, 2024, charging Mr. Stearns with 8 counts of sexual battery with a child 12 to 18 in a familial or custodial authority, 7 counts of lewd or lascivious molestation, 40 counts unlawful possession of materials depicting sexual performance by a child, 10 or more images. Counts 1 through 8 are capital offenses. Counts 9 through 13 are punishable by life offenses. Counts 14 through 20 are punishable by life offenses. Counts 20 through 60 are second-degree felony allegations punishable by up to 15 years in prison each, 15 years of supervised probation each, or a $10,000 fine each.
Welcome in, Miss Dakota.
Appears at the Miami Herald Publishing Company v. Lewis, 426 Southern 2nd, 1, a 1982 Florida Supreme Court case. It is the seminal case that discusses requests for closure. The defense has the obligation of proving to the court by a preponderance, meaning a greater weight of the evidence, the necessity for closure. Counsel, do you
I
intend
thought
to
it was
present argument
counts too, though.
with respect to your motion?
Yes, Judge. The defense has had pre-marked several defense exhibits. I've given copies to the state as well as to the media, attorney for the media. Defense Exhibit A is a USB flash drive with a PowerPoint that's been previously shown to the state. Defense Exhibit B is a list of articles and videos. Defense Composite Exhibit C is the printout of various news articles. Defense Composite Exhibit D are emails with public records requests. And then I have case law as well, which wasn't pre-marked. I can report now if the court would like that as well. And previously given to the state and the media attorneys.
Thank you.
They've been pre-marked. If we can, defense can at this time move each of those pre-marked exhibits into evidence as defense's next number exhibit 1 through 4, I believe it is.
Thanks. Say to these unopposed.
We'll waive an
I
objection.
dropped the DP. I don't think they're going to be able to. Okay, under Florida law, we have a new law in Florida that went into effect a couple of years ago, actually. It hasn't been, it was going to be challenged once in the Supreme Court, but the case that pertained to, they ended up getting a plea deal. So Stearns is automatic death penalty for the crimes he committed and because of Maddie's age. So I don't think they're going to be able to get that taken off the table at all, even with his little TBI, traumatic brain injury thing he had going on.
And if you could have the Elmo turned on.
Thank you. Do you intend to publish what's going to be defense one?
Yes, Judge.
Pre-marked exhibits will be received as evidence for purposes of this hearing only. I believe the overhead projector is on. You need to got the AV controls at defense counsel table. And HDMI.
Yes.
HDMI is plugged in and it's recognizing that it's plugged in, but it's not showing it.
Please call the AV department out.
While we do that, I can make additional, present additional information at this time, Judge. In terms of the items that were pre-marked, defenses exhibit, if I could approach to have the correct numbers. Defense has printed and presented for the court, not that the court needs to read them all, but just showing the various media coverage of this case, various articles from local news stations as well as court TV, crime TV, various news media organizations. Defense has also introduced a listing essentially of those articles that were printed, some of which have YouTube links, which obviously can't be printed for the court. Defense did do a public records request to show the court the public records requests that have been made by various media and interested parties in terms of this case, requesting public records for this case. And though we're not here on Mr. Stearns' other case, I printed the public records request as to each of those in comparison to another homicide that's in Orange County, which involved the death of multiple individuals, to show the court the comparative nature of the public records request and the nature of those items and information that was introduced as the fifth exhibit. I believe it's number 3. And I could provide these. I can give them to the court. And looking at, and the other ones are Madam Clerk has. And looking at those items that were introduced specifically as to the public records request, the court can see that in terms of Mr. Stearns' 2 individual cases, in doing the public records request, we had to pay an invoice of $56.25 to get just a copy, the printout initially of what was requested by various parties. So in that, the court will see that there have been various news articles or news outlets requesting information, and the court can even see within those some of the costs that were associated with them requesting and receiving the items that were requested and ultimately turned over. And in comparison, the case that defense printed additionally was a Chevelle case out of Orange County, which involved the injury and or death of 6 individuals. I believe it's 4 that were deceased and injury to others. And in that case, the state is also seeking the death penalty in that case. The PowerPoint that defense presented or prepared, and if we don't get aviation, if the court is willing to consider it in chambers, essentially just shows podcast interviews, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook groups, Reddit, and on those Reddit platforms shows essentially the full discovery in this case. You can see links to where the media and various parties have requested all the information, including their screenshots that show this actual hearing being presented on there, links to it, notice of the hearing in terms of this.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I just wanted to address the comment section. Apparently, because of he has 2 separate cases, right? The CSAM and then the murder. They opted to go for the death penalty on the murder because I've explained it in some of the past shows. So when we do our big update on the show, on the case, I'll share that information with you guys. But they did it for a reason. So we'll have to just, but yeah, he's going down on those CSAM charges. That's the big deal here. And so we'll continue, because she's now complaining about all the social media and all the FOIA requests and all the stuff. So let's get back to that. Of course.
This very hearing that we're here for today, there's also, as the court can see, and I would ask the court to make clear for the record, that there are also media cameras and media personnel that are present today for the purpose of this hearing. So that will be the information defense will be presenting. If the court wants me to do argument at this time as well, I can do that as well, minus the aviation aspect.
All right. State, do you anticipate presenting any evidence in opposition of the defense motion, or take any position?
We will take a position, but we just have argument.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, I'm willing to wait until AV gets here if you have a presentation that you wish to present to the court prior to making argument. I don't know why your counsel table is not registering with our equipment. One suggestion I may have is if the state would be so inclined to allow you to look into their counsel table, see if that alleviates the issue. Is that the HDMI cable on that counsel table works?
But you are correct, Jim Schmo. Florida sunshine laws.
I'll be willing to make the presentation from the state. Thank you. Ms. Smith?
May I approach the court for defense exhibit 1?
Of course.
All right. So starting first with podcast, Judge, we have podcast showing Mr. Stearns. Defense did a screen recording as to essentially the number of shows and episodes, it's without sound, that are pertaining to this case. And on the next slide, it also shows essentially another screen recording of whether it be shows specifically, and then as well as specific podcast episodes that relate to this case, specifically in searching Stephen Stearns' name. Next, we have Madeline Soto, same thing, Judge, showing top results of podcasts that reference her. These podcasts are, as the court knows, podcasts can be from anywhere, but these are some local, international, out-of-state, various media and networks and outlets. And again, showing top results, specific shows that are doing episodes, as well as specific episodes relating to the case. Next is YouTube. Defense did a couple screen grabs of just searching of the name in terms of what comes up, various news articles that have been turned into videos and clips of varying length, varying views. There are, including the interrogation of Mr. Stearns and the clips that relate to those. There's even, and I don't know if the YouTube will open in the courthouse or not, but True Crime Beat, I even did videos pertaining to this very hearing and defense's request to close the pretrial proceedings in the case. The media may or may not let them play. And not that it needs to be played, but just for the court to see that the media has filed responses and YouTube videos in response to our very request to close the courtroom. In that same podcast or YouTube platform, True Crime Beat has an entire playlist that is related to this case with, at the time of the screen grab, over, I believe it's 443 videos at the time that the screen grab was created, which the date and time are in the corner. Additionally, more YouTube links in this case. True Crime with Strategic Eyes is another one of the popular YouTubers who has been blogging about the case and who additionally also has a playlist specifically pertaining to this case. Has already provided videos and done videos dissecting Ray Hughes Investigates, another popular YouTube platform, again with a playlist that pertains to this case. Turning to Reddit, this is where a lot of the discovery can be easily accessible. Defense does not have a Reddit account, is not logged in, as can be seen from the upper right-hand corner. This is just a true public search and what is accessible to the public, even without providing any type of identifiable information to request access. And searching Madeline Soto's name, these are the various Reddit groups or Reddit forums that exist in the case. In looking at the one titled, I guess, hashtag or / Madeline Soto, you can see they have a resource where you can literally click a link and get access to the case files in this case. And the screen grab on the bottom right, case files for missing and endangered, is what happens when you click that hyperlink and going there. Next, we have Maddie Soto Evidence, which is literally just that, a Reddit. Though in discussing the case as well, even as the time of the screen grab of March 11 had been discussed 2 days prior, but has an entire Google Drive with the entire court docket, and includes master list of all the various files in the case. Again, public access that anyone and everyone can click and access. Madeline Soto Evidence, again, pertains to all of the court documents in terms of this case and the accessibility of such. In looking at Jen Soto's, when you search Jen Soto's name on Reddit, some of the groups overlap. However, there is Reddit forums that keeps track literally of the upcoming court dates, including the various court hearing and date that we're here for before. It's going to be shown by the bottom right screen grab. As I was saying, in searching Jennifer Soto's name, those are the Reddit forums that come up under her name. They cross-reference with Madeline as well. In searching Mr. Stearns' name, again, some of them cross-reference and are similar. There are the same forms that come up when searching Madeline or Jennifer, but those are additional forms for that. In searching X, formerly Twitter, these are just various screen grabs showing from initially back a year ago when the case happened, even up until present day, and showing various news outlets that show communications involving in the case, including, as can be seen as early as this year, Orange County, their own Twitter page, providing updates at the time they were doing it. Fox Orlando, again, back in 2024, even as recently as a month ago, talking again about these various hearings that we're here for. We have Puerto Rico, Orlando, New York, English, Spanish channels from 2024, as well as current day 2025. TikTok screen grabs, you can see the next to the heart are essentially the number of likes that a video has gotten. So we have various likes from mere thousands up into the tens of thousands that show from various platforms of varying sizes what they found, searching hashtags related to Madeline or Stephen Stearns. Same thing, more, we have up to 46.2K, as low as 380. And then Facebook, this is hard to see, but the groups on the left are all Facebook groups that specifically relate to Madeline Soto, and the groups on the right, the three groups specifically relate to Stephen Stearns. The groups are varying sizes, various names relating to Madeline, finding her missing, thoughts and different topics of that nature. And then finally is Google searches. If the court wished to, essentially when you search their names, you can go to the various Google listings and all the articles that pertain to each of them. And then in some of the news articles, I just grabbed a couple. Obviously, we have various different news articles, but Court TV is a popular news station who has an entire page literally related to Stephen Stearns and various proceedings, including as recently as this month, articles being posted as recently as last week, linking to others. And then Paula Neal Mooney has as well. In the podcasting area and some of the Google search, you'll see like Nancy Grace TV and various other media outlets. So that, coupled with the articles that defense was providing, show the various media coverage from local, meaning Central Florida, local within the state of Florida, outside the state, and locations and places that, honestly, I can't tell you exactly where they are, but for it's saying New York, Puerto Rico, or things like that from the news because of the pervasive nature of media and the ability to be anywhere at any time, not necessarily having to give locations as to that. So in terms of presentation of the media information, that's what defense had in terms of the PowerPoint, and otherwise we just have an argument.
Thank you. The defense has certainly established that there is a tremendous amount of media and social media interest in the allegations in Mr. Stearns' 2 cases before the court. The Miami Herald case gives the court some guidance as to what factors need to be considered in making a determination before a court may close its proceedings and operate in secret outside of the purview of the public and the media. There is a presumption that all pretrial hearings should be open ones. That is a fundamental tenet of the criminal justice system in the United States. Defense would like you to curtail your argument to the considerations that closure is necessary to prevent serious and imminent threat to the administration of justice, that no alternatives exist other than a change of venue that would protect the defendant's right to a fair trial, and that a closure would be effective in protecting the rights of the accused. Obviously, the court must balance the due process right of the accused with unrestricted access to all judicial proceedings. Whenever you're ready.
I provided case law, I believe. That you have, Judge? Statutes in 3 cases, Rule 2.450, Rule 2.451, and then the 3 cases being Gannett Co. versus the Pascal, which is a U.S. Supreme Court case, 99 Supreme Court 2898 from 1979, the Miami Herald versus Lewis case, which is a Florida Supreme Court case, 426 Southern 2nd, 1 from 1982, and then Miami Herald Media Company versus State, which is a 3rd DCA case here in Florida, 218 Southern 3rd, 406 from 2017. So looking at those 3 prongs which are established by the Miami Herald case, defense would argue that the closure is necessary in this case to prevent serious and imminent threat to the administration of justice, because looking at rules 2.450 and 2.451 gives the court the ability to control the conduct of the proceedings before the court, ensuring decorum, prevent distractions, and ensuring the fair administration of justice. So as such, this falls in the court's discretion. The media in their response to costly, when in reality it creates nothing more than an air performance, as if the courtroom is nothing more than a stage. Yes, people have a right to know about what happens in court and the analysis that comes along with that, from internet detectives and analyzers, many of whom aren't even in the state or potentially even looking at the laws that apply specifically within the state of Florida, or the case of this jurisdiction is an entirely different story. So essentially this prong looks at why, which goes to the jury instructions ultimately that, at trial the court will be looking to. Potential jurors are exposed to facts that they aren't supposed to be exposed through the publicizing of the case. Defense isn't requesting a full closure of the courtroom. We're specifically requesting closure as to the pretrial proceedings. So the 3 motions to suppress that defense has filed and will be requesting hearing time on are what we're kind of looking to in terms of that closure. And so in looking at the Gannett case, which is the U.S. Supreme Court case, they talk about, and in that case they found that the court's decision to close the courtroom was a balancing act, as the court indicated. Nowhere with that case specifically actually dealt with the motion to suppress and the publicity concerning the pretrial suppression hearings in that case, similar to what defense would argue in this case, poses special risk of unfairness because the whole entire purpose of a motion to suppress is to screen out evidence that was potentially illegally obtained or is otherwise unreliable in some manner or some fact that should not otherwise be known to the jury. And so so while the court should allow publicity in general instances during the pretrial hearings, like the motion to suppress, that can further influence the public's opinions against Mr. Stern and allow the public to, as well as the potential jury, to have inculpatory information that would otherwise be admissible in the actual trial. And so the danger of the publicity in allowing the admissibility or the publicization of that pretrial suppression hearing makes it difficult to measure what, if any, effects that would have on the actual proceedings. And the Sixth Amendment, which is codified through the 14th Amendment, talks about fairness and the openness of trial itself. Nowhere in the Constitution or common law does it specifically reference or refer to the access to pretrial hearings. So the access to trial, which defense isn't requesting trial be closed, we're specifically requesting pretrial hearings, isn't statutorily, constitutionally precluded. We're asking for pretrial. That's not a right that is guaranteed by the rules, by the courts, and that's found in the Gannett case as well as further found in the Miami Herald Company versus State case, deals with the pretrial publicity. The second prong, Judge, that the court looks to is that no alternatives are available other than change of venue, which would protect Mr. Stearns' right to a fair trial. And looking at that factor, this is pretrial, i.e. before trial, so the entire purpose of this would be in allowing for the closure of the courtrooms during those pretrial proceedings. Hopefully and potentially it will prevent the need to change the venue in this case come actual trial because of being able to limit and curtail the information that the media has access to. And point from the various articles that I provided, the media is and likely will continue to dissect any and every aspect of this case, from the public records request through discovery that was provided via the state through the public records forum, through any motion and every motion that defense files in this case. And so defense would argue there are no alternative measures that would, other than changing venue, that would preclude or allow for Mr. Stearns to have a fair trial. And finally, closure would be effective in protecting the rights of the accused without being broader than necessary to accomplish this purpose. Again, defense is requesting only the closure of pretrial proceedings, such as motions to suppress in this case, not the closure of the court for the actual trial. And so we're asking for a limited nature of the proceedings being closed or foreclosed. In the cases that defense cited, some dealt with a motion to suppress, one dealt with specifically an Arthur hearing, and one even had a motion to suppress where the hearing itself was closed. However, after a certain amount of time, the access to the transcript was allowed to be gained by the media or those interested parties. So the court was able to, in crafting their order, limit both the time and the duration, the nature, as well as allowed a remedy to allow them to have access at a later point in time. I believe that was the Miami Herald versus State case, in which they dealt with that. So defense would argue that essentially, while pretrial publicity and the fact there is pretrial publicity in this case, a lot of these cases that formed the basis of allowing for the closure of the courtroom was pre a lot of the forms of media that we have now. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Reddit, podcasts. A lot of those mediums didn't exist back in the 70s and the 80s when these cases were decided, allowing for the court to allow restriction and closure. The pervasive nature of the internet itself and the exposure makes it to where the pretrial publicity, both the emotional aspect of it, should allow for this court to grant defense's motion to allow for the pretrial closure of certain proceedings subject to whatever limitations the court should impose, such as if the court were to grant closure for motion to suppress, for example, and allow at a certain period of time the allowance or the dissemination of that information, or if the court were to say motion to suppress are not allowed, no access to it, they hear it at trial. So defense would argue that defense meets the three prongs by the preponderance of the evidence, which is the standard that defense had to meet the prongs by as to each of the factors, and the court should grant defense's motion to close the pretrial proceedings.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. State.
Judge, it's the state's position that they haven't shown anything by a preponderance of the evidence. There is massive worldwide coverage of news these days, but it's very spread out and only deep in very certain puddles. A basement in Sheffield, England may have hit the Reddit, may have hit the YouTube, may have hit all those different sources of news, but they have not shown any nexus to the potential jurors in Osceola County, Florida, and all of the data that they presented to the court. They didn't even show you how many views any of those YouTube videos got, how many upvotes or downvotes any of those Reddit posts got. They haven't shown you how many people viewed any of those news stories, much less how many people in Osceola County jury, Osceola County, Florida, they're eligible to serve in the jury, viewed any of those things. There hasn't been a study conducted by a UCF student, for example, to go out and poll jurors and provide the court with data about the effectiveness of the media coverage in this case in conveying its message. The unfortunate truth that I have found, because as this court knows, I ask every potential jury panel, do you even follow the news? Do you get a newspaper? Do you watch the local news? And it's stunningly small how many people actually follow the news. And in a high-profile case that I just did in October up in Orlando, had a whole subreddit and all the YouTube and the sleuths and all the stuff that they presented you. We put 50 jury panels this afternoon, and maybe 2, 3, or 5 in each panel of 50 had even heard of the case. And perhaps 2 got excused for cause because of their exposure to the case. I don't say that as evidence. I say that as an anecdotal link to, well, where's the link to Osceola County? The YouTube is not just exclusive to Osceola County. WESH isn't exclusive to Osceola County. Reddit certainly is not exclusive to Osceola County. Where's the data about the effectiveness of the message in Osceola County? And it's just not there. And I would submit that without it being there, there's no data for the court to decide that there's a preponderance of evidence shown that this media has been effective in convincing anybody in this county about anything.
Thank you, State. Yep. Mr. Minchin, I'm going to invite you to the podium. Mr. Minchin, I've reviewed Miami Herald. I'm not convinced that there's an automatic entitlement to intervention. I think that's still requires leave of court, but I do want to give you an opportunity to proffer the argument that you are intending to make. I will, in a written order, indicate whether the court considered that argument in making its final determination, and I'm going to give the defense an opportunity to respond to both the state and any argument made.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Whenever you're ready.
I was able to locate some authority for that proposition, however, even within the Lewis case itself. If you look on page number 7, that's head note 6, and then some other case law as well. Quote, the news media has been the public surrogate on the issue of courtroom closure. Therefore, the news media, quote, must be given an opportunity to be heard on the question of closure prior to the court's decision. Also, Chavez versus State says the same thing, notice and opportunity to be heard prior to closure. Pinnock versus State also, notice and opportunity to be heard. Those are second DCA cases as well. So that is the authority that I'm moving under the Supreme Court's decision that notice and opportunity must be given.
Thank you. When you're ready, argument.
Yes, sir. From the onset, I just wanted to point out that this is, in fact, an evidentiary hearing, and the only evidence that has really been proffered to this point has been that there has been a lot of media coverage of these proceedings, and that's typically the way it works in these cases. Typically, there has been a lot of media coverage, but that has never been sufficient to justify closure. Lewis says, quote, "Those seeking closure must carry their burden to demonstrate a strict and inescapable necessity of closure." Strict and inescapable necessity. And that is an extremely high standard, and that's that phrase, strict and inescapable necessity of closure, that has been used in the case law since then. It is an exceptionally high standard because there is a strong public policy in favor of openness and transparency in the proceedings. Some of those reasons are that it enhances legitimacy, credibility, public trust in the judiciary, protecting the accused rights, keeping judges, prosecutors, and witnesses honest. There's a lengthy quote, I'll summarize it from the Lewis case from the Supreme Court that says, "Public access to courts," this is quoting, "is an important part of the criminal justice system as it promotes the free discussion of governmental affairs by imparting a more complete understanding to the public of the judicial system. Such access gives the assurance that the proceedings were conducted fairly to all concerned, and aside from any beneficial consequences which flow from having open courts, the people have a right to know what is going on. As the Supreme Court has noted repeatedly, the trial is a public event, and what transpires in the courtroom is public property. Public access also serves as a check on corrupt practices by exposing the judicial process to public scrutiny and protects the rights of the accused pursuant to a fair trial. Finally, because participating lawyers, witnesses, and judges know that their conduct will be summarizing most of the public policy arguments that we have on that. So the Lewis, you know the three factors, elements rather, they're not factors, they're elements that the defense must prove evidentiarily to show strict and inescapable necessity of closure. I'll jump straight to the first element, that is, closure of the proceeding is necessary to prevent a serious and imminent threat to the administration of justice. And there are a couple of arguments that the defense has presented on that point. The first is that inadmissible evidence may arise in the anticipated hearings. But the case law is abundantly clear that whether or not inadmissible evidence may arise in a hearing is wholly irrelevant to the calculus pursuant to Lewis. As the State versus Lugo said, quote, "The need to examine evidence for its admissibility is not one of the prongs set forth in Lewis and is not sufficient to justify closure." That's cited in the materials that we cited. Admissibility of evidence has no bearing on whether evidence is or is not public record. And in fact, if anything, as Lewis said, whether or not evidence is admissible, in fact, provides a heightened importance of the right of openness. This is what the Supreme Court said in regards to suppression hearings regarding the admissibility of evidence. Quote, "Although they may prove to be unfounded, these are of importance to the public as well as to the defendants. The searches and interrogations that such hearings evaluate do not take place in the public. The suppression hearing is the only opportunity that the public has to learn about police and prosecutorial conduct. It is important that a decision of the trial judge on a motion to suppress be made on the basis of evidence and argument offered in open court, so that all who care to see or read about it may evaluate for themselves the propriety of the exclusion." So, if anything, hearings on admissibility of evidence mitigates toward openness, not against openness, pursuant to Lewis. The second argument that the defense has made is that there has been and likely will be publicity, and certainly there's been evidence presented to that. The media, certainly, they're the promulgators of that evidence. So,
Slow down the cadence just a little bit for the assistance of Madam Court.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I want to be respectful of everybody's time. So there indeed has been a lot of pretrial publicity, but that has never been a sufficient justification for closure for several reasons. First, closure based on alleged negative pretrial publicity is essentially impossible in counties of this size. I point you to the case law we cited on that. There are hundreds of thousands of people that are living in this county, and the case law is pretty clear on that point. Second, the defendant assumes that the coverage is prejudicial, which that is something that they must prove, and they have not proven that, just that there's been a lot of it. And third, pretrial publicity is not inherently detrimental to a defendant's Sixth Amendment rights. As the Supreme Court of the United States said in Skellig, a case that the defense presented to you, quote, "Prominence does not equal or does not produce prejudice necessarily. And juror impartiality, we have reiterated, does not require ignorance. Jurors are not required to be ignorant of the facts of the issues involved. Scarcely any of those best qualified to serve as jurors will not have formed some impression or opinion as to the merits of the case. Every case of public interest is almost as a matter of necessity brought to the attention of all intelligent people in the vicinity, and scarcely anyone who can be found among those best suited for jurors who has not read about it, heard about it, and who does not have some impression or opinion as to the respect of its merits. A presumption of prejudice, our decisions indicate, attends to only the most extreme case, unquote. That's the Skilling case. And State versus Haroff says, quote, pretrial publicity, even pervasive adverse publicity, does not inevitably lead to an unfair trial, unquote. So all that's been presented this far, so as far as just evidence of pervasive, but that has never been enough for those reasons. As to the second element of the test, no alternatives other than a change of venue would protect the defendant's rights to a fair trial. And there has been no evidence presented on this point. The Lewis court presents multiple alternative options that could be available. There was some argument made, but again, this is an evidentiary hearing. Argument of counsel is not sufficient. There could be a continuance, according to Lewis, voir dire, peremptory challenges, admonition of the jury, sequestration. All of these alternatives are talked about in Lewis. These were not even discussed, much less evidentiarily examined, and there's no evidence provided for them. So without evidence, this element necessarily cannot be satisfied either. And then third, closure would be effective in protecting the rights of the accused while being broader than necessary, without rather being broader than necessary to accomplish its purpose. Under the case law, this is referred to as the narrow tailoring test. Wholesale closure of all these proceedings is about as non-narrowly tailored as possible. Rather than like a narrowly tailored suit, this is more like it's just like a bolt of cloth sitting on the tailor's desk. Entirely not narrowly tailored whatsoever. We can't really even meaningfully engage with this element because there's been no evidence presented on it. So also just to frame this in context and summary and closure too, this is not an unprecedented situation. Unfortunately, our state has seen its fair amount of very highly publicized criminal matters. Some of them are mentioned in our papers. Eileen Wuornos, Ted Bundy, Danny Rowland, Casey Anthony, George Zimmerman, Nicholas Cruz, many of whom, in fact, did seek closure under the Lewis test, and they tried and failed because the strict and inescapable necessity of closure pursuant to Lewis and providing strong evidence to overcome and satisfy all those elements is an extremely difficult standard that is very rarely met. And so because there has not been evidence to sufficiently justify closure as to all three of those elements, the media interveners ask you to deny the defense motion.
Thank you, Mr. Minchin. Ms. Smith, any additional rebuttal pursuant to the state's argument or potentially Mr. Minchin's intervening argument?
Yes, Judge. In both parties, they talk about empirical data. However, if you look at the Miami Herald versus State case, the third DCA case, it specifically says that no case, the Lewis case, nor does any Florida case suggest that a trial court must consider expert testimony or empirical data. So while they said that has not been presented, that's not necessary in order for the court to rule that closure of a pretrial hearing is necessary to prevent imminent harm. The media interveners talked about, we're assuming that the coverage is negative. Judge, if you look at the articles that were introduced into evidence, the title of the articles in the court re-reviews, the PowerPoint, the heading and the titles of the articles, the podcast, all of that, it implies or is negative in nature. None of it is saying wrongfully accused or anything of that nature in those titles. The media interveners talked about this being a high standard, and the preponderance standard is one of the lowest standards in a criminal courtroom or in a criminal case. It's just more likely than not, so essentially a 51%. So the defense would argue that by preponderance, defense has shown each of the prongs established. There is no need for empirical data. Some of the other cases they talked about, I believe in those cases they were seeking complete closure of the media for all aspects of the proceeding. Again, defense is limiting this to specifically the pretrial proceedings in this case where different evidentiary items could be found. The Miami Herald case, which the media interveners cite to and talk about a lot, the Florida Supreme Court case, the court did close the courtroom and that was upheld. All the cases that defense provided, the U.S. Supreme Court case, the Florida Supreme Court case, and that third DCA case, all are cases in which it was upheld that the closures that the trial court in those cases did was sufficient and was practical in light of the evidence and the cases that are presented. So the defense would argue that based off the evidence and testimony that's been presented, that we have established by preponderance each of the factors or each of the prongs needed to satisfy the court that closure is necessary to prevent that serious and imminent threat, that there are no alternatives necessary or available outside of change of venue, and that the closure itself would be effective in protecting the rights of Mr. Stearns without being broader than necessary to accomplish the purpose. So you ask the court for that.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. All right, the Lewis case requires that the court shall make findings of fact and conclusions of law so that any reviewing court have the benefit of the reasoning in either granting or denying closure. I intend to do that in writing. Ms. Smith, let me ask you, as far as timing of the court's order, are any of these pretrial proceedings currently set for a hearing before the court?
No, Judge, we were going to request hearing time this week, but wanted to give the court that benefit if you wanted to tell us to ask for after a specific date so that we didn't have to go back and reschedule anything.
All right. I anticipate I'll have an order out well in advance of 10 business days. State, anything further?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Defense?
No, Judge.
Thank you. That will conclude our hearing.
Well, yeah, so yeah, Joe, they did mention the Casey Anthony case, and so I know all the cases that he just mentioned. And I will remind everybody that in Florida, for we had 2.5 solid years of nonstop Casey Anthony coverage. Everything was exposed, all her jailhouse calls, all the documents, all the things. It was nasty, right? Nancy Grace never let up for 2.5 straight years, and I watched every single bit of it. I watched the entire trial, and we saw the outcome. So I want Stearns to tell me how this is all going to hurt him, right? No, dude, you're in Florida. It's a sunshine law. I don't think you alone are going to change that. That's crazy. Oh, you're good, Dolphin. You're good. I had to get up and get a third cup of coffee, I think, and check on the grandbaby for a second. So yeah, guys, that was the end of that hearing. Glad that he actually had to go to court. Show yourself, dude. You didn't, like some of you were saying in the comments, they're up there arguing to keep it out of the public's eye and all this, but what he was doing to Maddie was just ridiculous and horrible and all the things. Yeah, so you don't get the right to complain now that we're out here talking about you. Oh, excuse me. I got the hiccups now. Okay, let me pull up I'll wait for Dolphin to get back, so we'll figure out how we'll get into the Kohberger stuff. How many of you were able to join us yesterday for the doc read? Let me know in the chat if you were here or not. Dakota, there was a document that says that he voluntarily surrendered his phone. Yes. Once they got that phone, though, Joe, they were able to obtain a warrant to do the full evidentiary extraction. I don't think him handing over that phone to that cop voluntarily is going to hurt that case. I really don't. Not in Florida anyway. She's strict because she asked him, "Do you mind if I do this?" And he said no. So that's on him. He could have said no, get a warrant, but he didn't because he thought he factory reset it twice and now everything's gone. So yeah, go ahead and look at my phone, right? But nothing I've seen in the documents yet, even in the case file, allude to there may be a problem with that yet. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I don't think it'll work for him. He's got no argument there. I mean, we clearly know he gave the phone up voluntarily. And then they did have to obtain a warrant to do the downloads once they got the phone. So good luck with that, Stearns, is all I know to tell him. Now, if they did something wrong and it comes back on them, that's on them, but they should damn well know better. And I won't be happy if they do stuff like that because I want to hold all law enforcement accountable for what they do and don't do. I don't, For Sirius, you were here for a little while. Yeah, we were here for 10 hours. So I just didn't know how many of you were listening to all the docs that we did yesterday. We will be, let me see. For some reason, my chat on my Restream keeps acting up, so I got it open on my phone as well. Yep. Oh, I understand, Joe. I get it completely, but I don't think they got an argument there. I just don't. I don't see the argument. They can try to argue it, but it's not going to do them any good. I don't think at all, because the videos out there, it's all well. They have it, that he voluntarily gave the phone up, and we all know from watching defense attorneys, you don't do that, but he did because he thought he was, he thought he was good to go. Yeah, that's all he's got, Texas. That's all they got, like most defense attorneys do. If they if their client's actually guilty, all they got is shooting for technicalities and things of that nature, and um, so that's their only angle. How can you fight all that CSAM, right? It's there, you did it. I Starting when that child was almost 7 years old, I know what you did to her, Stearns, to get her to touch you where you wanted her to touch you. I read the document. It was disgusting to entice a child to do that, because she wanted to play a game on the phone. Though and it was on, this is evidence that came from his phone. He fucking video recorded it. Y'all, I cuss, so if that bothers you, I'm sorry. But he recorded it. It's in the documents that we read a long time ago, where he tells her, well, you can play the game, but you need to do this first. And she does it because she's a freaking child and didn't know any better. And that dumbass, thank God, had all that on his phone. So good luck with all your, I know that Jen makes us just ass sick. And I've been looking for her ass all over Florida. I've been putting out feelers and messaging people that I know that are down there, that know the case. I'm like, where's she at? Where's she at? We have a state hospital here called Chattahoochee, and it is our crazy hospital. That's where the crazies go. And if you were convicted of a crime in Florida and you were sentenced under the mental stuff, that's where you go. I know of a case right now locally where that is exactly what happened. They put, his name is Brandon Adelot. I'm going to be covering his case soon because there's some stuff happening there. Anyway, Brandon was sentenced for the murder of his mother, and they evaluated him and saw he wasn't fit, right? So he ended up in Chattahoochee State Hospital. Now, every 6 months, he's up for reevaluation, and which means every 6 months, the family of his mother has to endure bullshit. I communicate with the family all the time. It's a really high profile local case. A lot of folks do know about Brandon's case, but that's a case I will be presenting, and I got some guests lined up to come on and talk about that with us. So that'll give you guys some insight as to how things work in Florida. And it's a shame that the family has to continue to go through it every time Brandon has to go up for reevaluation. What he did to his mother was horrendous, and it happened on Christmas Eve. So that's a case I will be presenting to you guys upcoming. I got a couple of cases I'm working on to get everybody some new content out there, and different crime story. I love true crime and different stories, so it is what it is. Dolphin, are you still with us? Did you get your tea and your snacks? Oh, she was on a phone call. All right, let me pull up the docket for Idaho. I can't remember. I know which ones we read yesterday, but there were so many, we kind of jumped around the order for a minute. Especially when Jeff come in with his spoiler alerts, and we were like, okay, Jeff, we got to get to this document and see what you're talking about. And we did. And that's when we discovered so Bryan Kohberger, after allegedly committing the crimes at 1122 King, sped away at a high rate of speed at 420 and went back home. And then, oh, we're ready, Dolphin. We're ready. I just pulled my screen up, but we can pull yours up. How are we going to do this? Because I don't remember. I mean, you was reading a lot of those documents yesterday. I'm just kind of giving everybody a little backstory of what we did yesterday. So the morning of November 13th, he goes, the crimes were committed, 4 a.m. to 4:20-ish. He sped away at 4:20. Well, he goes home, and then apparently he goes back to King Road residence around 9:30 in the morning. And then an hour later, he's back at his apartment in his bathroom, all cleaned up with a button-up shirt, taking a selfie with a thumbs up. You guys see that on my thumbnail. That's the picture. That's where I got that from. It was right there in the documents, and it was like it was flooring to us, because knowing that he was at the home an hour earlier, nosing around, and then an hour later he's at his apartment doing a selfie with a damn thumbs up. And we also learned in yesterday's document drop that we read that he did purchase a K-bar knife, a sheath, and a sharpener. So we will get to the rest of these documents. So are you with me, Dolphin? You good now? Okay, she'll be here in a couple minutes. Okay. All right, so I start at the bottom. Dolphin was keeping up with this docket yesterday and kept, oh shit, they got a lot. But she kept refreshing, and they kept dropping and kept dropping and kept dropping. And like I said, we did a 10-hour live on this yesterday. Don't know that I'll be here 10 hours today. So some of these were like 2-pagers. Some were a lot longer. There is one, let me get to the one I wanted to get to first, because it's got some pretty good information in it, and it's quite a bit of a long document. I need to write down which ones were reviewed. Dolphin, I think, was keeping up with the ones we reviewed yesterday. Now, we also knew that yesterday they have a hearing coming up April 9th, and apparently it's going to be April 9th and 10th, a 2-day hearing to hear some of these pretrial motions. And the judge has said that Cyree and what's the other guy's name? Howell, I believe, will not. He denied them to be able to testify at the hearing, but because he felt like their doctrines would be enough, or whatever you call it, and declarations, had the wrong word. The declarations will be enough, but they will be on standby by Zoom in case the judge has any questions for them, I believe, is how that's going to work. But they're not actually going to be testifying. Texas Ranger. Look at that Dolphin. I love her cats. It's funny because she's got a dog, but her profile picture is a cat. Yeah, Truth, you're right. We noticed that yesterday. We were looking at the thumb area, and also we were looking at some stuff on his neck. And then Dolphin said that this morning there was another person on True Crime that noticed the same things that we were noticing. So, yeah, we wondered if because they had that guard on it, and was he hidden? That's been explained, so that makes sense, It was also strange that his shirt was buttoned all the way up to the top. Like, you're at home, you know what you did all night long, you know what you did an hour ago, now you're chilling in your button-down shirt. Was he getting ready to go somewhere, or why not throw on a t-shirt, a sweatshirt, and be comfy? It was a weird picture. It was a very weird picture. Did you guys see it? I'll show it. Which document was that in? It was the bushy eyebrow document. Because they're going to introduce that photo to show that on the same day of the murders, what his eyebrows actually look like. And they are definitely prominent and bushy. People who say, oh, he doesn't have bushy eyebrows, I don't know what they're looking at. They're not being objective enough, in my opinion, if they want to say that. Where's it at? And there was a couple. Oh, we didn't get to that one yesterday either. Okay, here we go. Let me pull this up real quick, and I'll show you guys, in case you weren't here to see it. I know it. Like I said, he broke the internet yesterday. There was a lot of coverage going on with the case. Up there, I just passed it. Let me scroll back up, and I'll show you guys. Let me pull the screen up. Oh, let me make it a little smaller. You guys can see. How's that? Yeah. So this photo was taken November 13th, 2022. At 10:31 a.m. And like I said, according to the phone pings, he was back over at the crime scene an hour prior to this photo. So it's almost like he's like proud of himself, mission accomplished kind of thing. Yeah, right. Let's see. Let me see if I can make a 90 and let go. Okay, that's 100%. That's about as high as I'm gonna be able to get it. Oh no, no, no. Okay, right here, if you guys can see my pointer, I made it yellow and big. My grandson got on here to play a game last night. He's like, "Grandma, your thingy's so big." I'm like, "Well, I do that on purpose." But right through here, we noticed. And now Firefly did point out that his hands always appeared to be red, like even and they were, even in the Indiana stops, you can see redness in his hands. Does that mean anything? I don't know. The guy had autoimmune disease, and I do too, so I'll give him that. But right there is a really odd looking spot on his thumb. And then under his neck, we noticed, because like Dolphin pointed out, there's shadows around the collar of the shirt. But this stuff here under his neck, we're not sure. That's not like razor bumps, you know what I mean, from a fresh shave, because they're not all over his face. It's all there. Now, we know they bagged the victim's hands, and I believe the other document was talking about DNA clipping, was it Maddie's fingernails? But I believe it was inconclusive. I have to go back and review the court filing again. Dolphin might remember. I'll have to close my door. My grandbaby's in there on his darn VR headset yelling at his friends. And then they had a picture of his driver's license. It's sideways. Dolphin was able to turn it around yesterday so we could see. Because we were both like had our heads all sideways. Something that, what was it? Who was it? Texas or Sirius that pointed out? I can't remember that. Was it you, Texas Ranger? The 1122 right there. And numerology for some people had been a thing. Okay, there we go. In this case, that they pointed out a long time ago.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, good deal. I was just
Sorry about that.
reviewing. You're good. I was just letting those who didn't see yesterday the photo that came out in the dock drop of him in the shower.
Yeah.
So let me, it flipped around again. There we go. Now, we had heard, we know that when they did the search warrant for his apartment, that the return came back and said there was no shower curtain in the apartment. And everybody was like, "Oh, he used a shower curtain to do this and that with the car," and I never knew that if he did or not. Right? There's other things he could have used, but Dolphin is showing that right here. If you guys can see my pointer, right on the right hand side, there appears to be a shower curtain with creases in it. Like maybe it's new, unfolded, right? It hasn't. So in the court documents we were reading, where the defense now has come out and stated that his OCD was so bad he was constantly throwing out shower curtains and buying new ones, trying to explain away why there was no shower curtain in the apartment. Now, if that's a new shower curtain, why are you going to throw it away when you're just going across country for a vacation trip to the family and you're planning to come back, But according to the defense, he has an obsession with, changing his shower curtains. So I don't buy it, but whatever.
Yeah, because those are creases like you've just pulled this out of the packaging, and those creases haven't even steamed out yet.
Yep, there's one there, that I can see. All you can tell. I wish that he had taken a little wider shot so we could get a better picture. And that shower had to be scrubbed down because he showered in there once he got back home. He probably didn't have a lot on his persons because it probably ended up all over whatever he was wearing. And his little fancy face mask that he had on. Miss Dakota, her birthday is 11/22. Yo, baby. And then, yeah, we knew his birthday was the 21st. Yours is the day after. You a Scorpio, honey. My sister and my mama were Scorpios.
Did you tell them what I said about this picture, though? About what type of picture it is? I think it is.
We actually, let's talk about that. Let me get it back up here. I accidentally closed my screen out. So go ahead, Dolphin, and start talking while I pull it back up.
Oh, well, let me see.
Let me get it. I'll pull the picture.
Yeah, I was trying to look at it.
Oh, shit. Hit the
again.
wrong button again. Let me pull it up. Here we go. Idaho docket. There we go. Get that back up here for real quick for you guys, and we'll point out what we were noticing or what we thought. And I agree with the thought process on it as well.
I do too. Totally. Um,
Okay, let me get it back up
he
here
still
real
has you
quick.
blocked. Oh,
Where'd you go, bushy eyebrow document? Oh
oh,
my God, here we
JB
go.
has you blocked. Truth.
JB blocked you, Truth? What you do? Damn.
He might think she's a snack caker or whatever as he
Oh,
likes
yeah.
to say.
He might unblock you now that he's changed his mind about Kohberger.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the photo. Let me pull the screen back up and share. And here we go. And there we go.
Okay.
Oh, let me close my door because grandbaby's in there yelling at his friend.
Okay. Oh, let's see.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm right here, though.
Oh, okay. Anyway, basically, we were looking at this photo last night. And, like she said already, I, noticed this shower looks very clean in the background. I mean, I know you can't see it, but it doesn't look like it's dirty. It doesn't look like there's, soap scum, whatever. The new shower curtain and everything. I'm thinking about the fact that this is Sunday, right? At first I was like, oh, did he go to church, or whatever? But no, because we've heard where he was after, over in Lewiston, over in Johnson, and then disappearing again for 3 hours or whatever. And then actually later in the day, they didn't tell you where he was. They stopped at that point, reporting where they thought he was. When I look at this photo, I was on somebody else's stream, like listening to somebody else's stream late last night, and I've been thinking about this photo. The main thing, the first thing that hit me was, his thumbs up and the smile on his face, like, and the smirk kind of is like he's thinking, good job, you did it, mission
Yep.
accomplished, right? But somebody said something, a creator said something, and I was like, I totally agree with what he said. If this guy couldn't keep trophies, if he's a guy who did it and he can't keep trophies or doesn't want to keep something that if he got caught with, it would be like, a dead, giveaway that he was involved or whatever. If he's gotten rid of everything that he had on that night, the weapon, everything, I think he took this picture because this is, to him, he knows what this represents, and he can take this photo out and look at it, whenever he wants to. And I literally was thinking this, coupled with the fact that it seems like he had a knife already that he bought in March of 2022, and then in that warrant he bought another knife, I think between November 1st and December 6th, or he was
Yeah.
looking to replace one. So I'm thinking, because I kind of suspect that he's done something before, and I'm thinking that this is like his serial killer graduation photo. He's in
Yeah.
a dress shirt, he's looking, all spiffed up,
I wonder if he has a similar photo from a different,
from May of 2022.
yeah, from, yeah, Smithers.
I would be very curious to see if there's something like that in his phone around that time too.
Me too, because that would be very telling. And what we're referring to, guys, is a case about a woman named Dana Smithers. This information's out there, so I'm not saying anything that's not already out there. Dana Smithers was from Pennsylvania. She didn't live far from Bryan Kohberger. They were both on drugs at the same time. No shade to Dana. I first watched her case on like Oxygen a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so then I joined her sister's Facebook group. And through that group, I learned that Dana worked with Bryan Kohberger briefly at the pizza place at the mall. And they did know each other. She was older than Bryan, though. And Dana left her friend's house one night at 11. Was it 11 or 11:30? The ring
Something
cam
like that.
shows her walk out the door with her phone in her hand, and she walks out into the yard toward the street, never to be seen again. They found her body later, finally. And at that time, Kohberger was still living in Pennsylvania. And then there was a grand jury impaneled after the Idaho 4 case come up, and he was arrested. A little bit later, there was a grand jury impaneled in Pennsylvania, and we don't know what it was for, but his parents were called to testify at that grand jury hearing. So, was it related to Dana Smithers? That's what we are not sure about yet. And if he was involved with Dana's death, that's probably going to stay under wraps until this Idaho case is over. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But I agree with you, Dolphin. This was like a memorialization thing, because they like to memorialize their stuff. They like their trophies. When I say they, I mean serial killers.
Right.
If you study serial killers and you've watched enough about serial killers, you know they absolutely do that.
Right.
And so, yeah, it appears that that's what it feels like to me. It wasn't just I'm FaceTiming mom and I'm good kind of thing. It's no, I did it. I did
Also,
it.
think about this, because something in what you just said about Dana is you guys have to remember what was going on with him, right? He was just getting ready to get his master's, okay? So he graduated in the month of May, 2022. He graduated like a few days before Dana disappeared. Dana disappeared on May 28th, 2022, okay? He graduated right before that. He bought a knife in March, so like 2 months before this woman disappeared and before he graduated. He buys a knife, a sheath, and a sharpener. He graduates from DeSales. He's already applied to WSU, so he knows he's getting ready to move 2,500 miles across country. Okay. I think that he, murdered Dana at the end of May, and less than a month later, on June 23rd, 2022, he's getting a new cell phone number. Why? This guy
Yep.
was a loner. Why would he need to change his cell phone number? And then he also moves all the way across country. That gets him way out of that area. So if the police are investigating or looking or whatever, he's so far removed from this.
Yeah. Joe, speaking of your comment, did you see the message I sent you about Charles being left-handed? I confirmed it, and that's something. Well, it's a whole other conversation, but I just had to tell Joe that real quick.
Oh
I'm
yeah, no, that's
left-handed.
true.
I'm left-handed, and I use my right hand for a lot of things. I don't know if Kohberger was left-handed or right-handed. I
I
don't
think
remember.
he's right. If you go back and look at some of those
Oh yeah,
original hearings where, the media was controlling the cameras and they were zooming in on him, I distinctly remember him picking up papers off the table and holding papers and shuffling them and all that. And I think he was doing it with his right hand. I mean, the percentages of people with right hand, who are right-handed are way higher than left. So
yeah,
I
exactly.
probably say he's right-handed.
Do you know when my grandpa's left-handed, and he told me that when he was growing up, they literally tried to force him to be right-handed. Back in the Salem witch trial days, I'd have been killed because I'm left-handed. But I'm the only one in my right mind. Left side of the brain, if you go look at it like that. I always tease people like that. Then me and my ex-husband, both left-handed. All of my kids are right-handed. It's crazy. But yeah, so I agree. This was like a memorialization picture. He kind of looks pale too, but he hadn't been asleep. The guy didn't sleep all night long, and
Or the
apparently,
next day.
or
Like,
the
yeah,
13th, right? He
the
didn't
12th and the
apparently.
13th, he was
Yep,
literally up.
yep. And I get it because I can stay up a long time. Dolphin can do the
Same.
same thing.
hmm
So it's not abnormal that especially if he suffered from sleep issues, and all the things. But dude, by this point, that adrenaline, everything that went through that night before, you man, you should be exhausted. But instead, he goes out gallivanting around town again all day, and we're going to see that in the next document. Let's see which one, because some of these are long. Like I said, some are not long at all. Some are just legal formality stuff, requesting extended time or extended pages and all that good stuff. Now, which one was I looking at this morning? It was about the car, because that's a very interesting. So, like I said, we did go over the docs yesterday. We saw all the messy text messages between the roommates. You, we had things to say about it, and the only reason that they really bother me the most is because the girls in lack of acting on what they thought was happening, and I don't, the defense is going to be able to use that against them when they go to testify. It's not going to make or break the case at all. There's so much proof out there now about what he allegedly did. It just some very messy young girls who should have done things way differently. That's all what I'll say about it.
I know one thing. She has to be very careful about how she like cross-examines them or whatever, because if there's a bunch of jurists that are like sitting there, thinking, oh, these girls are traumatized and
Yeah,
everything they've been through, like, how dare you,
that may backfire
whatever.
on her,
There
right?
might be some people who aren't like really social media savvy and whatnot, and aren't really like are ignoring what we've learned now. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
yeah,
and just focus on the fact that they narrowly escaped, you know, being killed too,
yes.
you know,
We
and
went
they
over
were
the 911
traumatized.
call document yesterday, didn't we?
Which
How they
one?
the 911 call document, we did read that one, didn't we? Where
Did
they're
we?
trying to keep it out. Look right now. We'll go through it and check in a minute. Okay, here's the state's response to defendant's motion in limine 12 RE make and model of the suspect vehicle. And I'm going through the ones that are like the most pertinent as far as evidence goes. Um, and this one we
Oh
did
yeah.
not get to yesterday. And this one is a 51-page
Oh
document.
boy.
Yeah, oh boy. Now, a lot of it, like Dolphin did a good job skimming through some of these yesterday and picking out the most important parts to us. And we also saw in the document yesterday, not only did he purchase a K bar, but they apparently have a witness that knows,
Yes.
yes, a witness with knowledge of him owning or purchasing that K bar. Now, if you think about it, he lived at home with mommy and daddy up
Mm-hmm.
until he went to WSU at 28 years old. Um, a lot of us do live with our grown children. No shade on that. But this guy didn't. I don't feel like he could be out on his own too much. But anyway, so oh my god, I just lost my train of thought. What was I gonna say?
The witness. I wonder
Oh,
if it's his friend, Chris.
could be one of his friends, Dolphin. I didn't think of it that way because I was thinking
Hmm.
dad or sister.
Yeah, I originally I was thinking somebody inside the house, right?
Yeah.
But then I also was thinking about that guy. I want to say his name was Chris, the one with the floppy hair, and was talking about how they played airsoft with their airsoft guns at, like, the last time
Uh-huh.
he saw him in the
Yep.
woods or whatever. That guy, the really soft-spoken one.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because if they interviewed friends of his and they know, there's somebody, and I don't think the witness with knowledge is going to be Amazon.
Yeah.
you know, no, that's not happening. Okay. Oh, screen share, salty. Okay. Let me move. Uh-oh. I got to get my there. Well,
And it doesn't look like they've added anything new so
I
far
don't think
today.
so either. From what I could tell, but I know you were doing a really excellent job of keeping up on that yesterday for us. Did it say witness says, or so Joy? I thought it just said a witness. I got the. Let me look at my thing because I thought it.
Oh, witnesses? Hmm. I thought it was just a witness.
Let me look. I got the thingy here.
Yeah, double
Here
check
we
it.
go. Okay, it says. Oh, it does say witnesses. Good call, Joy.
Nice.
Not it. Okay, let me. This is in the footnote, guys. The defendant touches on the issue of identifying the account or the account user making the Amazon search inquiries as shown by the click activity Defendant's motion, page 4. The state recognizes that the identity of the user making the inquiries is relevant, and the state intends to rely not only on the click activity, but also other circumstances to connect the defendant to the original knife purchase and subsequent search inquiries for a replacement knife and or sheath. This will include the defendant's financial activities, so they got proof he bought, the click activities vis-a-vis other events, such as the homicide, a related purchase activity connected only to the defendant, and testimony from witnesses with knowledge that the defendant purchased a K-bar.
Well, you know what? The guy, the Amazon employee, what's his name, Shane Cox, he's a witness also.
True.
So, and who has knowledge that he purchased the K-bar
This is
knife.
true.
So, but I just really now want to know if he had this this knife between March and November, if one of his friends before he left Pennsylvania saw it and knew, somebody in the family saw it, when he ordered it, like when it was delivered, or if, I don't know, somebody out at WSU saw it, you know?
Oh, I was muted. I
Oh,
didn't.
this
I
dog
didn't
is
know I was
snoring
muted.
again.
Damn it! I looked down. Like, how did I get? I didn't even do that. Okay.
Oh, we
All
get
right.
on stream and she just conks out behind me in her little bed.
Oh, pipsqueak. She's like, oh, mom's gonna be busy chatting. I'm taking a nap.
Yep.
Okay. Because we know that the defense wanted to keep a lot of the, and like I said in the beginning of this show, all these docs the defense has had for quite a while. They've had all this evidence. So stop coming out there and into these court hearings and trying to tell social media the state's hiding. They're not giving you stuff, because they're running with it like little mad people. And obviously, you've received quite a bit, and you've also been able to line up experts to attack what you've been given. So stop saying you're not getting anything and that the state's hiding stuff. And thankfully, the judges let the great unsealing begin, and the state's like, okay, we'll play, and we're going to show y'all. And they did. All right. Like I said, this is the defense wanted to keep the make and model of the suspect vehicle car out and how they determined the car. So now comes the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney, and hereby responds to defendant's motion in limine number 12, RE, make and model of the vehicle. The facts. On November 13, 2022, Moscow Police Department responded to 1122 King Road, here after the crime scene, and the Payne affidavit attached as State's Exhibit S1. Investigators found 4 deceased individuals who died from apparent stab wounds. They cite the pages. Investigators canvassed the crime scene area for surveillance footage to identify the person responsible for the homicides. Notice how they changed up their wording since all these filings were about what words we can use and can't use. They did that shit. They did the same thing over there in Stern's case, and then they did it over here. I was like, man, y'all quit it. Okay, so they're homicides, which I'm fine with that. Means we know what it means. A surviving roommate, DM, reported to law enforcement she was awoken up around 4 a.m., which, never mind. Investigators were able to obtain surveillance footage from 1122 King Road, which is just to the left of the King Road home, the blue house there. And that camera faces the intersection of Queen and King. A residence immediately to the northwest of the crime scene. The video surveillance picked up audio of voices or a whimper, followed by a thud. That camera was located, guys, 50 feet away from Xana Kernodle's bedroom. So the noises it was picking up were apparently coming from Xana's bedroom. A dog can be heard barking starting at 4:17. DM reported around this time she saw an unknown male in the residence walking towards the rear exit of the residence. The The 1112 King Road video shows a white sedan entering the crime scene area at 4:04. Now, they're going to start listing all the times here in a minute. The same white sedan is seen departing the crime scene area at 4:20 at a high rate of speed, and that's all comes from the PCA. Based on this information, investigators focused on identifying the make and model of the white sedan, here thereafter known as suspect or questioned vehicle, seen on the 1112 King Road surveillance. The suspect vehicle is seen on the 1112 King Road surveillance prior to the homicides. Suspect vehicle makes 3 initial passes by the crime scene before entering for a 4th time. But they have more than 4 timestamps here. It's first seen at 3:30, 3:33, 3:38, 4:40, 3:56, 3:58, and then at 4:04. That's when it makes the final pass. And then we know from the Linda Lane footage that was leaked that when she makes that 4:04 pass, he drives down King Road, around the Queen Road apartments, and at 4:05 he's behind the Queen Road apartments. And a few minutes later, he's parking back there. A video surveillance capturing the suspect vehicle was collected at additional places near the crime scene prior to the homicides. Now, we learned about some of these cameras in the other day, last week, and some of the filings. This really lays it out. 1311 South Main Street, also known as the Sunset Mart, and we looked at that the other day, is 0.6 miles from the crime scene. He is seen there at 3:28 a.m. 1125 Ridge Road is 0.4 miles from the crime scene, and he was spotted there at 3:29 a.m. and 4:01. So twice he passed by that Ridge Road house, or that particular location, and you'll see on the map how he was circling his prey. And I've been saying circling his prey since Linda Lane was leaked, because it was obvious that white sedan on the left-hand side of that screen was circling its prey, while everybody else in freaking YouTube was concentrating on some weird-ass black truck
or whatever.
a black truck, and there's Dylan jumping in the truck, and oh my god, I see Murphy in the truck. No, none of that ever happened. I mean, you have eyeballs. Most of us have watched Linda Lane. I never saw any of that. But anyway, beside the point. So it was spotted twice, on that particular footage at Ridge Road. And like again, 3:29, and then again at 4:01. And we'll show the map here in a moment. We've displayed those maps before, coming to our own conclusions based on what was already in other documents, and boy, it was spot on. 1320 Linda Lane is 0.2 miles from the crime scene. That is the Linda Lane footage that looks out toward Taylor Avenue, what I refer to as Linda Lane 2. Most of us do. Linda Lane 1 shows the white car over by the residence doing the circling. The other Linda Lane footage is, and I did that on my video, you can see it. It focuses on the road, and you can see when the car passes at 3:29 a.m. I have all that highlighted in the video that I did. 1330 Linda Lane, which was right next door, is the one that we can see it behind the house, 0.3 miles from the crime scene at 3:30, 3:39, 3:56, 4:05, and 4:07. 4:07 is when he makes that final loop around Queen Road apartments, and the lights go out, car gets parked. And at 451 Paradise Drive, which is 0.6 miles from the crime scene, at 3:35, and then again at 3:48. And that is per the FBI report. Rob Hill, FBI Special Agent Rob Hill, pages 1 through 10 attached at States Exhibit S2, Google Maps, 5 pages attached at States Exhibit S3. Investigators are able to review those videos and determine the route of travel. Investigators provided video footage to the Federal Bureau of Investigations, FBI, to determine the year, make, and model of the suspect vehicle on the 1112 King Road surveillance. They cite Payne's affidavit. Forensic examiner Anthony Imel reviewed multiple videos and images. According to Imel's report, the multiple submissions of media were reviewed independently and collectively to identify the questioned vehicle's make, model, and year. The FBI report, let me get up here. FBI report of Special Agent Anthony Imel attached to the state's exhibit S4. Of those videos, the 1125 Ridge Road video provided a clear view of the suspect vehicle. Now, remember, Ann kept saying, it's going the wrong way. Well, honey, all you got to do is turn around. Maybe he went one way the first time, and then he turned around and went around the second time, put him going the wrong way. In your mind, Ann, only in your mind. I can totally understand how it went the wrong way because it came back a different direction. That's all. That's not rocket science. So this 1125 Ridge Road video, we showed the map where that was at the other day. We'll get to that in a minute. But video provided a clear view of the suspect vehicle. Make, model, chart number 3 attached exhibit S5. Imel was able to compare this video to the video from 1112 King Road. This video captured at 4:01, approximately 3 minutes prior to the suspect vehicle entering the crime scene at 4:04. Hill reports at page 8 through 9 regarding the questioned vehicle. The vehicle on the 1112 King Road surveillance, in Imel's opinion, is the questioned vehicle shares similar classifications with a 5th-gen Hyundai Elantra between 2014 and 2016. The similar class characteristics include, but are not limited to, the overall body style, window configuration, front grille configuration, headlight shape, side trim, rear brake light configuration, rear license plate position, a rear bumper position, and the position of the rear bumper reflector and the shape of the fog lights, assisted in narrowing the vehicle year span. I'm sorry. I stopped for chat. Dolphin says, what I really want to know is whether that's a good question because I've been looking for it because Doc Thrifty actually found it a long time ago and I got the link and I went and I do have it. I've got to find it. And it shows the officer take the camera and walk down the steps up from of 1112. Like the moment he got the camera and walked away with it. And I know
Wait, he took the camera?
The Ring camera that was screwed into the light bulb outside, yes.
Then that means the camera has an SD card in it.
Yes.
Because you would need to take it if, you know what I mean? Like it wouldn't be stored on that. It would be stored in the cloud.
Yeah. But he is on camera seen taking the light bulb cam and walking away with it toward his cruiser. And I'm searching for because I want to know the date on that particular piece, right? But I don't think it was actually taken from the residence until like the 14th, if I'm not mistaken. So I do need to find that to get that up for us. But it would be interesting to know because we know according to the documents, he did ping back in the area around the 9:30 a.m. mark. But where was he? Did he enter the actual neighborhood and circle the house again? Or did he just drive down Walenta because you could still see the house really well from Walenta because there was no foliage on the trees? I mean, if you look around the maps and some of the drives that I presented, like JLR drove down there right not long after the crimes, so you could see the whole entire house right there from Walenta, like so easy. You got all the lights when they go out, everything you can see it all from Walenta Road. Imel was able to compare this video to the 1112 King Road. This video, I read that part, sorry. Imel report at page 2 to 3. A white 2015 Elantra was registered to the defendant at the time of the homicides. Washington vehicle registration records are attached and they are Exhibit S6. The argument. The state expert regarding the vehicle identification, Anthony Imel, should be allowed to explain to the jury his opinion that the suspect vehicle, they're no longer calling it suspect vehicle 1, you notice that? Suspect vehicle on the 1112 King Road surveillance shares similar class characteristics to the 5th-gen Hyundai Elantra between 2014 and 2015. The suspect vehicle was identified from surveillance footage from the area of the crime scene. The defendant claims that the suspect vehicle was not identified from surveillance footage in the area of 1122 King Road. Defendant's motion at page 2. This is simply not true. As stated in IMO's report, multiple submissions of media were reviewed independently and collectively to identify the questioned vehicle's make and model and year. The suspect vehicle was picked up on multiple occasions, at least 6 separate locations, all within 0.6 miles from the crime scene, immediately preceding the crimes, i.e., less than 1 hour, as indicated below. Joe says, if that video provided a clear view, how did they get? Because they hadn't reviewed that video at that point. Right, they were still reviewing video, and I think preliminarily they put out the particular year. They clarified that and expanded it after watching more surveillance footage, because you got to know it's got to take time to collect these cameras, then it's going to take time to review the cameras and determine the make and model of the car. And once that was done, they came out and said, now we're looking for up to a 2016. So we think about it in those terms, because the minute these crimes happen, you don't have all your information right then and there. It takes a minute to get everything together and then to go through it all. And so it was never hard for me to understand. Now, the internet made a big damn deal about it, as they do about everything, but logically it made sense to me that once they reviewed more stuff, they were able to make a better determination of what this car was. So, okay. As stated in IMO's report, multiple submissions of media were reviewed independently, collectively, to identify the question, make, model, and year. The suspect vehicle was picked up on multiple occasions, at least 6 separate locations, all within 0.6 miles of the crime scene, immediately preceding the crimes. Less than 1 hour, as indicated. And here is a map.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they got us a map. Uh-oh, let me make this.
Love the visuals.
I know. We got to have the visuals. Okay. Now, this is Highway US 95 that runs here in the peachish looking color. Ridge Road camera is located right here in the orange block. Now, if you look at the map and follow my cursor, you can see how this circle, this is Taylor Ave, goes all the way down. There's your Linda Lane. Here's your King Road, and there's the residence. This car, like I always knew, continued to circle that house until it was go time. Now, for some reason, he was back over here. This is 328 at Main, right? And these are all the times he was spotted at King Road. King Road is in the blue, the 330, the 333, 338, 340, 356, 358, and 404. And that, I'm sorry, that was the 1112 video location. The crime scene's marked in red. 1330 Linda Lane is on yellow. 1320 is on the green. So Linda Lane 1, which is right behind the home, 330, 339, 356, 405, and 407. And you can absolutely see that car on Linda Lane footage that was leaked a long time ago doing exactly those passes. And that's also in the video I did. 1320 Linda Lane sees the car at 329. Now what it sees, and I show that in the video as well, and I pointed out, it sees right down Linda Lane, right here to Taylor. You literally see the car go by at 329, headed over here, and then coming in at 330 into the neighborhood. Like I said, the Ridge Road camera was here, 329, 401. Now Paradise Drive is back here. And you know, in the PCA, the officer talks about, with his knowledge of the area, that it appeared maybe it left via Palouse Drive. Well, Palouse Drive is right here, but it was spotted at 451 Paradise Drive twice, at 335 and 348. I just stopped to glance at the other times over here, guys. Make in my head getting this route together of what he was doing. Um, was he? Because we know the girls were up until what 2:50 ish.
2:52 was that last call or text or whatever to Jack to Core,
Jack, and there
and
were and there were probably
apparently
lights
Maddie
on.
called Bethany.
Yeah, and Maddie called. Yeah, exactly. And we know there were probably lights still on in the house and things of that nature. They had, they're home, they're up, they're calling Jack and all the things. Kaylee and Maddie in their damn carbonaro and all that stuff, um, which is
And
Danger's
you can see
favorite piece
that in
of
the
evidence.
Banfield video.
You certainly can. And the Banfield, like she's speaking of, sits right here. You can't see it in this map, but it's that little green section right there. That's what she's talking about. Um, so, what are your thoughts on the map? I mean,
It's a little blurry for me because I'm looking at it through the restream window and then this other one. Let me just open it up. What page is that on?
4.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there
Is
we
it
go.
blurry
That's a
for the
lot.
rest of you guys?
It's just slightly.
Okay, let me see. Let me blow up my screen. Oh, it is, isn't it? Okay. Well, let me pull mine down. You pull yours up and see if it's any better.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's going to be any better. Because that's probably Restream's issue or whatever. Because I even looked
I
at,
don't know.
I looked at the quality that the stream window was on, and it's on 720p. That's the highest I can get it.
Well,
Um,
normally we see documents pretty well on here, so
Actually,
um,
I tell you what. Yeah, let me do it, and let me
okay,
just share it from the browser window.
okay, let's try
I
that.
mean, which you're doing, but that's. Hmm. You know what? Hold on one second.
You're good.
Let's
We
see.
want to bring the best we can,
Save it because it's yeah,
Texas said it was hard for him to see as well. Um, so we'll try to fix that, guys. We're working on that. Thank you for being patient.
Oh, and as soon as I try to save it, it's like, oh, yeah, taking its sweet time responding. Let me just drop it on my desktop. What I want to do is I want to actually open it up in
You
Adobe.
guys are funny. So, hmm, 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 hmm. For those of you who still think that Kohberger may not be the guy, what would it take to put you over? And I'm not saying you gotta think he's guilty or innocent. I'm just having a debate, and I enjoy seeing where people are coming from, as long as you're coming with common sense. But what hasn't gotten you there yet? I mean, is it just? I mean, I know we need trial. I get that part. This is coffee and crime conversations. um, yeah, they didn't have good video at the time, Texas. I agree. They had to review more. Investigations take time, guys. They don't just develop overnight and give you everything you need. Joe, yeah, Joe says this, but we don't know when they obtained that video. And once they did obtain it, was the PCA already written, right? And once they spent time on that particular video. We've heard that in the court hearing. We read it in previous documents, how they spent time on that particular video, studying the window configuration and everything. They had to be sure. So it took time. At least over here in Idaho, they got the damn shit on camera and not some screenshot and left the video sitting somewhere for 5 years like in Delphi. And I cannot stress enough, I had to do it on. They didn't have to. I'm just doing it on Twitter. Idaho 4 is not Delphi. And that's nothing to you directly, Joe. I'm just saying in general, the comparisons to me make no sense because there's a lot of information coming out in this Kohberger case that we just did not have in Delphi. We got a screenshot of a car supposedly on a video that they never bothered to collect the video from. At least here they got it and they studied it and they were trying to figure it out and be accurate. But I'm just curious as to the ones who are still on the fence as to, why, what would it take to change your mind? Well, Joe, we all like to see it in court, but they're actually laying out some evidence now. Let me ask you this. I wish you'd get up here and talk to me because I feel like it's weird chatting because I might take things wrong or you might take things wrong. And I don't want that to happen. But they're providing a lot of evidence now that it's unsealed. The K-bar purchase at the DNA on the sheath, that's pretty big, pretty telling, So I don't know. Let me see, Dolphin, do you have yours up yet? No, just check the back chat so I could check them to you. Okay, here we go.
Oh, yeah, I do.
I got it.
I just was, is that the Adobe window?
I don't know what you pulled up.
Look at the top. There's no
Uh,
other tabs. Does it say like file edit view right here in the left
I
corner?
can't see that well on there, or what that says. I got on my end. I got this live button, 720. I got things in my way. I can't see it.
On the right side of the screen, does it have like icons, colorful icons?
Yes, it
Okay,
does.
because I'm sharing my whole screen. That's why I'm not flipping back to something to double
Gotcha.
check.
Gotcha.
Okay, so let me zoom in some more and then just tell me, is that clearer on the stream
Yeah,
or?
actually, it is to me. You guys think that's clearer? Let us know in chat. I think it is, Dolphin. I can see the times, and I'm blind, I can see it. So I think that is much better.
Can somebody type it in chat, like a yes or something
Yeah,
in chat?
somebody
Because
let
I
Dolphin
can't
know.
see. I've got just the
Yeah,
chat on the right monitor here.
yeah. Um, yeah, someone let us know in chat, please, if you guys can see it any better.
Joe, Texas Ranger, somebody.
Come on, guys. You're chatting away a second ago.
Yeah, I just want to know if like the numbers and things like that look crisper.
Is the Texas is asking, is
Thank
the
you.
Linda Lane
Finally got a
camera?
yes. Yep, thank
Yes.
you. Okay.
Linda Lane camera is on there. Both of them, actually.
Yeah, the Linda Lane, 1330 Linda Lane is in yellow, and 1320 Linda Lane is green. The green boxes. Yeah, there you go. Okay, Salty, you can keep going.
Okay. Um, well, you're controlling the screen now. If you can scroll, we can
Oh,
scroll.
well, just talk and I'll point. Yeah.
Okay. All
Hmm.
right. So she's like, just talk and I'll point. Okay.
Can you see my cursor?
I can. Your cursor's tiny. I made
It's a
mine.
little crosshair. Yeah.
Yeah, I made mine big, so if I point at stuff, people can see it.
Let me see.
Let me go check on my grandbaby real quick, guys. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go make sure he's good in there.
Okay. Um, that crosshair. I wonder how to make that bigger. Shit. Hold on 1 second, people. I guess I'll Google it on my phone. Adjusted in your system settings. Okay. Yep. System display, scale and layout, custom, check cursor size. Hang on 1 second and let me see. 1 second. Mm-hmm. Let's see. We're scaling. I don't see anything that says adjust scaling.
Okay, I'm back. I had to get a Coke while I was in there too.
Oh, that's okay. I just was trying to fix the cursor size. I Googled it on my phone really quick and I see click on display. Okay, hold on 1 second.
I had mine so big one time it was hard to control. I was like, I got to back that thing down some, so I had to make it a little bit smaller. But I try to make it so that the guy they can see it.
Yeah, let's see. Display settings.
I get it, Joe. If you're going to be that technical about it, dude. I mean, we all need to see it in court. And thank God we got cameras over here. I think you got PTSD from Delphi, dude. And you know I love you, but I think you got PTSD. Um, it's like people who are trying to say Linda Lane was fake. Well, obviously it's not, because it's going to be presented as evidence, so we can quit it with all that.
Let me try that for a second. Come back in here.
And now you we just got through hearing Stern's attorney argue about not giving out information because we're all going to sit here and talk about it, maybe in a negative light. I'm going to talk about all defendants. I don't give a shit who they are.
No, that still didn't change it.
You're fine, hun. You're fine.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
No, you're good. You'll figure it out. You're always so good at this stuff, so we're
yeah,
good.
because what they recommended just did not work. So let me
I
share
don't know
it
how much
again.
more they actually have to show us, Joe, besides what they're showing us in these latest docs. You know what I mean? Well, we haven't seen the actual footage from Linda or 1112 because that never got leaked. But what we did see in previous documents was screenshots from what that camera saw. That car coming into the area at that 404 pass and then leaving at the 420 mark. And that on that particular footage, it is a little grainy. And I'm sure some of the footage is grainy, but some of it's, way more better to look at. And then just like in Stern's case, we have the maps where they tracked that car all the way through Kissimmee, all the way out to where Maddie was found. And they've apparently done a pretty good job of tracking Kohberger's movements as well. The difference between Stearns and Kohberger was Stearns was daytime and you could see better. Shit, we see him in the car, his little donut tire. They see Maddie in the car, all that disgusting shit he was doing. All right, you may pull the document up, or do you want to do it?
1 second, because I was going to say I did have it shared, but then where's the setting to let somebody else like drive the thing?
Like you control it?
Yeah.
But you
Can
gotta
I share it and you control it?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. If I'm presenting, I control. If you present, you control.
Okay, never mind then. Let me go back here. Entire screen. Let me bring Adobe back up. Okay, I'm good to go now.
Texas. I am honestly, I can sit here and consume all of this and walk into that courtroom and be extremely fair, because people get mad at me when I say this.
Mm-hmm.
People get mad at me, and I get it, but I'm in Florida. I've watched all the Casey Anthony stuff from the day that baby disappeared, and I watched that trial, and I knew halfway through she was going to walk, because the prosecution failed miserably to prove their case against Casey Anthony. That's on them. That's literally on them. If you want to be fair and watch that trial, you can see that unfold before your very eyes. And I knew she was going to walk, because in Florida, we are very, very, very strict on beyond reasonable doubt. And they were able to walk into that courtroom and place strong reasonable doubt. That don't mean I don't think she didn't do it. Don't take that wrong. But I'm that juror. I can sit here and look at all of this evidence, but once you get me in court, that's a different story. It's going to come down to which expert I believe. And let's face it, this case is going to be a battle of the experts, period.
Oh, yeah.
Period. Which one am I going to believe? And from what I've seen out of Cy and what I've seen out of Nick Balance, I'm leaning to go with Nick Balance. He's way more professional. Way more professional, in my opinion.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at my phone. In the Neighbors app, somebody put a post up, and it literally just says, "Your dog is back at my house, ... And then they put a photo of the dog. It's like, come get your dog, please.
Yeah, come and get your puppy.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm sorry. So, yeah, now tell me what you, talk and I'll, point. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, do you have your screen ready? Let me pull you back up.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me get you up there. Okay. So as you guys can see, how do I make, oh, I got my screen bigger now. I can't see chat at the moment. Let me pull it up on my phone. Hold on. Because my blind self has yet to go get new glasses because I'm lazy about stuff like that. And I'm using
I'm
these.
waiting for mine to get ready.
My son just got ordered him some new ones, and I'm using old cheap old readers from the dollar store. I only got like all I literally have near my home is a Dollar General, and I didn't want to go to town just to get a pair of damn reading glasses. Anyway, enough about my reading issues. Okay, all right, screen's big. I can see it, and I can also see chat. Great. All right, now let me start. Okay, so like we were showing earlier, Dolphin, I was going to kind of draw a circle around the home there. So on the left-hand side, you got 1112 King Road, and that is the home facing the intersection of King and Queen. And that is the blue block here with all the times listed that car passed by. And I'm going to compare these times back to the video that I did, and I'm also going to go back and watch some of the Linda Lane stuff. But I
This
think we
little
have,
yellow section, this right here above the blue 1112 King Road, is where
yeah,
the house was.
yeah. Um, Then it's got the 1330 Linda Lane, and I think all of those, the 330, 339, 356, 405, I think all those are in my video, those timestamps. Like I was saying, the 1320 Linda Lane faces Linda Lane itself. It looks out toward Taylor Ave. And in the video I put out, you can definitely see the car drive by at 329. Because when these times came out recently in the docs, I sat back down and reviewed those videos. And I was like, if it's there, it's there. And boy, right, I'm watching the clock, on the video footage, and sure enough, at 329, you can't make out what kind of car it is. I will give them that because it's too far away. But it is a light colored car. I will say that. And it passes and then it goes into the neighborhood. And then it's spotted on those other cameras. So in my opinion, it is the car. And then over here at the orange block, they got him at the Ridge Road. Now, this is the two locations. The 329, it says the 401 mark, the 401 AM pass is where they get the most clear image of the car. Now,
That's
at
we finally
320,
got him email.
and so it makes two passes right there. And we know that Miss Ann says that one of those he was going the wrong way. But what does that matter at this point? You can turn. There's so many ways. I mean, he could have got down
Just trying to
here.
muddy the waters.
Exactly. Once you got behind, he could have turned around at any point, went back the other direction and passed it, and, trying to figure out which way am I going to go in? What's the best way? Where's my vision of, what can I see the best? Who knows what he was thinking and doing? Now over here on the far right, that light blue, that is the first time they see the car come into the area. And that's at the Main Street Sunset Mart gas station, and that's at the 328 timestamp, and that. So then you got 329. He's over here at Ridge. I need to pull up like the actual map of the road because these things are all in the way. But anyway,
yeah, they are in the way.
They are. So when you come, it feels like when he passed 95 in Lauder, he goes down Lauder, and then he has to take a right onto Ridge. Would that put the car going the wrong way? The left, backwards. I said that, yeah. Would that be where she says the car's going the wrong way? Because I think at 401 it was going the other direction, right? Back out toward Lauder. It would have had to have come in, taken a left on Ridge to be seen at 329 at that big apartment complex sitting there. It's a big white building sitting there where the little emblem is. So it's seen at 329 there, and then it comes down Ridge Road back here at Paradise Drive. Now, see, those timestamps are 335 and 348. So in my mind, I was trying to figure out when he took that left here at 329, did he go down Ridge, down Paradise, and that's what, 451 Paradise, and did he go back up Ridge? I got to put all that together on my map without all these blocks in my way, and I'm going to be working on that because I really want to map this stuff out. and see how it compares to the video that I did. And I will probably add this stuff into the video, even though we don't have the actual footage. I can
Mhm.
pull up these locations, right, and
Mhm.
pinpoint them in the video. So I think visuals are good for people. Um, Go ahead. Got a thought?
Yeah, they are. I'm looking. So this 328 on the right at South Main Street, the Sunset Mart,
Hmm.
that's the earliest time in all these blocks,
Yes.
right? So 328, you've got
Now,
329 over here, and then you've got two occurrences. You've got 329 here, and then
mhm.
330 here. So it's like,
So I think
yeah.
it's like less than a minute, from the
Hmm.
329 at Ridge Road over. Because if
So
you
he
go
came
up
all the
it,
way over,
mhm,
down.
which makes no sense right there. Because if the first pass at Ridge was 329, I
Hmm.
think he must have just went straight down Lauder,
Hmm.
past, and then he had to go up
Up
the
here,
Lauder and
Taylor.
past Lake. You know what I mean? And then
Uh-huh.
past Linda Lane to be captured at 329.
And you could actually get to Linda Lane from Taylor, right?
Oh yeah, you turn right off of
Hmm.
Taylor Ave, right dead onto Linda Lane.
So this is before these. So he
Yes.
came down Linda Lane this way,
No.
then went back around.
It shows him coming past Linda Lane, and in the video,
Hmm.
he doesn't turn on Linda Lane.
Oh, okay, because this is
Yeah,
all the way, it has a view all the way out to
all the
Taylor,
way out to
right?
the street.
Okay,
Hmm.
so he
Yeah,
passed by,
yeah,
came around, came through
yeah.
here in King, came up through Queen, da 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 da. Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, exactly. And oh, did I lose? Am I cutting in and out, guys? Let me know in chat. Are Dolphin and I cutting in and out? Am I having that issue today?
You had been a little bit earlier,
Really? I
just
got
a little bit.
okay. I still have yet to hardwire into my modem, but the modem isn't here in the room with me. It is what it is. Y'all just pretend I'm not a hot mess express, okay? Just pretend. Bear with me. We'll get through this. I am in the works of making some uh, better adjustments here to what we're doing. I actually got my chair all set up today, so I got my massage pad in it and everything. Yesterday about killed me. Um, Let me see what is Ranger saying. What are y'all saying over here? Y'all missed what? There was something I was about to point out that wasn't on that video, and now I can't remember what it was. Yeah, that's not on here.
The
It's good.
420.
There's more maps to come, guys.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, there
Yeah.
are more maps coming. We're reviewing this one. So if you want to scroll, Dolphin, we'll go to the other.
Okay. Yep. So let me make this
That three
smaller.
point turn to Joy. That right there is weird to me because he did well. No, it's not. You're right. He does a 3-point turn once he gets down to the Queen Road and King Road intersection, and
Right
it's
down in here.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's seen on the 1122 or the 1112
One, two.
camera.
Mm-hmm.
What we don't know how they see or can tell is they say the car attempts to turn around or park in front of the home. Now, are they basing that on headlight movements that the camera's picking up? This car is like moving around because there's, as far as we know, there's no camera that sees directly in front of that home. So, how do they know it attempted to turn around or park without looking at headlight movement from 1112? Is all I can come up with at this point. Could be dead ass wrong, but that's all I can think of. Right? Now's a good time to look at the clues that Papa Rogers gave us. Papa Roger. Is that you, Kohberger? Yep. Isn't it odd how that Papa Rogers profile picture even favored Kohberger?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I'm so curious as to what was underlined on page 118. Was it part of Elliot's manifesto? Because 118 of that manifesto is really freaking. Let me just say, I've read it, and I'm almost there that might be what that is. I don't know for sure. I get the book manifesto is different, but this is a PCA. They're going to word things where they want to. But I'm wondering if that page 118, and it says that there's an actual something underlined on that page, and when I read it, the whole page, I was like, holy shit. Yeah. I don't think Cy is going to find much, honestly, there. I'm sorry, y'all.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah, you can scroll. I'm just trying to catch up
Okay.
on chat.
You said there's another map in here you wanted me to jump down to?
Oh, there's a lot coming up still. We can just go through it as we go through it. So, all right, and this tells us more about it. Sorry, I had to
This is
just
where you left off for reading?
yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
The videos capture footage in the middle of the night from approximately 3:35 to 4:07. When there is light vehicle traffic, especially in Moscow, Idaho. From the review of the surveillance videos, investigators were able to determine the support vehicle's path of travel based on the witness direction of travel associated with the timestamps. From the review of I'll mess myself up. From the review of the 1125 Ridge Road video, which admittedly proves the best view of the suspect vehicle, investigators were able to determine that the suspect vehicle shared. So, based on the 1125 Ridge Road surveillance and other video surveillance, investigators can determine the suspect's path of travel. And here's the second map. And that's what I call circling your prey right there.
Oh, now that's nice.
Yeah. So then take a look at that. I'm gonna blow this up for me even. Where's my button to do that? I don't want to, I'll mess myself up. I had it a second ago and oh wait, there
I
we
mean,
go.
I can increase the
I
percentage a
got
little bit more. Are you
I
good?
got it. I'm
Okay.
full screen on my PC now and I still got chat pulled up on the phone. Texas, if they had a camera, we wondered the same thing. We've looked all over before they shut down us being able to go down that street on Google Maps. We have looked high and low for a camera. People have went down there, boots on the ground, trying to find if there's a camera. I think if there was one, it would be in these dock drops. I honestly think it would be, because that's,
Right.
you know
Plus
what I
this building right here, the 701. So
mean?
where this yellow dot is, this is where the house was, like right on this corner. And this out here is like their parking lot. That 701 is that white building. This right here is that path that gets through. These are the Taylor apartments or Taylor Avenue apartments, whatever. There's nothing on the back side of that building. There are power lines and stuff like that here. This little house right here, it looks like it's split into maybe 2 or 3 apartments,
Yeah,
and we couldn't see anything there either.
yeah.
So, yeah,
We
not
saw
sure that there's
nothing.
anything right in front of it.
That's why I'm thinking they're basing the lights turning around in front of the home off what the camera the neighbors pick up, because it can't see it. The 1112 camera cannot see the front of King Road home, but it can see headlights moving on the road. You know what I mean? And so I'm thinking that's all I can come up with logically. Now, as I've told
Headlights,
you
brake
guys,
lights.
exactly. Um, when you leave the King Road residence and you come out and you go, this is how they also feel he lived. Now, okay, first of all, notice at 401 at 1125 Ridge, they have him there, the purple. They see him. That looks like he comes off there and takes the left, right? Passes the camera, goes all the way down Ridge, up Ridge. Now, right now, 451, remember, 451 Paradise is right
Paradise.
there. So he goes up Ridge.
Oh, there it is right there.
Yep. And then Ridge Road turns into Willenta. Over here at the purple mark, I think it is, where we can't see it. But then he goes into the neighborhood via Willenta, turns in, and that's at the 404 pass, though, right? That he does that. So the whole time he's circling around back here, driving around different directions and such, because I'm telling you, if you're back here on Willenta, you get a clear view of that house and every damn thing going on. You could have surveilled from back there from the time you landed in Washington until the time you committed the crimes. So that's a visual there, and then we'll scroll through Let me minimize my stupid thing again. Hold on. I keep forgetting how I did it. Oh, duh, escape. Guys, I'm still tired from yesterday. My mind is not here. Um, if you guys have any particular questions, let us know in the chat. When JLR was there, I asked him to look, but I don't think he did. I think he did, Texas. I've played JLR's videos here before of the drive. If there was a camera there, JLR is going to be all up over that, right? I do think he did look. I don't know if he looked when he initially went, so you may be right. He may not have looked, but others have looked, and nobody has seen a camera there. Not just us on maps trying to figure it out, but boots on the ground people that have been in there in the past.
Oh, yeah.
So, okay. So getting back to the document read, it takes approximately 3 minutes to travel from 1125 Ridge to 1112 King Road, and that's where the camera is located. A logical application means the vehicle with characteristics of a fifth-gen Honda 04. And I agree, that makes logical sense. I don't think there were two Elantras running around out there. I mean, we know there's a bunch of them, but that time of the night, there just happens to be two. Nah. The same line of reasoning can be applied to other surveillance videos. The state should be able to introduce all video surveillance surrounding the crime scene preceding the homicides. Now, if Ann Taylor didn't think these videos were damning, would she not want them in court?
Right. She wouldn't even be concerned with them.
Right, she's going to be like, all y'all got is some grainy-ass footage. You can't prove that's my client. Let it go, because that's going to help me put some reasonable doubt out there. These do not help with reasonable doubt. That's why Ann wants it kept out. So, getting back to the doc. The state's expert should be able to opine based on his analysis and the surrounding circumstances that the surveillance is picking up the same suspect vehicle, which he identified as sharing the same characteristics as 2014 through 2015 fifth gen. There does not need to be continuous footage for this evidence. Thank you. Thank you. We didn't have somebody following him around in another car.
Yeah, TMZ wasn't following him,
No,
on the night.
it's like somebody on a stream was, well, I'm going to need to see him on camera entering and exiting that house. Okay, are we at a point in this country where we have to see these crimes committed on tape to believe they happened? Are we? Are we really there yet? Come on, America.
No.
If it was your loved one, would you say, oh, well, you got some pretty convincing evidence there, but I need more? I'm pretty sure that DNA on that sheet's pretty freaking big, in my opinion. And so is the K-Var purchase, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm tired of this guy. I'm tired of playing around with the internet about him. It's pretty much laid out now. There does not need to be a continuous footage. Okay. Defendant argues there is no continuous footage linking the vehicle at the 1112 King Road footage and that from Ridge Road. Well, because not everybody has cameras, Kohberger, but the ones they did all picked you up doing your movements. Defendant's argument appears to suggest that because every single business and residence surrounding the crime scene did not have video surveillance, that the state should be precluded from introducing this as evidence. This is illogical. Yes, it is. As argued above, the state should be able to introduce all captured video surveillance surrounding the crime scene preceding the homicides. The state expert should be able to opine based on his analysis and the surrounding circumstances that the surveillance is picking up the same suspect vehicle with those characteristics of the 2014 and 2015. This opinion would not be speculative as argued, but instead based on logical, educated inferences from the review of surveillance video, including observed traffic flow, direction of travel, and timestamps. The identification of the suspect vehicle is relevant and admissible, and I agree. As the court has, you agree? Yep.
Oh, yeah.
As the court has seen in the defendant's other filings, the defendant tends to label bad evidence for the defendant as irrelevant. Of course he's going to label it bad evidence. He's not going to say, oh, y'all got some good stuff. for the defendant as irrelevant and ask this court to prohibit the state from introducing it. That is not the rule. Under Idaho Rule of Evidence 401, evidence is relevant if it has the tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would without the evidence. And the fact is of consequence in determining the action. IRE 401. This evidence is clearly relevant as the defendant owned a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra at the time of the homicides. Defendant argues pursuant to IRE 403 this relevant evidence should be excluded. The defendant fails to show how this evidence is unfair, confusing, misleading, would cause the delay, waste time, or would be cumulative. Because remember, Anne's like, you're all wasting time. She said that in court. Much less that the evidence probative value is substantially outweighed by such. Thank God we don't have googly experts on the witness stand like we had in Delphi. Let me just stop and Google up some information real quick. The state anticipates Mr. Imel will testify in accordance with his expert opinion at trial. See, we didn't get that in Delphi. We didn't get no expert identification person up there to make and model that car that we saw a screenshot of. The state anticipates other witnesses will refer to the vehicle identified on surveillance footage as a white sedan or like language. The jury, the fact finders, should be able to, oh, that's where somebody got that and posted it. Okay, I see you, dude. That's a side note. That's my own personal thing there. Sorry, got sidetracked. People wanted to argue with me on Twitter last night, and it was kind of funny. I was having fun. That's my playground when I get bored. The jury, the fact finder, should be able to hear Mr. Imel's opinion regarding the make and model of the suspect vehicle. Weigh this information with other testimony or evidence admitted, including the area video surveillance Special Agent Hill's testimony, as well as what is offered by the defendant. Then decide if they believe the vehicle on 1112 King Road and other surveillance footage is a 2014 2015 Hyundai Elantra. Scroll up, ma'am. Thank you. Was the defendant's Hyundai Elantra. Conclusion. In conclusion, the state respectfully requests this deny the defendant's motion and rule that the state's expert Anthony Imel is allowed to testify at trial in accordance with the state's expert disclosure, which includes the opinion that the vehicle captured on the 1112 road video shares similar characteristics to the 5th gen Hyundai Elantra between 2014 and 2015. And there's more maps and stuff in here, I think. Okay. This is a big document.
Certificate of delivery.
Mm-hmm. And then they just got through the PCA. You can scroll past all that. Yeah, it's just the PCA that was in there for some reason. Or their little grainy map. Okay, this right here.
Seriously. Okay.
Unclassified, they called it. Okay.
Wait, let me make sure. Yeah, that's the last of the PCA. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't skip anything.
Yep. Do you want to start reading this one?
Are you tired already?
Not tired already. Let me get a drink of my Coke here.
Oh, okay.
Let me mute so Joe don't hear me swallowing. Hold up.
Okay. So you want me to read it?
Yeah, you can start this one.
Okay. So apparently this is a document from the FBI. It says, through the course of this investigation, investigators performed an extensive canvass of Moscow, Idaho, Idaho and the surrounding areas to include Pullman, Washington, Clarkston, Washington, and Lewiston, Idaho, for video surveillance. Sorry, I had a cough drop in my mouth. Let me take that out. Which may have been relevant to this investigation. Their surveillance, which was collected, was reviewed by Special Agent Hill in conjunction with other investigative leads in an attempt to identify and locate a suspect and/or suspect vehicle. Through this surveillance review and a review of other investigative leads, a suspect vehicle identified as a 2011 through 2016 white Hyundai Elantra, hereafter referred to as Vehicle 1, Additionally, a subject was identified as Bryan Kohberger. The following is intended to be a summary of the collected surveillance footage, highlighting pertinent sightings which appear to show vehicles matching the description of Vehicle 1 or sightings of individuals matching the description of Kohberger on November 13th. That should be 2022. The
Yeah.
below noted camera locations were checked for their timestamp accuracy. Yes, thank you. That's what I
Yeah.
wanted to know too.
Mhm.
As compared to actual current time. The following time accuracy was found for each location. 787 Indian Hills Drive, Moscow, Idaho. Camera time accurate to local time. 763 Indian Hills Drive, Moscow. Same. 755 Indian Hills Drive in Moscow. It's accurate.
So he was spotted 3 times on camera on Indian Hills.
Three different
Yep.
cameras.
On the way to the Main Street location.
1311 South Main Street in Moscow. That's the Sunset filling station, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Camera time approximately 1 minute and 43 seconds behind local time. There we go. That's what I want to know. So they can adjust that. If they know that, they can adjust. 1125 Ridge Road, apartment 108 in Moscow. Camera time is accurate to local time. 132, so 1320 Linda Lane, Moscow. 1320 Dumpster. Camera time approximately 5 seconds behind local time.
Okay, now that's
Dumpster.
that's the Linda 1320 is the frame that sees out to Taylor, and that's the one that has the dumpster guy video.
In its view. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I
Yeah.
just was like, why did they mention the dumpster? Okay.
Yep.
And then 1112 King Road in Moscow. Camera time accurate to local time. Excuse me. 1330 Linda Lane in Moscow. It says the 1330 parking, so it's over the parking lot, I guess. Camera time is accurate to local time. 451 Paradise Drive in Moscow. Camera time is accurate to local time. 1455 Southeast Bishop Boulevard in Pullman, Washington. It says CH10, Pullman, Washington. What's the CH10?
Um.
Unless this is a traffic cam.
It
Maybe
may
it's
be.
channel 10 for their traffic. Camera time approximately 7 seconds behind local time. Hey, Danger.
Welcome in, Danger. And hey, Donnie, how you doing?
Oh, yeah, I didn't see Donnie. Hello. Okay. Northeast Stadium Way at Southeast Nevada in Pullman, Washington on Washington State University's campus. Camera time accurate to local time. Northeast Stadium Way at Grimes, Pullman, Washington. Also WSU's campus. Camera time is accurate. Northeast Stadium Way at Wilson Road in Pullman, Washington on WSU's campus. Camera time is accurate. Northeast Stadium Way at Cougar Way in Pullman, Washington on WSU's campus. That camera time is also accurate. 305 Fifth Street in Clarkston, Washington. It's a Costco. Camera time is accurate. 820 Port Drive in Clarkston, Washington. That's the U.S. Chef's Store. Camera time is approximately 1 minute behind local time. Okay, so that's where he was later that afternoon on the 13th.
Yes.
Okay. 400 Bridge Street, Clarkston, Washington. That's Albertson's grocery store. Camera time is accurate to local time within 1 minute. 1300 Johnson Avenue, Pullman, Washington. That's at E&S Services. Camera time is approximately 1 minute and 30 seconds behind local time. Oh, I'm loving this. The following is intended as a summary of the collected surveillance footage and is not intended to be an all-encompassing report on the entirety of the collected video. Agent note. For a visual representation of the sightings listed below, maps have been provided, yes, as reference documents. For the Indian Hills addresses below, please refer to Map 1. For the remainder of the addresses in Moscow, Idaho, please refer to Map 2. Digital copies of Map 1 and Map 2 will be attached to 1A section of the case file. Oh, I'm so glad I didn't look through this yesterday.
Um, so apparently, the
Mm-hmm.
FBI is turning over stuff to the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah. So stop saying they didn't. They're hiding everything. The only thing they've hidden is the IGG, and it's not really hidden because you got to see all of it, Anne.
Yep.
It's hidden from us for privacy for the people on the tree, which I am okay with that. I have no problem with that. But go ahead, Dolphin.
Okay. Sightings in the Moscow, Idaho / Pullman, Washington area at 3:26:10 and 10 seconds a.m. November 13th, 787 Indian Hills Drive, Moscow, Idaho. Summary: a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 is seen driving westbound on Indian Hills Drive. At 3:26:35 a.m. on the 13th at 763 Indian Hills Drive in Moscow, the headlights of a vehicle are seen traveling westbound on Indian Hills Drive. So this is a house that's like a few doors down. Okay. At 3:26:43 on November 13th at 755 Indian Hills Drive, a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 is seen traveling westbound on Indian Hills Drive. At 3:28:56 on the 13th, 1311 South Main Street, Moscow. It says Channel 7. Summary: a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 is seen traveling westbound on Steiner Avenue, crossing Main Street, and continuing westbound onto Lauder Avenue. That Channel 7 must be their like DOT traffic cam channels or whatever.
And remember,
Um,
Lauder's the one that leads to the Ridge Road area.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. 3:29:02 a.m. at 1125 Ridge Road, apartment 108 in Moscow. Camera 2. A vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 is seen traveling westbound on Lauder Avenue through the intersection of Lauder Avenue and Ridge Road. At 3:29:04 a.m., 1125 Ridge Road, apartment 108 in Moscow. Camera 1. Um, a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 continues on Lauder Avenue as the road curves to the north toward Taylor Avenue. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh, this is good. 3:29:48 a.m. on the 13th at 1320 Linda Lane in Moscow. 1320 dumpster. A vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 is seen traveling westbound on Taylor Avenue past Linda Lane. At 3:30:22 a.m. on the 13th at 1112 King Road in Moscow. A vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 is seen traveling southbound on King Road, turning east onto Queen Road. At 3:55 a.m. on the 13th, 1330 Linda Lane, the 1330 parking lot, I guess. Summary: a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 travels east along the north side of 500 Queen Road. The vehicle turns south along the east side of the building, then turns west along the south side of the building. The vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 exits the frame, traveling west in the direction of 1122 King Road, hereafter referred to as the victim's residence. Mm. At 3:31:18 a.m. on November 13th, 1112 King Road. Headlights briefly shine on upper exterior of 1127 King Road, indicating a vehicle turning north toward Queen Road from the southern parking area of 500 Queen Road. Mm. Oh, this is so good. Did you want to say
It
something?
is. No,
Okay.
excuse me.
3:33:01 a.m. on November 13th, the 1112 King Road camera. A vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 travels westbound on Queen Road, turning north onto King Road. Headlights can be seen shining on trees to the west of the intersection of King Road and Taylor Avenue,
Mm.
indicating the vehicle turned west onto Taylor Avenue. Wow. Okay. I'm so proud of the FBI
And
right now.
how can he sit here and say they don't have continuous, stuff on me? The dude, this is pretty continuous.
Hmm. At 3:36 a.m. on the 13th, 1112 King Road cam. Headlights are seen southbound on Walenta Drive behind 1119 King Road Drive. Oh boy. 3:35:13 a.m. on November 13th, 451 Paradise Drive in Moscow. A vehicle matching the description of Vehicle 1 travels south on Ridge Road, turning westbound onto Paradise Drive. 3:35:14 on November 13th, still 451 Paradise Drive. A vehicle matching the description of Vehicle 1 continues westbound on Paradise Drive. 3:38 12 and 12 seconds a.m. November 13th, 1112 King Road's camera shows headlights are seen northbound on Walenta Drive behind 1119 King Road Drive. At 3:38:34 on November 13th, 1112 King Road's camera shows a vehicle matching the description of Vehicle 1 is seen southbound on King Road, turning east on King Road. At 3:39:07 a.m. on November 13th, the 1330 Linda Lane camera that's over the parking lot, a vehicle matching the description of Vehicle 1 travels east on Queen Road along the north side of 500 Queen Road. The vehicle turns south along the east side of the building, then turns west along the south side of the building. The vehicle matching the description of Vehicle 1 exits the frame, traveling west in the direction of the victim's residence. Okay. 3:39:35 a.m. on the 13th, 1112 King Road cam. Headlights briefly shine on upper exterior of 1127 King Road, indicating a vehicle turning north toward Queen Road from the southern parking area of 500 Queen Road.
Wow.
This is so good.
It is.
3:40:24 a.m. November 13th, 1112 King Road camera. A vehicle matching the description of Vehicle 1 is seen traveling west on Queen Road, turning north onto King Road. Headlights can be seen shining on trees to the west of the intersection of King Road and Taylor Avenue, indicating the vehicle turned west onto Taylor Avenue. I love that they put that in there.
Yeah.
It's like, this is how we know he turned left, you know?
Like I
Oh,
said, they had to, like, even when they say he attempted to turn around or park in front of the house, they only could be going by headlight movements, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, this is
Common sense, people.
3:41:01 a.m. November 13th at 1112 King Road. Headlights are seen traveling south on Walenta Drive behind 1119 King Road. 3:43:46 a.m. on November 13th at 451 Paradise Drive. Vehicle headlights turn east onto Paradise Drive from Ridge Road. A reflection of the headlights indicates the vehicle may have made an immediate U-turn back onto Ridge Road northbound.
Going the wrong way.
Okay. 3:45:07 a.m. on the 13th, 1112 King Road. Headlights are seen traveling north on Walenta Drive behind 1119 King Road. At 3:47:08 a.m. on the 13th, 1112 King Road. Headlights are seen traveling south on Walenta Drive behind 1119 King Road.
Texas Ranger, do you mean A.R. Hayes? He'd go into JB's and heard what JB was saying and got the frick out of there, didn't he? It's like, oh shit, JB gonna come at me, I better go.
Yeah.
He told him, didn't he?
Yeah. Don't twizzle
That's
tard.
funny.
Truth. Oh, you're nuts. Okay, at 3:48:47 a.m. on the 13th, 451 Paradise Drive, a vehicle matching the description of Vehicle 1 turns east onto Paradise Drive from Ridge Road. A reflection of headlights indicate the vehicle may have made an immediate U-turn back onto Ridge Road northbound. Wait,
What?
Oh, he made two. Yeah, I was like, I read something about a U-turn. So at 3:46 a.m., he made a U-turn, an immediate U-turn on Paradise, right? And then 3:48, he makes another immediate U-turn on Paradise. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, I just read that. He did it twice
Thank you, Joe Schmo. I got your
within a couple of
message.
minutes.
Sorry. Joe's
Yeah.
playing that guy for me behind the scenes. Thank you, Joe.
Oh, no, that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, Truth, trust me, I don't support him either for the exact same reasons.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
We thought what he said last night on his live about the case was quite comical. That's all.
Hmm.
Coming to the realization he was wrong and admitting it,
Yep.
and calling out the rest who won't admit it. But I don't ever watch the guy either. But we did last
No.
night. Bits and giggles.
Yeah. Okay. At 3:27 a.m. on the 13th, 1112 King Road. Headlights are seen traveling north on Walenta Drive behind 1119 King Road. At 3:51:26 on the 13th, same camera, 1112 King Road. Headlights are seen traveling south on Walenta Drive behind 1119 King Road. At 3:52:42 on the 13th, the same camera. Headlights are seen traveling south on Walenta Drive behind 1119 King Road. Oh, sorry, I've got reminders on my phone going off. Sorry. At 3:53:36 a.m., the same 1112 camera. Headlights are seen traveling north on Walenta Drive behind 1119 King Road. So he was up there for a
You
bit,
know
it
who? I
seems.
just googled that address. You know
Hmm.
whose address that is?
Who, the 1119?
Yep,
Who?
Jax.
I figured it was on the opposite side of the street
Yeah,
from the
I wasn't sure
1112.
if it was at Jax or just further down the dead end there.
Has evens and odds. Yeah,
Yep.
that's across the street. And you know what? I have heard that Jack's house had cameras on it.
Yeah, we have heard that.
Hmm. But they're, I think, yeah, I don't know. They're just referencing it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so 3:53:36, same thing. Okay. At 3:56:24 a.m. on the 13th, the same 1112 King Road camera, a vehicle matching the description of a vehicle 1 travels south on King Road and turns east onto Queen Road. At 3:56:57 a.m. on the 13th, the 1330 Linda Lane camera that overlooks the parking lot shows a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 travels east along the north side of 500 Queen Road. The vehicle turns south along the east side of the building, then turns west along the south side of the building. The vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 exits the frame traveling west in the direction of the victim's residence. And this is not the first time I've read that particular pattern. 3:57:27 a.m. on the 13th, the 1112 camera. Headlights briefly shine on the upper exterior of 1127 King Road, indicating a vehicle turning north toward Queen Road. The headlights disappear approximately 5 seconds later. So 1127 has got to be further over to the left of Jack's house, like further up into that curve kind of
Yep.
on the street. At 3:58:23 a.m. on the 13th, 1112 King Road, a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 travels west on Queen Road and turns north onto King Road. Headlights can be seen shining on trees to the west of the intersection of King Road and Taylor Avenue, indicating the vehicle turned west onto Taylor Avenue. We've seen that again before. 3:59:04 a.m. on the 13th, 1112 King Road. Headlights are seen traveling south on Walenta Drive behind 1119 King Road. At 4 a.m. and 14 seconds on November 13th, at 1112 King Road, headlights are seen traveling north on Walenta Drive behind 1119 King Road. At 4:01:30 a.m. on the 13th, at the 1125 Ridge Road, apartment 108 camera 1, a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 travels south, then east on Lauder Avenue. boy. 4:01:43 a.m. on November 13th. On camera 2 at 1125 Ridge Road, apartment 108, a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 turns from eastbound Lauder Avenue onto southbound Ridge Road. At 4:04:20 a.m. on the 13th, at 1112 King Road, headlights are seen traveling north on Willenta Drive behind 1119 King Road. At 4:04:56 a.m. on November 13th, at the 1112 King Road camera, a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 travels south on King Road and turns east onto Queen Road. At 4:05:31 a.m. on the 13th, at the 1330 Linda Lane parking lot camera, a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 pulls partially into east side parking lot of the 500 Queen Road apartment buildings from the north side of the buildings, moving east. The vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 then completes a 3-point turn and returns westbound along north side of apartment buildings.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the Linda Lane camera that caught
Yep.
this a 3-point turn. Okay.
Yeah, when the 3-point turn I thought happened at King and Queen intersection.
I thought maybe there's more than one.
Also, when he goes
Mhm.
back behind Queen Road, the one, the timestamp at what 4:05, that's when he turns around in that parking lot and goes back out. But the rest of the times he comes in and circles the building.
Mhm.
So that's probably
Yeah.
that's what that is. Yep, you're right.
Oh, I just saw what Texas said. At this point, I think Ann Taylor is just making all the money she can. She knows that.
Yeah, yeah. Truth. I looked up that guy you're talking about. He was a teenager, right? I'm gonna have to talk to you behind the scenes about that for a little bit. Okay.
Okay. 4:06:09 a.m. on November 13th, the 1112 King Road camera. Headlights are visible in a window reflection as well as on the exterior of 1119 King Road, indicating the vehicle is facing west on Queen Road. The lights appear to move slowly, indicating the vehicle is descending the hill while passing by the front of the victim's residence.
Wait. Headlights are visible in a window reflection as well as one of the exterior of, in 119, like I said, is Jack's house.
Yep. Oh boy. 4:06:31 a.m. on the 13th, the 1112 King Road camera. A vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 travels west on Queen Road, performs a U-turn at the intersection with King Road, then travels east on Queen Road. There you go.
Yep.
That was the 1112 camera that saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. At 4:07:28 a.m. on the 13th, the 1330 Linda Lane parking lot camera, a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 travels east along the north side of 500 Queen Road. The vehicle turns south along the east side of the building, then turns west along the south side of the building. The vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 exits the frame traveling west in the direction of the victim's residence.
That's the timestamp in the Linda Lane. You see him at 4:07 come through, and then he goes right behind the building into the back dark parking lot toward the victim's homes. Yep.
Okay. And at 4:07:47 a.m. on the 13th, the 1112 King Road camera, headlights of a vehicle turning north onto Queen Road briefly shine on the exterior of 1127 King Road. There is no subsequent vehicle activity captured for approximately 13 minutes after these headlights are seen.
So that takes me back to something Steve Gonzalez was saying. Okay.
Oh, the people are going to wonder why he's sitting there, what he was looking at or something?
Where this car parked and why it was sitting there like it was. Exactly it. What was the car doing? in these time periods that it was like stationary or whatever. So this
Mm-hmm.
says that, hold on, headlights of the vehicle, there was no subsequent vehicle activity captured for approximately 13 minutes. So at 4:07, it goes behind the building. The headlights go out. You can clearly see it. The car stops back there. 13 minutes. So this all took place within 13 minutes, the crime itself?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Damn.
Yeah. And Texas Ranger, yes, yeah, we're going to get to see this in court. I don't know if they're going to bring this in and they're going to like literally have, some sort of, presentation with like a little
Right.
car on these roads actually rolling and showing you, that the car is making this turn on the map and backing up and all that. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they're going to bring visual aids in and
Yeah.
show people this.
Yeah. They're going to do that. You know they're going to do it. They'd be foolish not to. Well, you'd have to kind of show the
Yeah.
the jurors what you're speaking about.
Mhm.
So I believe they will have a visual presentation on that as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so the 40747 was the last time those headlights were seen for 13 minutes. Then we've got at 4:20:47 a.m. on the 13th, the 1112 King Road camera. A vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 travels westbound on Queen Road at a high rate of speed, turning north onto King Road.
Leaving
Headlights.
when he traveled on that high rate of speed, he peeled out in front of that house. My favorite
Mhm.
tire tread stuff. You got the cameras out there, and everybody's been telling me, "Oh, those marks were out there. Look at the video of Xana in front of the home." They're okay, but maybe there were fresh ones laid down when he sped out of there at 420.
Mhm.
If they can match that tire tread, those marks on the ground, um, to that Elantra, if the tires match, that's another thing. And
Yeah.
if you change your tire, I want to know when, where, and how.
Yeah.
Why?
Headlights can be seen shining on trees to the west of the intersection of King Road and Taylor Avenue, indicating the vehicle turned west onto Taylor Avenue. Okay. At 4:21:05 a.m. on the 13th, 1112 King Road camera. Headlights are seen traveling south on Walenta Drive behind 1119 King Road. Okay. Then we have a gap in time that we are aware of. 5:26:59 a.m. on the 13th at 1300 Johnson Avenue in Pullman, Washington. A vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 is seen traveling northbound on Johnson Avenue. Let's see. Oh, we're in page 38 of 51. Okay. Agent
And that
note.
was that was near Bishop Boulevard, and we had
Mhm.
seen in the previous filings about how he came back into the area after the crimes, back toward his home. So yeah, we got some mapping out to do still. Go ahead.
Mhm.
Just
Okay. Agent
out
note.
loud Googling.
What?
I was thinking out loud and Googling at the same time these
Oh, that's okay.
addresses.
Um, Due to the speed of the vehicle and its distance from the camera, the vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 is difficult to identify. However, this vehicle is seen driving northbound on Bishop Boulevard, followed shortly after by a semi-truck. Moments later, the white sedan is seen on the following cameras, still followed by the semi-truck. Agent note: the camera at 1330 Johnson Avenue shows two separate roads, Johnson Avenue and Bishop Boulevard. Johnson Avenue is in the foreground and Bishop Boulevard is in the background. In this surveillance, the
That
vehicle
is
matching.
and that location at 1330 is called Peace of Mind Cannabis.
Oh, okay. Girl. In
Mm.
this surveillance, the vehicle matching vehicle 1 is seen on Johnson Avenue while the semi truck traveling behind the vehicle is on Bishop Boulevard. Agent note: actual time with timestamp offset is approximately 5:25:29. Okay.
Danger. I don't know if we're going to get much more out of the girl. People are so okay. Not concerned to the point these girls did anything nefarious. I'm not there. I'm just not there. Um, I still have to figure out that they're just young, naive, drunk, doing ridiculous things that make no sense. But it doesn't take away from all these camera location sightings. The sheath. Now, unless y'all want to say Dylan knew Bryan Kohberger, that's the only way I can get there that Dylan did anything nefarious. Is she had to know Bryan Kohberger. Um, Other than that, yeah, they were doing ridiculous stuff, but I don't know what if any of it. How does that take away from Kohberger's guilt? Does it shine guilt on the girls? Of course, we all want clarity, but I don't know how much clearer it can get, other than they were just failed to enact. I'll call it that. Like JB said, y'all can focus on them girls all you want to. They might have been doing stupid shit, but Kohberger was doing dumber shit. That's what he said.
Yeah. Let's see, 38 pages. Where was I? I'm at the top of this. Um, okay. At 5:25:30 a.m. on November 13th at 1455 Southeast Bishop Boulevard in Pullman, Washington, a vehicle matching the description of Vehicle 1 is seen turning from northbound Johnson Avenue onto northbound Bishop Boulevard and continues northbound. This time is approximate, determined by time comparison with other cameras at the same business, due to frame glitches in the surveillance footage. Okay. Okay, it's this time is an approximate. Okay.
Okay.
Frame
Um,
glitches. That's
Before we
fine.
let me ask
Mhm.
something. If we are to believe these roommates ever left that house at any given time during the night, wouldn't their phones show that they did so? We know they have downloads from these girls' phones. Now, are we to believe the cops are covering up for some girls? Why? There's no evidence against these girls. So, but if they left that home or anything other than what they were doing, it would absolutely show up on their phone data. And there's no evidence to suggest those girls ever left that house until they went outside and started calling 911. But I'm not going to focus on the roommates. People who want to have their theories on them, you go right ahead. But it doesn't take away from any of this other stuff. It just doesn't. It just shows two very ridiculous acting girls who made a huge, huge mistake. That's all I can chalk it up to anymore. I don't know. I can't make sense of what them girls were doing. I'm not going to spend no more of my brain cells trying to figure it out. But yeah, because I can't figure it out.
Okay. At 5:26:22 a.m. on the 13th, 1455 Southeast Bishop Boulevard in Pullman, Washington, a vehicle matching the description of Vehicle 1 is seen traveling northbound on Bishop Boulevard toward Northeast Main Street, or I'm sorry, toward East Main Street, which is Highway 270. At 5:26:46 a.m. on the 13th, this same camera at Bishop Boulevard shows the vehicle matching the description of Vehicle 1 turns onto northbound East Main Street, otherwise known as Highway 270. At 5:28:31 a.m. on the 13th at Northeast Stadium Way and Southeast Nevada in Pullman, a vehicle matching the description of Vehicle 1 is seen turning onto Northeast Stadium Way from East Main Street, which is Highway 270. Vehicle 1 continues northeast through the intersection. At 5:28:44 a.m. on November 13th at Northeast Stadium Way and Southeast Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington, a vehicle matching the description of Vehicle 1 continues northeast on Northeast Stadium Way through the intersection. At 5:29:33 a.m. on November 13th at Northeast Stadium Way and Grimes Way in Pullman, Washington, a vehicle matching the description of Vehicle 1 continues north on Northeast Stadium Way through the intersection. At 5:29:41 a.m. on the 13th at Northeast Stadium Way and Wilson Road in Pullman, Washington, a vehicle matching the description of Vehicle 1 continues north on Northeast Stadium Way through the intersection. At 5:38:18 a.m. on the 13th at Northeast Stadium Way and Cougar Way in Pullman, Washington, a vehicle matching the description of Vehicle 1 is northbound on Northeast Stadium Way, then turns eastbound onto Northeast Orchard Drive. Okay, then we have a big gap. At 9:12:59 a.m. on November 13th the 1311 South Main Street, Moscow, Idaho camera, it says channel 1, a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 is seen traveling southbound on Highway 95. So this is almost 4 hours after he's gotten back on his side of town. He's back in Moscow. And then they go on to talk about sightings in Clarkston, Washington. At 12:34:15 p.m. on November 13th, at 301 5th Street in Clarkston, Washington, it says Costco entry roll up. An individual matching the description of Kohberger enters the main entrance to Costco. The individual appears to approach the front door from the northeast portion of the parking lot.
Huh.
So this is about 30 something, 40 minutes after 911 is called.
Sorry,
He's at
you guys,
Costco.
I dropped a poll in the chat, guys.
Oh, here, let me answer.
So far, we're at 100% yes.
Okay. So he's at Costco at 12:34, walking into Costco at 12:34:15. At 12:34:57 on November 13th, also still at Costco, it says an individual matching the description of Kohberger appears to be denied entry into Costco
What?
and leaves out the entrance and returns to the northeast section of the parking lot. Entry roll up. Do you think that would be like where the delivery trucks come in? Entry roll up? Because don't they kind of
Yeah.
have like garage doors that roll up or whatever? Is that what
Right.
they're
I
talking
got
about?
following. So he was denied entry.
Because otherwise, if he's trying to walk in the front door at 12:30 something on a Sunday afternoon, why would Costco deny him entry?
Exactly. And why would you want to go in a weird door and not the main door?
Yeah,
Camera.
entry roll up. That's very interesting language.
It is.
That
It
makes
was.
me think it's not the front door, but okay.
Yeah. Well,
That's
what are they going to deny him entry for? Oh wait, we don't like the way you look. You're not
hmm
allowed in Costco today. We think you might have done something last night.
And we already know he was in his Sunday best, right?
Yes. He was looking all
That
nice.
photo was taken 2 hours before he's at Costco.
Danger. You said yes because there's no maybe. Okay, maybe I should have put a maybe in there.
No.
No, I want y'all to straight up yes or no it. I don't want no maybes. We're beyond maybes in this case anymore, people.
Oh, wow. Okay. Let me scroll up. At 12:37:55 on the 13th, this is still at Costco, the gas hut. A vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 is seen traveling westbound through the Costco parking lot. Everybody keeps calling it a weird shiny shirt because Pascal said that too last night. It's sateen. That's
Yeah,
it's a certain type of men's dress shirt.
yeah,
It's like a certain finish to the shirt. That's
yeah.
not weird.
Y'all don't wear shiny shirts. Most men don't. Just a Kohberger thing. Okay.
Out in the normal world, it's something that you can find.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Gas hut. Okay. At 12:38:12 p.m. on the 13th, still at Costco, the gas hut. A vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 merges onto 5th Street northbound and immediately turns onto Port Drive toward Walmart.
Mm.
Oh, so he couldn't get into Costco at all, so he's going to Walmart right away. Hmm. At 12:42:35 on the
And
13th.
that's right there next door.
Mhm. At 820 Port Drive in Clarkston, Washington, a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 travels westbound on Port Drive, turning north into Kate's Cup of Joe drive through the drive-through lane. So he needs that
Oh,
coffee because
we
he's
knew.
been up all
Remember?
night.
Well, remember we knew from earlier documents that there was
Mhm.
a sighting. We thought it was passing by Kate's Cup of Joe.
Mhm.
Turns out, no. He had to stop for a cup of Joe.
He went through the drive-through. Of
Oh
course he
boy.
did. He was up all day
Yep.
long,
He got him a big old
all
latte.
night.
He wants the
Yeah.
grande size.
hmm So at 12:42:56 p.m. on the 13th, 820 Port Drive in Clarkston, the north lot, A vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 performs a U-turn into the U.S. Chef Store parking lot and slowly moves south through the lot. He's got some weird behaviors here. At
He's got the
12:43:41 p.m. on the 13th in the same parking lot, a vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 continues south through the U.S. Chef Store parking lot until it leaves the frame. Vehicle 1 appears to turn east onto Port Drive as it drives away. So actually, hold on a second. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait, let me go back. Kate's Cup of Joe. Right here, 12:42:35. They say he turned into it in the drive-through lane.
Mhm.
But 12:42:56, that's 21 seconds later, he's doing a U-turn. So he couldn't have possibly gotten a cup of coffee that
He
quickly.
must have just drove through the drive-through parking lot, then just drove through it and turned around. I got you. That makes sense. Unless they're real fast with their coffee making.
Yeah.
Like
Unless he had his order, on the app
unless he
or
called it
something,
in,
and
yeah, or pre-ordered.
was like,
Like
"Give me my
my
shit."
sister will do. Yeah,
You know?
I'm just stop at the damn drive-through. I want you to have it ready when I get there.
Because I gotta go for Thai food, right?
Thai food. I got some berries. I got to go
I
berry.
got things to do, right?
I got lots to do later.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. So I said, yeah, he went into the parking lot until the left frame, yep, and drove away. Okay. At 12:46:36, so this is almost 3 minutes later, on the 13th, he's at 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, the west parking lot. A vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 is seen traveling east through the Albertsons parking lot, eventually parking in the upper left corner of the screen behind a pickup truck. So wait, we've got Costco, can't get in there, and he goes to what, through this
Walmart.
parking lot
Yeah,
where Kate's Cup of Joe's, and turns around by that UF Chef store or whatever, and now he goes to Albertsons, and he actually did go into Albertsons,
he
right?
did go into Albertsons. Yeah,
Okay. 12:46, yep, 36. Okay, parked behind a pickup truck. At 12:48:55 at the same 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, at the east parking lot? Hold on. West parking lot here, east parking lot here. An individual matching the description of Kohberger walks from the area where the above mentioned vehicle parked toward the east entrance to Albertsons. Okay, so he's walking into Albertsons. At 12:49:30 p.m. on the 13th, at the same parking lot, it says exit east. An individual matching the description of Kohberger is seen entering Albertsons grocery store via the east entrance/exit. Oh yeah, okay. So he goes in at 12:49. Okay.
yeah.
At
I'd love to see those
12:56:50.
purchases. Would he?
Oh,
Because
you
you
know
know
they've
they got
got it.
that.
You know
Did
they've
he
got
stop?
it.
Did
At 12:56:50 p.m. on the
he
13th.
stop and go in there and get a deli sandwich because he's hungry? Shovel.
Oh. No,
We
he
got
had one in the
but
car already,
Albertsons
but
wouldn't have.
maybe that's where he got it
Well,
from. I
well,
don't know.
yeah. Well, I don't know. Does Albertsons sell shovels?
It's a grocery store. So,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, I think,
You
yeah,
probably got it
probably
down
not.
there at the Harbor Freight or the sporting goods place.
Maybe.
I want that.
Um,
I want that thing tested. I want to know about some soil on it.
Quick thing, you're lagging a little bit, and
Oh
so
no.
I'm not hearing you, and we're talking over each other.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
it's weird. It's like you start talking and then you cut out. There's like a dead space, and then it's like I thought you stopped, and so I start talking, and yeah.
That happened with you a minute ago. You cut out completely on me, so maybe it's
It's the
restream.
stream. Yeah, yeah.
It's the stream thing. I got good strong signal, so I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Um. So 12:56. Oh, here we go. 12:56:50 p.m. on the 13th in Albertsons at this east exit. An individual matching the description of Kohberger is seen checking out at self-checkout. So wait a minute. He's in from 12:49:30 to 12:56:50. He's at checkout already? So he got whatever he needed in what, 7 minutes and 20 seconds? Wow. He's a fast shopper.
Oh, I am. When I go in a grocery store, I don't play. I'm focused. I'm getting in there, getting what I need, and I'm getting out. Too many people for me. But maybe he just went in there to grab one or two things, and it didn't take long. Huh.
Yeah, I think he had a list. You
Mm-hmm.
know?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. He had something. He's focused. That's another trait of his autism.
Yep.
His level
Oh,
1
yeah.
autism.
Yep. Super focused.
At 12:58:01 p.m. on the 13th, at the same Albertsons East exit camera, an individual matching the description of Kohberger is seen exiting the Albertsons via the east door. At 12:58:37, at the same camera for Albertsons, an individual, this is the parking lot, east parking lot, an individual matching the description of Kohberger returns to the area where the vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 previously parked.
So we're talking 3 hours after the shower selfie, roughly. He's over here doing all this because that was
Um,
10:30 in the morning.
yeah, so I'm
Two and a
wondering
half
how far he
hours,
parked away from the door that he walked in. Because you
right?
notice he's going into the east entrance and crossing the east parking lot camera, and then down here, originally they were talking about he was parked on the west parking lot
Hmm.
camera. So it seems like he parked a bit of a distance away from that door that he walked in.
Yeah. Doesn't he? He's not aware they got a bunch of cameras out in the parking lots up on the poles. You know what I
You
mean?
would think people would know that, but okay.
I guess. Well, yeah.
Yeah, so he went back to the car at 12:58:37. Okay. At 1:04:16 p.m. on the 13th at 400 Bridge Street, Clarkson, parking lot west. This is the same Albertsons camera. A vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 drives south towards the parking lot exit to Bridge Street. Through the course of this video review, clips showing vehicles matching the description of Vehicle 1, which were seen on the WSU surveillance cameras located along Stadium Way in Pullman, Washington, were collected from the live camera system by Special Agent Hill. These clips were turned over to the Moscow Police Department for storage. Surveillance review on the WSU camera system was conducted using a live view system. Due to the functionality of the system, only small clips were able to be extracted and maintained. Special Agent Hill reviewed the WSU cameras between approximately 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. on November 13th, 2022, and collected clips which showed vehicles matching the description of Vehicle 1. These sightings are noted above. No other sightings of vehicles matching this description were observed.
And that was at after 1, right? At 1 o'clock.
This is, yeah, they stopped talking about his Albertsons at 1, and they're just basically writing a note to say that everything that they've, reviewed here too is, you know,
So where did the car go once it left that parking lot? Which direction? Between 5 and 8.
we haven't gotten to that part
So
yet. We're still at 1 o'clock.
yeah. Okay.
But yeah, they're talking about WSU 2
Oh
to
yeah,
6
yeah, yeah.
a.m.
Gotcha.
Those cameras. So, let's see.
I got myself confused, y'all. Sorry.
That's okay. We're at page
And guys,
43.
yeah, I think that Ethan was asleep initially, but I'm pretty sure he woke up during Xana's attack. Not to say he was able to jump up and fight Kohberger or anything like that. But I think he was asleep. Oh, got sideways pages.
I'm doing it because of that map.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Okay. Oh yeah, I don't think he ever saw
Where's
him
the
coming either,
page?
Texas.
Was
But
it 44?
depending on where Xana's
Yeah, there we
attacked,
go.
if Xana was attacked in that bedroom at that right there by that door, Ethan's definitely waking up. He may have rolled over. He probably did see the guy, but I don't think Ethan had a chance. Not against somebody who got in his living room and practiced over and over with his K-bar. And that video they were talking about that was on that Instagram account is exactly that. In his living room, playing around with his K-bar.
Can you guys see this
Yes, ma'am.
enough? Like, well enough?
I can. I have to blow up my whole screen to see it because I'm blind. What about you guys? Help us out, chat. Can you see her screen well enough? Hey, Bullets and Bling, welcome in. Let us know if you can see everything okay, guys. It looks okay on my phone and the computer, so.
Okay.
And I'm going to blow my screen up completely. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. So, this is a map. It says 1122 King Road. So, this is a map Looks like the neighborhood. So basically, they're just showing you drive times. Like this is what we would have done, or we did with Google Maps when they gave us different locations to see how long it
Yeah.
takes to drive. You know what? It is a little blurry in general because I'm
Yeah.
looking at it and it's got a
It's
little, it's a
it's
bad
the doc.
copy.
Yeah, it's
Hmm.
from the doc drop. Just like remember the PCA, the sketchy little map they had we can't hardly see. But
Yeah.
and you'll notice right there in the light blue on Lauder, they got the 3 minute point six. That's the Ridge Road camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taylor to Lauder. That's this. Yep. They're
Yep.
saying it would take 3 minutes. They cut it off. So this tells you via Taylor is 2 minutes or half a mile. Via Taylor and Lauder, 3 minutes, but it doesn't say quite what it is. It might be like
Yeah.
point 0.6 or whatever. But yeah, they did a bad job of doing this because you can see like the header here and then this and yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna go check on the grandchild one more time. I'll be right back.
Okay. Um, so yeah, here's the house right here where this black circle is, and basically that's just showing you kind of like the route. And here's another Google Maps. Um, here's another Google Maps page for 1122 King Road to the 1125 Ridge Road house. So King Road's down here, Ridge Road is up here, where this red teardrop is. It's 0.4 miles, 2 minutes of a drive. And you know what? Since this is in color, I think that the reason it's blurry is because they use some cheap color inkjet printer to print this instead of like a color laser printer. That's why these lines aren't crisp or whatever. It doesn't, it doesn't look good. I'm looking at the colors here. Um, so there's that, showing you it's like a quick 2 minute drive. Um, This next one is, it just says Moscow to 1320 Linda Lane. I think what they probably were trying to put is the 1122, the actual house, because that's what this would be. And then Linda Lane is back here. So just showing you in relation to the house. The next one looks like the exact same thing pretty much. 1330 Linda Lane. This one was 1320. That's Linda Lane right there where the red dot is. This is 1330. So then they're showing you the distance between the victim's house and the 451 Paradise Drive. So 451 Paradise Drive is way down here. 1122 King Road is right here, showing you like possible routes. You can either go all the way around like that on the dark blue route, or you can go up this way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so gonna have to sit down tonight and map or write all these things out and put them on my own map so I can have a
Oh yeah.
spot everywhere spots.
Let
Spots
me
everywhere.
rotate this again. Oops. Okay.
What you laughing at?
The fact that it says unclassified,
Oh yeah, I
I
did too.
love it.
When I opened
You
this
know how
morning,
I love my spy stuff.
when I woke up this morning and I opened it up, I was like, oh, unclassified, yes.
Hmm. Yeah, Danger. The drive would be a little quicker than 3 minutes from 1125 Ridge to 1122. Yeah, I mean, you got to remember though too, Danger. This is Google Maps. Google
Yeah,
Maps is going to factor in the actual speed limits in that area, right? So yes, somebody can get there faster if they're driving at 4 in the morning and there's no traffic or whatever. So yeah, there's nothing in your way and it's super late at night and you don't think you have to worry about cops. He could
exactly.
gun it if he needed to.
Mhm. And I think people need to remember that when they're getting all technical about certain things, is you got to take into consideration all the things that she just said.
Hmm. So, okay, here we go. This is an unclassified document from the FBI's Digital Evidence Laboratory. They sent this to Salt Lake City, Travis Shirley, on March 21st, 2023. The request date was December 14th, 2022.
Agent Shirley?
Yeah, we've heard of
Oh,
Agent
Lord.
Shirley.
He's known about Agent Shirley. Remember, he called, what's her name, Danger? Michelle. She claimed he called her on the telephone on a
Oh,
YouTube
yeah, I
Live.
heard that.
On a YouTube Live. I'm talking to Special Agent Shirley right now. No, bitch, you were not.
Yeah.
You talk to yourself all the time.
Okay. December 14th, 2022. Title: Unknown subject. Moscow Police Department assistants: Ethan Chapin, victim; Madison Mogan, victim; Xana Kernodle, victim; Kaylee Gonzalez, victim. Date: items received: November 19th, 2022, November 21st, 2022, November 23rd, 2022, December 7th, and December 20th, 2022. Items submitted. Oh, okay. Items submitted. They've got one MP4 file, which is a video file. Um, and it says it's a balcony video depicting questioned vehicle, received November 21st, 2022, examined. The second MP4 video, and two WMV videos, which are Windows Media Video file format. Um, wait. So it's seven. I'm sorry. In the first line, it's seven MP4 video files about from a balcony video. The second line is five MP4 videos and two WMV, Windows Media Video files. Depicted videos depicting questioned vehicle, received electronically on November 19th, 2022, examined. One AVI video file depicting questioned vehicle, received electronically on 12/7/22, that was examined. Multiple images and videos depicting questioned vehicle, received electronically on 11/23/22, examined. Then three AVI videos and two Word documents depicting questioned vehicle, received electronically on 12/20/22, examined. And then summary. The forensic, what?
No, I was just thinking about some of the stuff you had read there
Oh, okay.
that I'm processing.
Uh-huh. The forensic audio, video, and image analysis program was requested to determine the make, model, and year of the questioned vehicle depicted in the submitted media. The submitted videos and images were electronically processed to identify the questioned vehicle's make, model, and year. Seven vehicle make model charts were produced. See the opinions section for the result of the examinations. Details of examination. The dates of this examination were November 19th, 2022 through March 21st, 2023. Okay, they looked at it for a long time. Okay, even after the arrest. The submitted videos and images were electronically processed, from which seven make model charts were produced. The make model charts were recorded to a DVD-R and labeled examination results, copy, and that's file name. 6 copies of this HQQ file were produced and 6 copies of the charts were printed. Reference media was recorded to a DVD-R and will be retained in the case file. The multiple submissions of media were reviewed independently and collectively to identify the questioned vehicle's make, model, and year. And by the way, this DVD-R that they copied all these files on are just read only. They can't be overwritten. So nothing on this disc could be changed or altered. Opinions. The submitted videos on November 19th, 2022 and November 21st, 2022 were reviewed to determine the questioned vehicle's make, model, and year. Due to insufficient image detail and obscured views produced by the blooming of the vehicle's headlights, the make, model, and year could not be determined. The submitted videos on November 23rd, 2022 were reviewed to determine the questioned vehicle's make, model, and year. The questioned vehicle shares similar class characteristics with a fifth generation Hyundai Elantra between 2011 and 2013. The similar class characteristics include, but are not limited to, the overall body shape, window configuration, side trim, headlight shape, front grille configuration, and rear license plate position. On November 26, 2022, after reviewing expanded known information to include the rear bumper reflector and the shape of the front fog lights on the Hyundai Elantra, the question vehicle's year was expanded to the fifth generation between 2011 to 2016. So on the 19th of November and the 21st of November, they couldn't quite determine anything. On the 23rd of November, they had more videos, and that's when they said between 2011 to 2013. But by the 26th of November, they had expanded their information, added more, characteristics or whatever, and then expanded this range from 2011 to 2016, even though they didn't publicize that. So that's actually interesting to me, and it's important that 13 days after the homicides, they knew that the range was wider. So, okay. The submitted video received on December 7th, 2022 was reviewed to determine the questioned vehicle's make, model, and year. Due to insufficient image detail, the vehicle's make, model, and year could not be determined. The submitted videos and images on December 20th, 2022 were reviewed to determine the questioned vehicle's make, model, and year. The questioned vehicle shares similar class characteristics with a fifth generation Hyundai Elantra between 2014 and 2016. The similar class characteristics include, but are not limited to, the overall body style, window configuration, front grille configuration, headlight shape, side trim, rear brake light configuration, rear license plate position, and rear bumper reflector position. The position of the rear bumper reflector and the shape of the fog lights assisted in narrowing the vehicle year span. Yeah, this is good. Derivative evidence slash copies. So this HQQ DVD that they produced with the final results contains this examination results copy containing vehicle make model charts. 7 make model charts. They made 6 copies, or included 6 copies. Copies of this HQQ file, 6 DVDs containing vehicle make model charts. Reference media, 1 DVD containing reference media. Disposition of items. Examination results copy of this HQQ file, 6 copies of that same HQQ file, in 6 or folder. 6 copies of 7 vehicle make model charts were forwarded to the Lewiston Resident Agency on March 8, 2023 via FedEx. 1 DVD containing reference media was retained in the case file, and this is signed by Anthony Imel, the examiner. This is, oh, and then the last page. I'm sorry, I'm going the wrong way. There we go. The last page is make model chart number 3, giving you comparisons of here's video footage on the left versus model images on the right. This is the whole page. Oops, sorry.
Look at that. You think that top one on the left is Ridge Road?
This top one? Yeah, probably.
The 1125.
The fact that you're seeing the whole side of the car.
Mm-hmm. And yeah. The prominence of the lights, the configuration, that well, I'm pointing with my pointer and y'all can't see it, but right there, because you can see the same.
In this first picture?
Yeah, the first one, how the line of the car right up underneath the window.
Oh, this ridge,
you can see that. You can see that same
the
thing.
Body.
So,
yep.
Yeah, you can see that same thing in the 1112 video or screenshot, rather, I should say.
Yeah. Okay, this is good. Arriving, departing. This is something about third brake light on my screen. I've got this sharing thing from Restream. What's that say? Departing third brake light something. I can't see because this is blocking it.
Let me maximize. I can't. It's blocking.
Oh, third brake light lower window, I think is what it says.
Okay. See on the bottom left, it says arriving. That on that. See that line on the side of that car? This
This right
same.
here?
Yep. This
Yep.
is same as in that top one.
Same
That
here.
top picture.
Same here. It's like this, I don't know, like a crease going
Yeah.
through the door handles on the
Yes.
side of the body.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the end of this document.
And this was the 30.
The make, model, suspect,
model
vehicle.
car. And that was the big
Number
the big-
12.
That was a long one.
And I'll just stop sharing now.
Joe, I can't get my thing to work. You're good. We'll get to somewhere in it. Joe says, if I'm on the jury, I don't agree beyond a reasonable doubt that the video captures match the graphic images. What do you mean? Oh, you don't think the car matches are good enough for you? I'm trying to. I don't. It's weird to try to read you guys' comments and understand exactly what you're meaning. I don't want y'all to take things I'm saying wrong, so I'm trying to be super careful. Joe, have you not heard all the mess in this case about them damn jury questionnaires and how we had to have court hearings over it and everything? They're going, dude. She had a whole freaking expert come in about jury questionnaires. They done mailed them things out a long time ago. The judge finally approved all that she was trying to do. That's all been done. All been done. I mean, it's up to the jurors, potential jurors, to be honest on those questionnaires, for real. But I'm still curious as to what you guys' thoughts are on if you don't think that's that car. I mean, there's not that many white Elantras rolling around at, between 3 and 4 in the morning out there. Like, they just can't be. So I'm just curious. All right, what's our next document? Let's see. Let me pull up my screen. I'm also making me some food. I'm hungry.
Oh, okay.
It's no big deal. I've got it in the microwave warming up. I'll go get it in a minute. I'm going to pull up the screen, though. Let me pull the summary back up. And Dolphin, you knew, let's see. So I'm going to go back to the bottom where they started entering them. We did this.
Yeah, let me look at the list for you.
Yeah, we did the supplemental response to discovery, right? That was a 2-pager, or let me see.
Yeah, starting at the bottom, exceeding page limits, second supplemental. Yep, did did the one about the April 9th hearing, the neurophysiological or psychological. Yeah, we did that. Improper death penalty comments, family members, IGG, text messages, demonstrative aid. Did we go into the AT&T? I think we did. And then they added the alternative perpetrator. I didn't open that. And I don't think I opened the alibi. But the self-authentication of records was in there. And then when it starts from 14 on up, we didn't do those. Except for we skipped into Amazon click activity and bushy eyebrows.
Yeah, we did do that when we were getting our heads up. Florida doesn't require a front's license plate.
Georgia doesn't either.
My head's going to explode over everybody going back. We've been back and forth over this car for 2.5 years, and it's like now we actually have some definitive stuff on it, and we're still like, my head's going to explode for real. Not every state requires front and back. Florida does not require front.
Yeah, most don't.
Most don't. You're right. They don't. It's not a common thing. I don't know why they do it over there. Okay, so which one we want to look at next? What we going to do here?
It's up to you. I mean, did you want to kind of continue on in the
order?
Or
yeah, let's do that. That way we can just get the ones out of the way.
Alternative perpetrator.
Yes.
Going from the bottom to the top, because I think we did the AT&T timing advance.
Okay, let me.
Did we?
I don't think we did. I can't remember, Dolphin. Yesterday was so long. I'll have to take a look at it and see. Let me look.
Because I do know between like the demonstrative aid and the self-authentication, they added these documents.
Because the timing stuff, the AT&T timing stuff's big because Cyray's arguing one thing and the state's arguing another, right? As to when those records were actually available to I think I just lost Dolphin, guys. She'll be back. Let me get back set. Oh, back there. Yeah, she'll be back in just a second. Okay, let me look for the one here. Here she comes.
Oh, I got
There
kicked out?
No, you just dropped you out. I don't know. I
Oh,
didn't.
yeah, I was trying to open this document and it wouldn't open. And, yeah. Oh, that's weird. Huh, it's not opening. Let me know if you can open the timing advance records one. It's not opening for me. I guess I'm closing
Discovery.
the page out.
Okay, I'm trying to get to it here. I'm still looking for it. The alternate suspects one.
The AT&T timing advance records
Oh yeah.
one.
Okay, let me get back here. Let me make my screen bigger so I can see better. There we go. Okay.
Okay, it did open. It's only 7 pages.
Okay. Let me. Where did it go? Okay, that one. Family members. Okay, here we go. I got it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember this.
All right, I got my screen up there, guys. Okay. This is a 7-page document in objection to the state's motion in limine re AT&T advanced timing records. Now remember, we did read the state's motion in limine about this. Comes now Bryan Kohberger by and through his attorneys of record and hereby respectfully objects to the state's motion in limine to exclude reference to unproduced AT&T timing advance records. We went over that document. I don't want to go over it again, but anyway, Mr. Kohberger's, it'll all be laid out here. Mr. Kohberger's objection is grounded in his rights under the Constitution. We know. I'm going to get past that. The state's motion seeks to prevent Mr. Kohberger from confronting through a full and fair cross-examination a portion of the case. The state seeks Mr. Kohberger's silence on records produced by AT&T timing advance records. The state's motion informs the court TA records were not produced by AT&T Global Legal Demand Center until May of 2023. Mr. Kohberger agrees with that claim. However, it is only partial information. The state is misleading the court in its motion by what it leaves out. What the state is not saying is that the TA records existed in AT&T at AT&T in November and December of 2022. According to Cyray, they were only available to FBI. They were not available to local law enforcement prior to May of 2023. So if they had them, the FBI had them. The state has to know this to be true because in April of 2024, the state produced the actual records from AT&T for cell towers and individual TA towers. That's not the drive time stuff, or the timing record stuff, though. Records for 2 of the 4 deceased, and one for a person who had been a person of interest. This one, didn't we? And yes, because remember they had the 3,800 people in the cell tower dump.
Yes. Okay. Never mind then. Okay. Yep.
Take that one down. We did go over that one. Okay.
There was so much in there yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, so we did not do alternative perpetrator or alibi, I don't think.
No,
And
we did
yeah, we
not.
skipped up to self-authenticate. So yeah, one of those 2, I guess.
Yeah, let me get my screen back up here big enough where I can see again. Okay, AT&T timing. Alternate suspect. Got to close my door. Grandbaby got back on his game and he's being loud. All right. He is. He gets on that thing and he gets to that. He got that VR for Christmas and yeah, his Nana bought it for him.
Nice.
And he just has a blast on that thing. It's funny to watch him on it because he's in there just moving all around and doing things. And I have to slide and duck when I'm walking past him. He's in the living room playing it because
Mhm.
he can't see me when I'm coming.
Yeah.
But it's funny. All right. Alternative perpetrator evidence. Comes now Bryan Kohberger by and through his of record and hereby objects to the state's motion in limine, re alternative perpetrator evidence, filed on February 21, 2025. Most specifically, the state seeks an order prohibiting Mr. Kohberger from offering alternative perpetrator evidence or argument without first state satisfying the court that any such evidence is relevant and admissible pursuant to IRE 401, 402, or 403. For the reasons set forth below, Mr. Kohberger objected to the motion, and the argument is Mr. Kohberger has a right to present a full and complete defense for the crimes of which he is accused. And then she cites a case. This right is protected by 6th Amendment of the United States Constitution. And made applicable to the state through the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. When presenting a full and complete, let me get this up here. Okay. When presenting a full and complete defense of the crimes charged, Mr. Kohberger should be given an opportunity to proffer evidence of alternative perpetrator so that such evidence can be properly evaluated for relevancy and admissibility under Idaho rules of evidence. They state the rules there. Okay. The timing of when an offer of proof is made is not clear. In Meister, the Court Appeals explained that the offer of proof was made during trial. 2 unpublished opinions have provided guidance that the typical timing of an offer of proof is during trial. Offer of proof during trial, okay. And they cite another case there. The state filed a motion in limine to exclude alternative perpetrator evidence, but the court ultimately reserved ruling on the motion and ordered the defense to provide an offer of proof before it engaged in questioning on this issue. The state argues that literally thousands of tips regarding possible perpetrators were received by law enforcement during the course of the investigation, and that none of these tips were substantiated with the exception of information regarding the defendant. And we know they investigated other people. We know they did. The state is correct that over 45,000 tips have been disclosed, and tips continue to come in daily. I imagine they do. This case is full of alternative perpetrators. Is it? The state has chosen to focus on Mr. Kohberger. You've been watching some YouTube, lady? The state has chosen to focus on Mr. Kohberger at its own peril. Mr. Kohberger will produce offers of proof related to many alternate perpetrators in this case that will meet the Idaho rules of evidence. Many alternate perpetrators can be connected to the crime. Can they?
Wishful thinking.
Denied the state's motion in limine. I said alternative perpetrator evidence. Alternatively, the court should reserve ruling on this motion until Kohberger provides an offer of proof that can be evaluated under the admissibility. You got to show a nexus, right? Certain states, you have to have a nexus between the alternative suspect and the crime itself. I don't know what she's talking about. Other perpetrators. I mean, I do in my head, because we know they investigated other people, and their DNAs, none of them matched the sheath. So I'm curious to know who all her other perpetrators could be. Any thoughts on that one?
And yeah, Anne has to, throw whatever out there. You know what I mean? Like, she's got to say, oh, it's not him. I mean, before we knew that there was definitely proof.
Well, certain courts won't allow third-party evidence in unless there's in Florida, the reasonable doubt stuff. You can walk in there and say, well, this and this and this could happen. Like when, for instance, Casey Anthony, when her attorney came in and said, well, did Kaylee drown in the pool? And her dad was there at the time. they didn't offer he did it, that they offered that as reasonable doubt. If she's going to be able to come in there and specifically name a person, she's got to show something that ties them to it other than her thought, or the judge is not going
Yeah.
to let that in.
But here's the thing, she doesn't have to bring evidence in
No,
or
I know.
whatever, because she can say whatever she wants to say in her opening and closing statements. All she has to do is get that little like hint or suggestion that it's
But
somebody else
I'm
into
gonna have to
one
look up
juror.
Idaho
You know what
law
I
on
mean?
that and see. Yeah, I understand all of that, but I'm
Hmm.
trying to say under Idaho, I'm going to go look up these codes because in certain cases, you can't just walk in there and say Tom, Dick, and Harry. You have to give a little bit of something to go with why you think Tom, Dick, or Harry, right? And that's different per state. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm thinking.
I'm just
That's what
actually wondering the fact that, they're saying, the state is saying, nah, you can't do that, or whatever, like, or that they don't want her to do it. You know what I mean? They're not
yeah.
saying that, oh, we have this law, da 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 da. She can't
Well,
do
they did
this.
cite some case law, the Idaho rules there. So that's what I'm going to look up
Okay.
is to see under what circumstances Idaho allows that kind of stuff. There's you can't just walk in there and say, "Well, I think boy next door did it," and harsh or whatever.
Mhm.
You can't just do that. Um, it varies by state. So that's what I'm going to look up those codes later because I'm interested to see that because if there's alternate suspects, hell, I want to know about them. I'm not biased here, but I don't think anybody else's DNA was found in that sheath. I understand the stairwell DNA everybody's got a problem with. I get it. Um, I'm thinking out loud sometimes, and I don't know if it's.
Yeah, I just am looking at this very, what is this? The second sentence where it says the state seeks an order prohibiting Mr. Kohberger from offering alternative perpetrator evidence or argument without first satisfying the court
Yeah,
that any such evidence is relevant and admissible pursuant
exactly.
to whatever, whatever. That part right there is what makes me think that, you know, she could possibly do it, but they're just saying, hey, she needs to do this first,
Well,
you
she's
know?
got to meet the standard
Mm-hmm.
according to the code, the
Mm-hmm.
Idaho rules to get it in. And if she can't do that, then she can't bring it in.
Yeah.
That that's what I mean. That's why I want to look up those codes and read what the heck that's all about because that's what I usually do. If they start citing Idaho rules, then I need to go understand that rule and figure that out. Instead of just taking her word that she's got a whole bunch of alternative suspects. If you got them, fine, bring them. Let's bring it on. All right, this is
Mm-hmm.
the alibi. Um,
Is the next one. Yeah.
let me get the window up here. Uh,
Yeah, because I don't know how many more we have left, but I'm like, oh boy, this is going to be another 10-hour stream.
no, this is a 13 pager here. What time did I go live? 10?
Your
It was 4
restream says
hours.
4 hours right now,
Yeah,
4
we're
hours
at
and
4
1 minute.
hours. Okay, you guys can see the screen okay? Oh, I did it again. All right. Defendant's objection to the state's motion in limine, the alibi, comes now Bryan Kohberger, and through his attorneys of record, and hereby objects to the state's motion in limine to exclude Kohberger's alibi. The state provided the court a list of pleadings to take notice of in support of its motion. However, the state failed to provide the court with the full scope of the pleadings. Mr. Kohberger filed a response to the state's request for discovery, disclosure, and alibi demand on June 9th, 2023, and contemporaneously filed a motion for an exception or in the alternative to extend time for compliance. The state filed a response to our motion for an extension on June 13th of 2023 with an agreement for additional time. Mr. Kohberger filed his notice of alibi on July 24 of 2023. The notice stated that at the time alleged by the state that he was inside the King Road home, he was driving his vehicle and not in Moscow. The state filed a motion to compel on July 27, 2023, and a hearing was held on August 18th. The state provided a partial, see that one, did we? Subsequently, speedy trial was waived and the scheduling order was vacated. Pursuant to new scheduling order, Mr. Kohberger filed a supplemental response to the state's alibi demand on April 17, 2024. Idaho Code 19519 governs notice of alibi and requires specific names and places to verify where a defendant was at the time of the crime. Did you hear that? Governs notice of alibi and requires specific names and places other than driving around in the countryside of where the defendant was at the time. Kohberger advised the state he intended to offer expert testimony through Cy-Ray as partial corroboration that he was driving south and west of Moscow, going by cell phone data. Nothing else other than cell phone data. No people he went and saw, no stores he stopped at, no cameras that picked him up out there, none of that. Moscow, Idaho, during the early morning hours of November 13th. The expert testimony involves cell site location information, also CSLI. Mr. Kohberger further advised the state of his intention to cross-examine any state expert in that field, which you have that right, and I expect you to. After that disclosure, the court heard Mr. Kohberger's fourth motion to compel, wherein, among other things, Mr. Kohberger sought further records related to CSLI. Mr. Kohberger called Mr. Ray to testify at this hearing, and the state declined to cross-examine. The state provided records necessary to CSLI in various batches of discovery. These records consist of detailed records from AT&T, cell tower list, and drive test data. The state provided a cast draft report and later a final. So she got that report. I wish everybody would stop saying she never did, because she did. However, no analysis has been provided. If you got the report, have Cy analysis it. And I know I said that wrong. I was being a smartass. That's what Cy's job, right? To review what they give you. These records consist of the call, or that part, I'm sorry. The state did not produce a timing advanced report for Mr. Kohberger's cell phone. Partial corroboration does not cover the time alleged in the state's charging document or any affidavit in support of charging and seizing Mr. Kohberger's person and property. Partial corroboration relates to where Mr. Kohberger was during the early morning hours of November 13th. State cites State versus Juarez, Williams versus Florida, to suggest that Mr. Kohberger is hiding a witness that will prejudice the state. Where did they... I've never heard that suggested that Kohberger was hiding a witness. That is not the case. I gotta close I'm sorry, my grandbaby's shit's distracting me. Hold on. Close this door. Okay. He's getting a little loud out there. This is not the case. Mr. Kohberger has stated exactly how he will partially corroborate where he was through Cy-Ray. He will use information contained in the discovery supplied by the state, and he will present the testimony of expert witness Cy-Ray. I was just looking to look at the footnote real quick. Mr. Kohberger has met his statutory obligation of providing the state notice of corroboration of his partial alibi. Why they keep saying partial alibi, right? Why not the full alibi? How come you only got partial corroboration, and that's coming from Cy-Ray? That's going to be able to, all they're going to do to corroborate the alibi is to say our phone records that we review, what you turned over to us, indicates he was over here. And the states are like, no, he was over here. So again, I'm going to be really curious to see how it plays out between Cy-Ray and Nick Bow in the courtroom. And you can check on chat for a second, real quick. Clickety click. I saw somebody say something. The next step will be determining a murder weapon. Do y'all think a knife wasn't used, or are you trying to figure out what knife it was, right? Is that what you're saying?
Oh no, you gotta scroll back up a little bit.
Oh, God, what y'all
He's
saying
talking
to me
about Danger's talking about the DNA, the type of DNA
about it?
or whatever. And he said it was weak, and then I said what I said about it, and
I've got to scroll
and I
all the
gave
way
him
up
an
to catch.
example. Yeah.
Okay. So if Ellie swabbed my car keys, wouldn't you expect to find my DNA on them? Yeah, that is touch DNA, right? Is that still weak? Yeah, I don't see how y'all can say that touch DNA, if you transfer the DNA, I'm gonna call it that, because we all every damn thing in the world. Come on, let's be logical. The location of the DNA was specific and important. Um, and the defense has not denied that's Kohberger's DNA. Remember that. They have not denied it.
Mm.
They flat out said their own expert couldn't even get there. He agreed that it was Kobe. We read that in the documents. The defense own expert they had looked at agreed that was Bryan Kohberger's DNA. Now, I know some of y'all are not sure how it got there, or how it ended up in that house, but I think I know. He touched it. He opened that snap and he thought, well, maybe I hope I cleaned it off well enough now that I can't find it. Still, partial corroboration, not full corroboration. That's a problem for me.
Yeah,
That's
well, I
not a
mean,
problem for
his
you guys who are
alibi
all
is,
about his
yeah.
alibi. You know,
Hmm.
he's not the guy. He was out riding, and I know a lot of folks were highly disappointed. Pro burgers, and I hate they use that word, but that's what they call themselves. Were highly disappointed when that alibi came out. And
Actually,
I mean,
danger, they don't.
what?
And if you, speaking of the documents, he says, right, but the state has to explain how it got there, right? Ha ha ha. Actually, they don't. And if you were looking in the DNA documents, you would have seen where they said there's no way for somebody to prove how DNA got anywhere,
Yep.
no matter what type of DNA it is, pretty much. I mean, unless it's something direct like, oh, you see somebody on the floor that's bleeding and right underneath their body is, the blood, between them and the floor, then it's like, yeah, common sense would tell you that's how it got there because it came out of that person and that person is right there on top of it. But I mean,
Well,
just like, yeah.
we also heard talk about, movable objects. It's a movable object. So then I'm like, okay, so are we at in America again for real? That if we come across a crime scene and there is a weapon left at the scene, no matter if it's a gun, a knife, and we can't prove nothing about it, are we really there? The metal, the metallurgist thing in Delphi Joe is totally different. What we're not talking about. They didn't say they wouldn't allow Cyree in. Cyree's declaration is coming into that hearing. They just don't need to hear from him directly, but he will be on standby in case that judge does want to talk to him directly. So the Cyree's stuff is still coming in. I don't, if y'all are confused about that, I'm trying to make sure I get the gist of what y'all are saying. Hey, Tinsel, welcome in. All right. Let me get this back up. I just can't I can't wrap my head around people saying, well, you gotta tell me how that DNA got in there on that sheet because he put it there. I mean, if that's the case, we're in trouble in America on any case going forward. What if your loved one or anybody you know is harmed? Are you willing to allow all the DNA evidence to be thrown out because it's a movable object or it's touch or transfer and things of that nature? You really got to put yourself in that shoe sometimes, I think sometimes people look for conspiracies in one, and this case sure popped off with the conspiracies. Fucking Jump Street. All right, and here they are laying out evidence. All people start, well, we hate this sealing. We want it all sealed. It's all unsealed, and nobody believes it still. So I can't change that. All right. Where I'm trying to get back to where I was at, guys. So we just went over the alibi. There's that touch DNA when the click activity we went over. We went over the
Can I
bushy
just
eye.
say one thing really quick?
Yeah, you go right ahead. I'm looking for this.
Danger. He says, no, but what if your loved one's DNA ended up at a crime scene they were never at? So put a pause and put a pin in that really quick for a second. If my loved one's DNA ends up at a crime scene that they were never at, and they don't have anything else, no other evidence, nothing else shady, or whatever. My loved one has an alibi or something else. They have nothing else. Then yes, I have a problem with that. But you have to think about all the different things that they have been sort of previewing here over the past 2.5 years, and it's not just that this guy's DNA is under this snap. Okay, there's a whole lot more. He can't account for where he was. A car with the same color and body shape and all of that is seen all over that neighborhood, and all kinds of other like dodginess, and oh, everybody keeps forgetting this. He was out stargazing or whatever, way out in the west, and he wasn't even in the state of Idaho, but at 4:49 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
he is south of Moscow driving, but obviously, like, you would think he would have to pull over to start accessing his email, his burner email, through a VPN out in the middle of nowhere
In
while
my
he's supposed to be
and
right
I
in Moscow. What, 29 minutes
yep,
after he's seen leaving the neighborhood
yep.
and whatnot. Everybody keeps forgetting that. Everybody's
Or the
focused
people
on the
they're
one
watching
thing that
aren't
they want to argue about and
or
not looking at the totality of what you're seeing.
streamers they're watching aren't giving all that out, or they're not reading the documents themselves. I just don't know. This
It's
is
like you
nothing.
want to it's like you want to say, "Oh, this is a bad salad because it only has lettuce in it." But it's like, "Oh, you're not waiting for people to add the tomatoes, the onions, the cheese, the croutons, the dressing. You're not waiting for all of that, those extra ingredients to see, oh, well, what is this going to end up? You're just arguing about the lettuce." That's what I'm saying. And we all know you've got to wait and see what they present at trial, evidence wise. But I'm like, yeah, everybody just kind of needs to just sit back, I think. But
I think
unless you're just that type of person that, you just are like, I'm going
yeah,
to bitch about this lettuce and that's it. I don't give a shit what else they put in this
right.
salad. I'm going to bitch about this lettuce.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm to the point where if people don't want to discuss this logically, I can't with them. I don't understand the thought process behind some of it. I get wanting to
Vegan salad, of course.
see more, but you're seeing more, and that I'm like, okay, I can't. So it's I just understand. And Texas Ranger says, as far as an alibi, we haven't really heard an actual. Well, he put an alibi in. He says he was out driving around stargazing. That's his alibi. He was never in Moscow, Idaho. He went out toward Wawawi Park, which became one of his favorite places right after he moved there.
Yeah, and
But
don't forget his phone goes off the network for several hours, the same, time range that he's
these,
conveniently
well, during the
also
time these
spotted
cars
somewhere
were
else.
spotted, right?
Yeah.
All the 3 a.m. to 5 a.m., all the time that car is spotted in Moscow, that phone is turned off. And don't say there was no reception in Moscow, a freaking college town where they have to have massive amounts of Wi-Fi going on, cell phone and stuff. There's no way you didn't have reception in Moscow, Idaho. No way. Maybe way out in the countryside. I'm in the countryside, and guess what? I got good service and coverage. It gets a little shaky every now and then. I know exactly on my highway back to town where my phone's going to cut out on me at. I call it the dip. I know exactly if I'm on the phone with my sister, I'm like, we're fixing to lose each other. And she's got the same area where she lives. She's like, I'm coming up on that road. I'm like, okay, call me back, because we both know we're about to drop that call. So sometimes I don't even know if people just want to play or if it just can't be logical. Or were you so dug in before it's too late to come back? Hell, JB can come back. Y'all can all come back.
Yeah, because I mean, he was pretty dug in, but he just had to say, "Oh, geez,
Yeah. Joe, I'm trying to get
I was
caught up in
wrong."
comments. Let me see. There was a particular question, apparently. I don't even know. When I'm reading the documents, it's hard for me to look at chat and answer questions at the same time. And then when I stop and try to address chat stuff, then we get way behind here. Um, Tinsel wants to know about the Amazon purchases. What particularly about them? Let me scroll. Tinsel, if you could ask me again, let me see if I can find it.
Oh, just have they been confirmed? Yes.
Yes, we went over that document yesterday. There's naysayers out there. I had somebody DMing me for the longest time yet telling me, oh, you need to read it again, It's about click history. Then when I provided something that they
It's
went
not
crickets
just
on me.
about click history.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when I provided the proof, they went silent on me. So, um, uh, you don't say stargazing because that's not in good faith. It says he likes to drive. Okay, should I pull up the alibi and read it? Because what he says, when he moved to the area, he learned of Wawawi Park, and it became one of his favorite places to go stargaze. As the school year progressed and classes started, and the weather was changing, his drives increased. But she says he still drove to Wawawi that night. So I guess we need to be real literal and specific, because Danger, I know you've read that document, so I'm going to try to put out the best information I can. So let me just pull up that damn alibi. Hold the hell on. I got it saved. I do. I'm just so
No, I hear you. I'm just laughing because I'm like, damn, we were trying to get through these documents and we have jumped the ship, jumped the
yeah,
shark or
I mean,
whatever, on
nobody
into something else. I
actually,
mean,
I
actually,
probably
this is related about, to the alibi. It's probably in here. I mean, yeah.
actually you're right. Well, let's see. I know it wasn't a very long. Let me pull that back up.
Yeah, but go ahead.
I don't want to put out misinformation. God forbid I become one of those freaking channels.
Danger said he read all of the documents, but then if you did, you would realize that the Amazon document wasn't just about click activity, and
Yep.
they were trying to suppress both the Amazon purchases and the Amazon click activity in those original motions.
Yes, they were, and it clearly said, ah, never mind. I can't. I'm not going to. Let me get this document back up. Which one was it again? It was our. Where'd it
The
go?
one that you were trying to read before we got sidetracked,
Yeah,
or
but I forgot which one. I forgot the name. I got one ear on a grandbaby. I got some food in there. I want to go grab real quick. I'm
it
trying to
was
pull
defendant's
this
objection to state's motion in limine regarding the
the
alibi.
alibi. Okay, yeah. I just had to get my screen bigger so my blind ass could see. Okay, here we go. Let me right here. Da, 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 da.
Yeah, but these are older documents I'm talking about, Danger, not the one that we just read yesterday.
Okay, let me get it back up with the screen. Yeah, I wouldn't want to mislead people about his damn alibi. Okay, y'all can see the screen. Where was I at? Did I get this far down on? Yeah, because there's the Juarez. See that ended. The document was over. There was. Let's see. Let's go down here. Let's go down here. Okay. Notice of defendant's supplemental response to the state's alibi comes now. Bryan Kohberger and it took him a long time to get this alibi out. He offered. The state didn't demand one. He offered it, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, you got one. Now we're going to demand it." Under Idaho code rules, they had the absolute right to do that. He offered an alibi.
They
So
had been, hold on, they had actually been pressuring him for it and trying to compel
well,
him to deliver an alibi. Remember? He
because
was
he
like
offered
putting
that
it
he
off
had.
and putting it off.
Yeah. Well, the defense alluded to him having an alibi in one of their documents. So the state was like, "Oh, well, if you got one, produce it." And then they finally did. Um, and boy, were people disappointed in it. But now that alibi is a huge deal. When it first came out, they were like, "Oh, geez, you could. Wow, all right." So here we go. Notice of defendant's supplemental response to the state's alibi demand. Bryan Kohberger, through his attorneys, I'm not going to read all that shit. It's just same standard start and intro. Mr. Kohberger moved to Washington in June of 2022. As an avid runner and hiker. Look at there, Dolphin. He's not so clumsy after all.
Oh yeah, coordination. Yeah.
Coordination. We
And
read in
motor
the
skill issues, right? Yep.
we read in documents yesterday how his defense attorneys now want to tell us that his condition, he's not very coordinated.
So he couldn't have possibly gotten through this house and done everything he did in, 13 minutes. But
But
oh, and
here
don't
he
forget,
is.
he was a boxer too, remember?
Yes,
When he
yes,
was losing all that weight in high school?
yep. And we saw push-ups over there in his little police uniform. Yeah. But now, in his words, he was an avid runner and hiker. He explored many areas of the Palouse. Of note, he explored Wawawi Park in July of 2022, and this became a favorite location. After the school year began, Mr. Kohberger was busy with classes and work at WSU, and his running and hiking decreased but did not stop. Instead, his nighttime drives increased. This is supported by data from Mr. Kohberger's phone showing him on the
Hold on one
countryside.
second.
Okay?
Also, he's going on nighttime drives and he has vision issues, remember? Too.
Yeah, got that visual snow. I don't need that dangerous fucker driving around my streets. That's as bad as drinking and driving. Run over my babies, I'd have to hurt you.
Oh, it was kickboxing too? Yeah, Truth Exposed said kickboxing at that.
Oh, well, that's even better because that's yeah. Okay, Mr. Kohberger, and your multiple personality disorder you might have as well. All right, Kohberger's phone showing him in the countryside late at night, and or you get that, and or in the early morning on several occasions. The phone data includes numerous photographs taken on several different night evenings and early mornings, including in November, depicting the night sky.
I bet there's not a single photo from
If they all want to
12th
see them,
or 13th.
that would be establishing, a pattern if he had photos like that in his phone. We know he took a selfie, so you better have some damn photo of the stars in the sky. I got moon photos all over my phone. You ought to see them. Mr. Kohberger was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th of 2022, as he often did to hike and run and see the moon and stars. He drove throughout the Palouse. He drove throughout the area south of Pullman, Washington, west of Moscow, Idaho, including Wawawi Park. And there's no way for him to corroborate that without Cyray coming in and saying that the state's CSLI shit is wrong. So when I kind of quoted what the alibi was, I got that shit memorized. I know what he said he did.
Well, wait a minute. Actually,
Did
there
I get
would be
something
a
wrong?
way to corroborate it. You want to know what it would be?
What?
If his GPS wasn't messed with.
Yeah.
To actually see where the phone physically was, because the GPS is still connecting to satellites. So even if he wasn't connecting to the cellular towers, his phone is still connecting to satellites.
Okay.
Oh, that's cute.
I know. I liked that. Hey, Kane B. Welcome in. Well, we don't know if he was never there. I mean, we all know, come on, we all have seen that floor plan a million times. You don't think he could have looked up that stuff as well? Preparing? But I'm not going to argue with you because I know where you stand on this case, so I'm not even doing it. At least I think I still know where you stand on it. But everybody has the right to their own opinion. This is my stream. Partial corroboration. Mr. Kohberger intends to offer testimony of Cyray CSL expert, cell tower, cell phone, and other radio frequency curricula vitae is attached to show that Kohberger's mobile device was south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow on November 13th, 2022. That Bryan Kohberger's mobile device did not travel east on the Moscow-Pullman highway in the early mornings of November 13th. That would have been him going from his home in Pullman down the highway to Moscow. Thus, could not be the vehicle captured along the Moscow-Pullman highway near Floyd's cannabis shop. I took y'all all on the maps and showed you where Floyd's was at. Additional information as to Mr. Kohberger's whereabouts as the early morning hours progressed, including additional analysis by Mr. Ray, will be provided once the state provides discovery requested and now subject to an upcoming motion to compel. Well, we just got through reading all the places that car was cited outside of just Floyd's cannabis shop. So again, he's relying on Ray to dispute the state's phone evidence to corroborate his alibi because nobody saw him. He didn't stop for gas. He didn't stop for a cold drink. He didn't stop at the Waffle House. I don't know if they got them up there or not. He didn't do nothing but drown, and nobody saw him, right? So the only way to corroborate that is through Ray coming in with his little declaration. And I would be so interested to see what Nick Balance has to say against that. Here's Ray's curriculum vitae, which I've already we know about most of his work history. Burning Mountain
in that other document too.
Yeah, work history. Get this, guys. Burning Mountain Productions, because he runs a YouTube channel called the Socialite Crime Club, which I've known about it. A lot of you have known about it. I've actually watched him and his wife sit and discuss crimes. Experts who want to go testify in crimes, but also, never mind, I'm not going to go there because I know where it's going to take me. LexisNexis Special Services, which is the company he owned. ZX Inc., which is the company he founded. Phoenix Training Council, he was the owner and trainer there. That was in Chandler, Arizona. Look at there, Joe Chandler. Show Police Department was in Arizona as well. His military professional resources, trainer or mentor in Afghanistan. Applicable experience, 20 years of law enforcement, 5 years of patrol operations, 13 years of criminal investigations, 7 years in crimes, sex crimes, and narcotic investigations, 3 years as a detective sergeant in violent crime investigations, 2 years on the criminal apprehension team, 1 year in undercover operations in Afghanistan, 8 years of SWAT and tactical operations, 7 years instructor or operator of law. All that's great, but how much actual phone stuff you got behind your belt, dude? 10 years of expert witness, case consultant experience. And Cy used to testify for prosecutions. There's also been cases where Ray's little ZX stuff wasn't even allowed in court because it has to be vetted and peer reviewed and things of that nature. Sorry, I'm checking up on something real quick over here. I just want to make sure that thank you, Bullets. I appreciate it. I don't go into Kohberger chats and starting it. I'm just going to leave it at that. If you want to come in and be respectful, that's great. We'll have a conversation. But I think the trolls are going to be in full force, especially now that this kind of information's come there. And I don't understand why. But I'm just not going to. I cultivate a community. I want it a certain way. And I don't want my community exposed to certain things that are just bullshit. That's on me as a leader of a community. Okay, I did this for NFT teams for too long. I know how to cultivate communities, and I want to keep my community like it is. There's all his special training, narcotics. There's all Mexican drug cartels. Oh Lord, well if he had a part in that, he can sure explain it. If there was a drug cartel involved, DNA, all that stuff. I'm not reading all that because none of that pertains to cell phone record stuff. Okay. Certified tactical environmental submachine gun qualified. Again, nothing to do with cell phones. Cellular tracking and operations in a tactical environment. Instructor, development of training courses, trained tactical units, integration into cellular tracking missions in the field. Undercover operations in Afghanistan. Mentored 10-man undercover Afghan police team targeting IED cells operations in a battlefield. The mission objective was to penetrate and exploit improvised explosives used against coalition troops. Created and executed action plans in the battlefield targeting IED cells and equipment once identified. Mentored Afghan police on investigative techniques and rule of law. Advanced investigation in relation to IED detonation. Again, this cell phone and radio frequency devices. Extensive background in cellular devices in reference to criminal investigations. Subject matter expert in call detail record analysis, historical tracking, real-time physical tracking of mobile devices, geolocation, site surveys, and RF identification. And remember, Cyray is not the only country. He's certainly not the only one. Extensive use of DRT tracking equipment, technical applications of Rode and Schwartz scanning equipment, experience in denial of service, RF jamming. That's interesting. Data collection. Are you going to, don't get me, oh man. So you're going to be able to prove his client was RF jamming accidentally? Oops, my bad. Data collection. Black phone operations, identifying and targeting unknown cell devices. Provided expert court testimony and consulting as a subject matter expert in the field. Recognized nationally by the International Chiefs of Police and Paramountcy sensors that detect wireless devices. Sensors were used by the NFL during the, oh God, I've heard this so many times, during the NFL during the 2016 NFL Super Bowl for drone protection. Provided expert testimony and court consultation in Arizona, Utah, Montana, Colorado, Virginia, Florida, Texas, New York, and California. Again, he used to testify for prosecutions. ZX Corporation, development and implementation. I wonder if it paid to be a defense expert. ZX Corporation, development.
Yes.
Oh, y'all don't like my stuff. I couldn't even come in court that one time. Let me just go up here to the defense side. Development and implementation of a national cell tower database for the United States. Database has coverage areas defined for each sector, over 3.1 million coverage overlays. Extensive RF mapping and link budget analysis is complete in multiple environments. Automated call detail record processing, responsible for the program and development of implementation. I would love to read Nick's balances. I gotta find that. Automated call detail record processing, responsible for the program development and implementation. Extensive research and coordination required. Automating and standardizing call detail records sent by providers to law enforcement. So he is talking about how he does that for the analyzing the record training courses, including ZX 40-hour advanced clarification course, the only 40-hour certification course offered in the United 40 hours. Okay. So you're the only one training all these people outside the FBI? Instructing over 15 years of experience in developing training outlines, objectives, and PowerPoint. We didn't like them PowerPoints that they had over there earlier. And PowerPoint presentations. Implementation of training concepts and debrief after action reports on programs impact. Arizona Peace Officer and Standards Training Board certified instructor. Extensive background and reference to provide instruction and training, all disciplines listed. Guest speaker for various conference and convention in the United States and Canada. Instructed for over 25,000 students nationally and internationally, law enforcement prosecutors, defense experts. Prosecutors, judges, defense experts, sorry. Attributes, training schedules, instructions and participation in training. That's going to do with damn phones. I want to get to the phone stuff. What all you know. I mean, you got a pretty good, I give it to you. You got a really good record here, but that doesn't sway me yet until I get you on the stand and start hearing from you, right? Case references, abbreviated, expert testimony 2016 to 2024, State of Arizona versus Sharp. That was for armed robbery. He's going to cite all the cases that he's been a part of, that he's testified in, and I'm not going to read all those because we got enough reading to do. Blah 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 blah. So the guy's got a street, and he's got, why won't it scroll down to the rest? It says 13. Oh, I'm at 13 of 13. Okay, although it says 7 at the bottom, that confused me. There it is. Wait. Dangerous comments. There it is. Did I miss something? If they start commenting, interrupt me and let me know so I can say what's going on. I don't know. There it is. That Sai is going to be really good at doing up there on the witness stand. Sound like somebody's pulling in my driveway. Let me scroll up. He had the Strava, Texas Ranger, the Strava app, and they definitely got that on a search warrant. Well, the mileage of the car, I don't know. We would need to know the start of that mileage before the crimes. I mean, so. Oh, okay. I did. Now, Danger, please don't annoy me because I love you, but come on, man. If y'all are gonna bank everything on that damn alibi, I don't know what to tell y'all anymore. Like, I just don't know. So we read through it, and we did acknowledge he was stargazing that night. It was cloudy, cold, and he was driving. But he drove out toward Wawawee. I'm just making sure. I'm just trying to make sure there's no trolls in my chat right now because I'm not in the mood to talk. Come on, what is it? You need what, baby? Someone's at our door? Hold on, guys. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Oh, let's see. Sorry, I was trying to. I got like a bunch of questions, like one after the other. I'm trying to see if I responded to everybody. Tinsel, yeah, I think I did. Texas Ranger, they can't turn it over if they don't have it. Right, it's still an ongoing investigation. They have these videos, the Floyd's Cannabis Shop and whatnot. It's on that list in the self-authentication records, and they have it. I can't speak right now as to whether or not not the state, the defense has gotten everything. I think they have. I think they're only kind of complaining about expert witness testimony right now that they don't have the details of what some of the state's experts are going to say. They don't know if, this expert is qualified enough or whatever. Right now, I can't think of a video or whatever that they're saying, oh, hey, we still don't have this. Um, so Bullets and Bling asks, what evidence has the state held back? Uh, what was it? Yesterday, we, was it in the Amazon activity? Oh, wait, let me look at the list to see what I read through. There was something, and it has to do with an expert. So, no, this is defense. It may have been in the Amazon click activity. They basically were saying this guy, Shane Cox, well, we don't know what he's going to testify to, what he's going to say. There have been a couple of documents like that. And they said there were a couple instances where they said they were just told they've been asking for this information since like last year or 2023. And then they just found out like 4 or 5 days ago this year that like the state was turning over the evidence or whatever, or going to turn over what they asked for, and that it was at that point 6 months past the deadline. Do you remember what that was? Was that in the Amazon
What was
information
that?
yesterday where I read it and it said that the defense had been asking for something, but the state hadn't given it, and then the state, like 4 or 5 days ago, just now
Yeah,
provided it, and they're like 6 months after the deadline or whatever. Do you remember what that was?
I don't remember exactly what it was. We read so
So
much
it could have
yesterday.
been Amazon. It could have been something to do with the
The
AT&T.
AT&T timing stuff. I think it because According to Cy Ray, and I'm good, this is the defense expert witness. He says those records were only available prior to May of 2023 to FBI type law enforcements. They did not become available to local law enforcement till after that date. I made a whole ass video on it with using Cy Ray's own testimony. He's on the camera talking and explaining it. Now, if they obtained that information later, right, then maybe that's what got turned over. I do not know. I am going to say this: if the state failed to turn over stuff and doesn't meet deadline in Idaho, they will be sanctioned. Bottom line. So I can't help what, either side's not wanting to turn over stuff on time. That's on them. They're in a whole ass trouble, and that would be their fault.
And these
But
aren't new tricks or tactics. This is in
no,
every courthouse, every
every
courtroom. The prosecution and the defense, they all play these games.
Yep. I don't think people ever went into a true crime case ever until this one.
Yeah.
Never read the first court minute, never saw a PCA, never saw a court trial, never saw a hearing, nothing. They want to act like Kohberger's being railroaded the entire time, and I don't understand it.
Because you remember, so Jennifer Crumbly, Ethan Crumbly, that
Yep.
school shooter's mom,
Yep.
her attorney stood up and was whining and was like, "Oh, Your Honor, the state has given me all this stuff, and they didn't give me an index, and da 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 da, and I don't know where things are and what to find, blah blah blah." The judge literally said the state's not obligated to give you an index with the information. They can dump it
Exactly.
all in a truckload of boxes and say, "Here you go. This is your job as the defense to go through whatever they give you and find what's going to clear your client, or what, you know what I mean, just or what you need to, I don't know, try to mitigate damage on, or whatever." So this is something that is a well-known thing that happens between the prosecution and the defense everywhere. This is not specific to Idaho. It's not specific to Indiana or any other little state that you guys have watched a case that has had some mess going on, like Massachusetts, Karen Reed or whatever. This is normal.
It's very normal. It is very, very normal. And I'm going to say this and leave it there. When y'all are over there in those chats, all those pro burger chats, are y'all pointing out when they are giving out misinformation? Or are you clapping? I'm kind of getting aggravated right now, and I don't want to. I really don't. And I'm going to leave it at that and let it go now. So let's get back
I mean,
to
I'm
this.
fine.
I'm trying to be. No, I'm
Did
not.
you
It's
want to
not
get
you.
back to this alibi one?
Yeah, I'm just like, I don't go into those crazy streams and try to correct them and say, well, you're leaving out pertinent information. You're leaving out this. I might say it to my friends behind the scenes, but I'm not going into their chats to start saying stuff to them, right? Just like that, somebody was in my chat a little while ago. They're gone now. They came for
I
one
didn't even
reason.
notice who that was.
Well, I know who it was. They came for one reason. It wasn't enough to go in there and do all that. Okay, bye. Go do you in your own stream and get out of mine. You are a streamer. Go do you. Go do a live and talk your mess.
And
Don't come in my chat and do it.
I honestly wish that YouTube didn't have like such funny rules or whatever, because remember a long time ago I told you I found this video. It's on YouTube. There's a short clip, and it is like this guy who was like military trained, and he literally is trying to show you like a knife attack, right? And how much damage you can do in a small amount of seconds. I don't remember. What was it? Was it 15 seconds or something? It was
Yeah.
20 seconds. It was something really, short. And he's got a dummy that has like it's made out of like something gelatin like or whatever, and it's got something red in it, so you'll see something when it comes out. And he literally, you see, he times it, and he starts like just going to town, hitting this dummy.
Well, you know what?
Mhm.
Not everybody's got common sense, and there's nothing I can do about it.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, because of that reason, if somebody saw that video,
Yeah.
it's like, If
Oh, I
you
get it.
sit there and count the number of times this guy stabs
Nobody
this,
wants to hear
test
it.
dummy in like 15 seconds, it was like 30 something times. You've got to think about the kind of
Yeah.
weapon, and my goodness, if I walk in
Mm-mm.
and just, stab somebody in the throat, I mean, not trying to be graphic, but they're going to bleed
Well,
out if you hit an
warning.
artery, like
Oh,
super
no.
fast. And
Yeah.
what was that? That was one motion that took all of like what, 1 second, you
Yeah.
know? And you
I
have
don't.
13 minutes to do this. So
Yes.
you don't have to spend 5 minutes on somebody. You know what I mean? Like, so
Yeah.
yeah, it's like, yeah.
And we've tried to talk about that for 2.5 years, but nobody wants to hear it. They're dug in. They're
Hmm.
just simply dug in my opinion, and nothing is going to change. And instead of being an honest and fair evaluator and basing stuff on court documents, whether whichever side you go and want to believe, because we both know both sides will do things. And like you were saying and pointing out, every case has these things happening in them. It's not just Kohberger, you know. And I'm going to tell y'all. No, I'm not. I'm not going to bring it up anymore. I'm tired of bringing it up because Delphi and Idaho are not the fucking same. I'm telling you right now, if they had thrown Kohberger into a damn prison the minute he got arrested, the internet would have been on fire and y'all would never have shut about it. But we get made fun of in Delphi for having concerns about someone's rights being violated. But I also have a concern about misinformation being spread in the Kohberger case because that's all that's ever been done in this case. And now that some unsealing that everybody was bitching about is finally happening and evidence is coming to light, they don't want to believe it. That's on you guys. And you can't just continue to say, well, the shady roommates and there's not enough time. Get over it already. We know the roommates were shady. We know nothing they were doing made any damn sense. We know that. But that doesn't mean this guy didn't go into that house and do that. It just means those girls were being really, failure to act, what I'm calling it. Yes, they're very different. And I keep hearing how they're compared and they're not. All right, so we're getting back to this. We were looking at size bullshit. I'm just going to say it.
In the current alibi motion.
Yeah, we are. Let me pull my screen back over though. I made this too big and now I can't see my thingy. I got a little hangry. I had to go grab my food. My little neighbor girls were at the door needing to borrow some eggs.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, they're all home for here. So it's spring almost in Florida. Thank God. All right. So Cy continues to state all of his lovely, lovely experience. And that was the end of that document. And that was let me go back up here to the top. That was the defendant's objection to state's motion in limine, the alibi. Now, like I said, we read the alibi, so I clarified the differences since I was putting out misinformation. Okay. Dolphin, I'll let you start reading this next one so I can eat a little bit of this food.
Okay, which one is it? It's
we just did the alibis, so let me get
I
back.
think yesterday we did the self-authentication of records because I think I went through it and glossed over it really quick, right?
Yes, that's the one you did.
Because it was like the same, all the stores. For
Yes.
some reason, this isn't.
Yeah. It showed all that. Let's see. We went through that one. We went through that.
I'm trying to get this to pull up. It's for some reason. I may have too many tabs open. I'm always like.
Maybe so. I also need to get back there and look at when you go to pull up, it'll show up and I can pull it up. Wait, where's my thing? Oh, there it is. Huh, I had the wrong thing pushed.
Actually, let me close all of these browser windows and I'll come right back, okay?
Okay, you're fine. And I just want chat to know I do not have a problem with differences of opinions. I'm a grown-ass woman and I don't have time for childlike ways, especially with this case or any of the cases I cover going forward. I understand where you guys sit because people like me and Sleuthy and Joe have caught pure hell for our thoughts and views on Delphi. YouTube rumors, right? There's the damn difference. And I don't go into them channels telling them they're all wrong and shit, so I don't appreciate them coming here telling us that. I don't know, probably truth. I don't look for them, to be honest. I don't go into those streams. If I don't agree with what a streamer is telling me, and I know what they're putting out is a bunch of bogus bullshit, I'm not going for entertainment purposes only. That doesn't entertain me. So I couldn't tell you where any of them people are at and where they're hanging out at. Well, I know where they're hanging out at. I just don't choose to hang out in the trailer park of YouTube streets. I'm trying to figure out where Dolphin doesn't have her thing back up yet. She'll be back in just a second. All right, she's closing out all them mini tabs. Her and Joe always got tons of tabs open. I do not. All right, let's see. There was the AT, the alibi. The next would be the authentication of records. And Wes, we did look at that one yesterday. She's back. Okay. I think we went over this, if I can talk, the statistical analysis. I can't remember. Okay, there you are.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, no, I didn't read that.
Which one was that?
The statistical analysis, but
We did not. Okay.
I opened up the one for the self-authentication of records. There are lots of paragraphs under each one of these, so I did not open this either. I think I must have skipped over it, thinking that it was just still all the same list.
Right, so we need to look at it.
Yeah, it's 14 pages, but
okay.
Give me 1 second. Let me grab a drink because my throat's
dry. You're good.
I'll be right back, guys.
Let me check chat, make sure there's no bullshit going on. Truth. And me and Truth be fussing with each other sometimes. It's all good, girl. It's all good. Danger, are you sure you run from the hills from all that? Are you sure? I'm picking at you partially, but are you sure? Is it true that Ann Taylor likes to frequently say size matters? I don't know, Jeff. Stop it. Jeff's going to get me in trouble. Yeah, we just got through listening to that stuff on Stern's hearing this morning. They're mad at all of us on these YouTube streets and social media for talking about these people, making them look bad. And you popped off with some pretty horrible jokes yesterday about got us in trouble. Be good, Jeff. Be good. Yeah, Dolphin, I hope the state brings up that kickboxing and all that that shit. The alibi himself said he's an avid runner. But then yesterday we read where his team says, well, he's got all these coordination issues. He can barely walk right.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Alrighty. A lot better. I got snacks, a Coke, and I managed to squeeze in a bathroom break.
Yeah, Danger, I can't, people's issues with the FBI, I don't tackle. FBI is the FBI. They've been around for what? Forever and ever and ever. Y'all got a problem with the FBI. The FBI, so just because the FBI was here and investigated the case makes it shady to you? Because we would have loved to have had the FBI stick around over in Delphi, but they got kicked out. A local case now where someone's been missing for over a decade, they finally have got involved. Our locals have finally invited them into the case. Thank God. So I may not want to know about all the efforts the FBI can do to get info on bad guys. Honestly, I've got no problem with IGG stuff. People wanted it in Delphi, but hate it over in Idaho. Y'all need to pick. That's like bitching about the winter. People who bitch about the summer all summer, then bitch all winter. You're just bitching to be bitching at that point. I will bitch all winter because I will not bitch all summer. So I don't really have a lot of issues with the FBI. I know there's been all this shady talk over the years about the FBI, but hell, they're the FBI, dude. They're going to do them. As long as they're not, I'm not doing shit to cause them to knock on my door. But I damn sure want bad guys caught if they're out there. And if they got the means to do it, then go for it. All right, Dolphin, we're ready. Let me get your back here so I can pull your screen up when you're ready.
Okay. Let's see. I think it's this tab. Yep.
My barbecue done got cold, damn it. It did. I sat in there for too long. Okay.
Okay, you can see this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is the defendant's objection to state's motion in limine regarding self-authentication of records. Okay, comes now Bryan C. Kohberger, by and through his attorneys of record, and hereby objects to the state's motion in limine to admit self-authenticating records. The state provided a list containing terabytes of discovery in its motion for admission at trial based on an exception to the rule against hearsay. This is an example of the discovery practices the state engages in, which violate Mr. Kohberger's right to due process and a fair trial. Mr. Kohberger grounds his objection in the United States Constitution, 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment, and the Idaho Constitution, Article 1, Section 13. The state has not provided a specific record with a certificate and affidavit. The state has promised certification in the future, but has failed to properly identify the record and how it falls within 8036 and or 8. The Idaho Court of Appeals has said Rule 8036, the business record exception to the hearsay rule, allows admission of a record or a report if it was made and kept in the course of a regularly conducted business activity and if it was the regular practice of that business to make the report or record. They cite State v. Hill, for that's where they got that from. The provided list is not easily identifiable as to which records the state is referring to. Many of the records require foundation because the state has not supplied information to guarantee completeness and authenticity of the record. Aside from issues of authenticity, the state provides no basis upon which any of these records are relevant and meet Idaho Rules of Evidence 401, 402, and 403.
You got to be kidding.
That's what they're trying to say.
You can't authenticate your footage of my client's car.
Before any of these records are admitted, they must first be relevant. Only then does the determination of whether an exception to the hearsay rules even matters. In support of his objection, Mr. Kohberger describes the size and complexity of each item for which the state requests admission with a promise certificate as follows. And then this is the long list that we looked at several days ago, last week?
Yeah.
Okay, number 1, the 1320 Linda Lane surveillance footage for November 13th, 2022. It's a hard drive that was provided on April 5th, 2022. There's the name of the file. Number 2, the 1330 Linda Lane surveillance footage for November 13th, 2022. Hard drive was provided on 4/5/22. There's the name of the file. It says, these surveillance videos contained in the folder AV000147 are 2 videos from the same viewpoint. They are each a 1-hour time block. Counsel has located in discovery video footage from the 2 cameras that are between 8 to 9 gigabytes of data. This data runs in numerous clips of varying length with an approximate total of 12.5 hours. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on or use as evidence, nor a certificate that the videos were made and kept in the course of a regularly conducted business activity, and if it was the regular practice of that business to make the report or record. No certification for this footage establishing the criteria required exists.
Okay, so did we make, Lord, They made them all up, and they fabricated them all, right?
No certification, and how do we even know that this business, this is their normal business activity? Mm-hmm.
Hmm. At least they
Yeah.
didn't take us
Okay.
more than screenshots of the damn car.
Yeah. So 8 to 9 gigabytes for the Linda Lane footage. Hmm. That's actually not much for 12 and a
No.
half hours. Hmm. Yeah, that's surprising. Um, Number three, Albertsons in Clarkston, Washington. Video surveillance and business records for November 13th, 2022. Hard drive provided on April 5th, 2023. This is a surveillance recording that is about 3 gigabytes in size. The file contains multiple views that cover about a 2-hour time block. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on or use as evidence, nor a certificate that the videos were made and kept in the course, they've got the same typo there, and kept in the course of a regularly conducted business activity. And this is the same thing. All they did was copied and pasted the same errors. And if it was the regular practice of that business to make the report a record, no certification for this footage establishing the criteria required exists. Okay. Let's get into Amazon. Number four, Amazon financial and user records for Bryan Kohberger. Hard drive provided on April 5th, 2023. There are four different files here. AV236 contains an Excel spreadsheet with information and categories for subscription information and order history for an Amazon account, Mr. Kohberger, and his family members. I think they probably meant to say that they use. Okay. AV243 that contains Mr. Kohberger's father's account records and purchase history. These records list purchases for the entire family. AV398 contains subscription history, click activity, and sign-in history for the Amazon account for Mr. Kohberger and his family. AV832 contains a police report from Michael Douglas. Michael Douglas is the FBI special agent, and they misspelled his last name. Mr. Kohberger objects specifically to AV 832 as it is a police report, and the prosecution must have a witness to testify about the contents of a police report. IRE 8038A 2B. He objects to the rest of the requested documents because the records are not a complete record. The court should consider Mr. Kohberger's motion to exclude all Amazon records and expert testimony in conjunction with this state request. On March 12, 2025, the state filed expert opinions related to Amazon records, some 3 months after its expert disclosure deadline. So there we go. This is what I was talking about before that I couldn't remember what it was, but it was Amazon. They were after the deadline and they just, were bringing in some new information. Mm. Okay, number five, AT&T phone records for Mr. Kohberger, Madison Mogan, and Xana Kernodle. That's in AV000228. In that file, Mr. Kohberger notes that these records are one copy of several copies obtained during the course of the case. This folder also contains records relating to someone else. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on or use as evidence, nor a certificate that the records were made and kept in the course of a regularly conducted business activity, and if it was the regular practice of that business to make the report a record. Mr. Kohberger seeks exclusion of these records based on the state's incomplete expert disclosures. This should not be an allowed method of circumventing those failures. Well, that's interesting. I wonder who the other person is in these records.
Yeah, that'd be hmm.
AT&T. Oh, Sleuthy's still in the chat, right?
Yeah, she's here. And she
Oh,
said
Sleuthy, I know you know your spreadsheet by heart. AT&T phone records. They got who all from AT&T? So
uh
Maddie, Xana, and
was it
Brian.
Was it Kaylee as well? I can't know.
I think she was with somebody
She
else. Was
had
she
somebody else.
T-Mobile or was she
Inland?
T-Mobile,
No.
Verizon?
I have to go back and look at the things too.
Yeah. Mm.
So we
Actually, you
got
could pull up Sleuthy's spreadsheet. You got a link to it?
I don't know if I still have the one that she had because she's got her Karen Reed and her Delphi stuff all linked up, and I go look for it sometimes and I can't find the old one.
I got it.
Um,
It's
you got
bookmarked.
it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
So,
had it bookmarked. I thought I had it in our Discord channel. I used to have it in the
AT&T.
Discord. Let me look. Where's my girl Sleuthy stuff at?
Okay,
Oh,
AT&T. I see
I won't
Brian.
be able to pull it out of the Discord. No way. While I'm on restream, it won't work.
I see a broad one and it says unnamed with 2 unknown subscriber phone numbers.
Go to search warrant tabs under her
The
docs.
Idaho one, right?
Yep, she said go to
Mm-hmm.
search warrant tabs.
Yep.
Thank you, Sleuthy.
Huh. I see one for Brian down his column. I don't see a mention of AT&T down Maddie's, Kaylee's. And I'm just going by in the columns. Ethan, no. Xana, I don't see one. Then the next time I see AT&T on here, it's over in this broad slash unnamed because there were 2 unknown subscriber numbers. Shush, shush, go. So I think his other number. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, well, never mind. I'll just move on. Number 6, the bagel shop video surveillance video for November 13th, 2022. This surveillance video is over 7.5 gigabytes in size. No information has been submitted explaining how this video is certified or what portions the state intends to use. 7. Bank of America bank records for Bethany and Xana in 2 different files. Folders. The 2 folders contain different sets of information. AV 133 contains Bank of America records for Bethany and Xana. There is an additional record listed that appears to be another person. Additionally, sections of the record are redacted, blocking out information. AV 254 contains Bank of America records for Bethany and Xana. These records are different than those in AV 133. So 133 is Bethany and Xana, and 254 is this other person that has some redactions in it. But then Bethany and Xana are also, wait, in the 254 file? Yeah, it says AV254 contains Bank of America records for Bethany and Xana. And then up here it also says that AV133 contains records for Bethany and Xana. But they don't know who 254 is related to because it's redacted. Oh, that's interesting.
What now?
Hmm.
I was being distracted by my son was met.
Okay. Banner banking records for Ethan Chapin, hard drive provided April 5th, 2023, and that's the AV folder 255. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on or use as evidence, nor a certificate that the records were made and kept in the course of a regularly conducted business activity, and if it was a regular practice of that business to make the report or record. AV255 contains Banner Bank records for both Ethan Chapin and his mother. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on or use as evidence, nor a certificate that the records were made and kept in the course of regularly conducted business activity, and if it was the regular practice of that business to make the report. Okay, so apparently this is a theme. The defense keeps saying they don't know why they're going to use it. They don't have a certificate. They don't know if this is something that's, a regular business activity. They don't know anything. So let's just say that. And I'm not going to repeat this little bad paragraph anymore because, yeah, they should have proofread and spell checked. Anyway, number 9. Cafe Artista video surveillance video for November 13th, 2022. This disclosure contains still photos as well as multiple files of recordings. Oh, do me a favor, Salty. Get on
Mhm.
Google Maps and look up Cafe Artista. Tell me what kind of restaurant that is or what kind of cafe that
Yeah,
is.
let me look again.
I'm very curious
Sleepy
now.
says, so I'm gonna pin her comment, and you guys can read
Oh, yeah.
it.
So they have to authenticate all this stuff. That's all. Even if they got to call in witnesses to say on the stand they're legit. Yes.
Okay. Uh, oh, cute little place, coffee house.
Hmm.
Relaxed coffee shop offering espresso, drinks, and pastries, as well as Wi-Fi.
Oh,
2218
interesting.
South Main Street, Moscow, Idaho.
Is it open
And
late at night?
I believe this is the one that sits. Hang on, if I'm not mistaken, this is the one that sit next to. Okay, let me look. It's next to the pizza place. I thought it was close. This is the one that catches Maddie, Kaylee, and what's his name coming down the road from the corner club toward the grub truck.
Oh, okay.
Yep, it's right on the way because this is the one we looked up these locations the other day. Um, it's on the corner actually of Main and Third.
Hmm.
And then the Moscow, the Bagel Deli was also mentioned, which is next door but across the highway, and that's
Hmm.
the path the girls walked from the corner club to the grub truck.
Okay. Tinsel, I see that. Are you sure about the Wi-Fi?
Well, that's what it says, man.
Yeah. Okay, I was just curious, what type of
Yeah, I
cafe
got
it
you. You're good.
was.
I'm
Hmm.
gonna, I'm gonna, I'm gonna be on the phone. But I'm gonna walk outside for my bad habit.
Okay, go ahead. So this was 2 hours of video footage for that. Okay. Number 10, you've got Corner Club video surveillance video for November 12th through the 13th in two different folders or files. These two files may be duplicate disclosures. The video surveillance is from 14 different cameras with multiple hours of video footage. Again, there is no disclosure containing what sections of this discovery the state intends to use at trial or how this record is regularly collected and maintained for this business. Number 11, Corner Club financial transaction receipts of sale for November 13th. This record is 138 pages of receipts from the Corner Club bar. Again, no disclosure. They don't know how the state's going to use it, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Number 12, Costco in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance video for November 13th in AV 229. This surveillance is from up to 10 cameras and runs for approximately an hour. The state provides no disclosure of what segments of these videos it intends to use or how they comply with, and they cut it off. They didn't even finish their sentence there. But Costco, this is what we were talking about a little while ago in the other document, that he tried to go into Costco in the entry roll up. That was in the FBI document, and he was denied access. So he was denied entry and he turned around and like left. So that's probably going to show where he was trying to get in or whatever. Number 13. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Number 13. DeSales student records regarding Bryan Kohberger in AV 291. This disclosure is thousands of pages of documents that are not organized in any fashion. This disclosure involves information relating to Mr. Kohberger's calendar, coursework drafts, final drafts, testing, emails, and syllabi for classes while he was a student at DeSales. The state has not specified what out of this extensive and disorganized information it intends to use, how records contained in Mr. Kohberger's personal school Google account are a business record kept in the ordinary course by DeSales, how these privacy protected education records are admissible in court. Yes, I knew that they did this. And I'm sorry I was laughing. I'm sorry. It's so nice to see things that, we had thought of like ages ago, like be verified. Um, DeSales student records. Remember he had a DeSales email address that, oh gosh, what was it, Salty? I know you're still here for typing. His DeSales email address, he used it for like what, one of his other Google accounts or one of the Instagram accounts or whatever. So they got DeSales to give them access to that. They also went back into his student records at DeSales, and yeah, he used a personal school Google account or whatever. There's something in there. Yes. Oh, yes. There's something in there. I just looked down at what you said. Oh, this is crazy. Hmm. Okay. Oh, this is wonderful. Because this will include like probably if he had any kind of disciplinary issues or whatever too, in problems with students, the like the one friend that or not friend but former classmate who was interviewed and said, hey, they were working on a project together and he just completed it and turned it in and like didn't tell anybody else. That guy still sounded like he was annoyed to this day about that. Okay, number 14. Dick's Sporting Goods record of sale for Bryan Kohberger is in AV 270. Oh, hey, Firefly. The disclosure contains a copy of sales records from June of 2022. The state has not specified what records it intends to admit as evidence, how it was made and kept in the course of a regularly conducted business activity, and if it was the regular practice of that business to make the report or record. Dick's Sporting Goods, they're saying this is June of 2022. Now, depending what date that is in June, remember, Brian was still in Pennsylvania buying that brand new cell phone with new cell phone number on June 23rd of 2022. So was this a Dick's Sporting Goods purchase back in Pennsylvania, or was this a Dick's Sporting Goods purchase in Washington or Moscow, whichever? I think it was in Moscow, in that same shopping plaza, but it's been renamed or whatever. This is good. And what did he purchase from Dick's? Well, Dick's Sporting Goods has all sorts of products. So, yeah, this is interesting. Okay, number 15. Discover financial records for Kaylee, AV 256. This record contains a certification for 33 pages of records. The state has supplied 17 pages, including compliance forms and email. This record is incomplete. Yes, yes, yes. So they're complaining that there's 33 Discover financial records, but they only got 17. So, okay. Oh, here we go with DoorDash. DoorDash records for Xana and Ethan in file AV265. Again, turned over the same day, April 5th, 2023. AV265 contains Ethan's DoorDash records, but does not contain records for Xana. Okay. The April 5th, 2023 disclosure is a DoorDash search warrant returns. Okay. The warrant returns contain photographs, a list of deliveries to 1122 King Road, and span as far back as 2019, and a spreadsheet of communication between the person ordering the food and the DoorDasher. The state has not specified which of these records it intends to use at trial.
Hey, hold on.
Mhm.
So that tells me
Mhm.
Ethan may have ordered that DoorDash that night.
Mhm. Mhm. That's what I'm thinking, because if they didn't include hers.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
'cause I know some DoorDash. Y'all can come at me all day long with your DoorDash theories. I was a DoorDash driver.
Mm-hmm.
I've been telling y'all for the longest time. They got the fucking records. The DoorDash knows what kind of car I drive. They know my every fucking move when I'm out there moving around.
Oh
My
yeah.
what time that shit gets dropped off, how it got dropped off, all the things. And I got
Mm-hmm.
tired of saying it. And I know I'm not the only DoorDash driver on YouTube, but
Yeah.
nobody else was willing to come out and say a word but me. So that right there tells me that DoorDash order was placed on Ethan's phone, not from some nefarious phone, fake DoorDash delivery bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And they've got photographs.
Moving on.
So,
Wonder
yep.
what they ordered. What y'all get y'all food at that night?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, but I was just curious.
Okay.
Rory found that
17.
DoorDash driver, though, by the way. I made a
Who?
video about how Rory found that DoorDash driver, and we're all safe now.
Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Number 17, early warning records, AV213. This disclosure contains some certificate but no record with content. Mr. Kohberger does not know what the state intends to rely on or admit. Man, I'm disappointed that this doesn't have more details.
Uh, yeah, and who was it? Let's see, Texas Ranger. Well, yeah, and they did stop selling firearms. People, trust me, I'm below the Mason-Dixon line. All these dudes got guns, and there were some people highly pissed, and we're never going to go back in that store again because they couldn't go in there and purchase a gun. But guess what? We got plenty of other places to purchase them. Plenty, plenty.
That's for sure.
We got a lot of deer hunters around these parts. They need them deer guns.
I really wanted to know more about 17 because I wanted to know, is it the like the bank's like sort of internal, credit history or financial record history? Is it that system, or is it the other thing that I was thinking of where the police, kind of like, or law enforcement logs not troubleshooters, troublemakers, people
Yeah.
who, are problematic and whatnot, and into that
Texas.
database that they have.
Yeah. Yeah. The PCA says Santa received a DoorDash order. But now looking at these records where because people have all wondered who actually ordered it and all that stuff.
Oh, but that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense because you know what? Ethan didn't live in that house, right?
No.
So if he's ordered her something, he could have had her and her address in his
Yes.
DoorDash profile and
You can.
sort of sent it as a gift. Like, here, send this to her. Even
Or
though
he could
he's
have.
like physically there.
Yeah, I mean, he still could have ordered it from his account,
Mm-hmm.
but have the delivery for the person named Xana. I
Right.
mean, my customers would tell me all kind of little notes and stuff, where to leave it specifically, who's going to get it for me, or this is my grandson, or this is my whatever. It's a whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if Santa actually ordered it, there would be some actual records there of that, I would think.
Yeah, and her name could be still on the order because of what we just
Right.
said.
Yeah, they could have both their names on there, in fact. I get people who make up names on the DoorDash. They don't even use their real names. I laugh at some of the names that come up there of the customer's name. I'm like, what the hell are they doing here?
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Number 18, Elon financial records for Kaylee. Hard drive provided on April 5th, 2023. The records contained in this folder relate to P1FCU, its credit union, account for Kaylee's relative. Huh. The state has not specified which of these records it intends to use at trial, how they were made and how they were kept, yada yada. Kaylee's relative. Which relative?
Which relative would be
Mom and dad? Or, like,
if
why
they
didn't they
had a
just say
shared
who it was?
because what if it was some sort of account that her dad was like, because he had mentioned he co-signed, right,
Mm-hmm.
some stuff, so maybe his name is attached to some of her records.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, number 19, ENS Services, located at 1300 Johnson Avenue, Pullman, Washington. Surveillance video for November 13th, 2022, provided the same day. This disclosure contains 2 dates of surveillance, each with 125 entries. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on or use as evidence. No certificate that the records/videos were made and kept in the course of regularly conducted business activity. Blah blah blah. Okay.
Good
ENS
luck with all this.
services. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like Sleuthy said, all they gotta do is bring in someone to say, yeah, this is real.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, I work at this business. Yes, we always have cameras rolling. Yes, this
Hmm.
came from, us. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, totally. Um, 20. Farmers Insurance Surveillance Video for November 13th, 2022. This disclosure contains 2 files. One has 641 separate videos, and the
Oh,
other has 175 videos. And then their usual blurb. Farmers Insurance Surveillance Video.
so they took the whole entire surveillance video, and then the
Mm-hmm.
state could see what they wanted out of it.
Mm-hmm. And
Send
they
over
didn't
their-
tell them specifically where
Yeah.
in this 800 something videos where to
Well,
look.
and we're hearing this across the board in every case anymore. We're getting these
Mm-hmm.
massive amounts of dumps from the prosecution, and it's all unorganized, unlabeled, all the things. And like you were mentioning earlier, it's like
Mm-hmm.
maybe I need to hire some more paralegals. I don't know what to tell y'all. I don't know how to tell y'all to fix that.
Yep.
But obviously, you're getting a massive amount of information. But although you go into court and tell everybody you're not getting anything because the
And you
state's
don't
hiding,
have it. Mm-hmm.
state's hiding it. They don't have it. They're hiding it. Apparently, they haven't hid shit except from us.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge Hippler, for letting us see.
Mm-hmm. 21. Floyd's Cannabis Company surveillance video for November 13th. The surveillance in this disclosure comes from 2 separate cameras and has multiple views. And again, with their blurb, state hasn't told them any specifics, yada yada, no certification, whatever. Okay. Doesn't even actually say how much this is, like
But
what the
Tinsel, what do
size
you
of this.
did you say? I haven't been paying attention to chat for a minute. Tinsel, your says my humor is too highbrow for this chat. What do you mean? Did I miss something? Oh, she's talking to somebody in chat, maybe. I got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Y'all carry
Okay.
on. Y'all carry
22.
on.
Forrest Stacks, Crypto.com. Financial records for Bryan Kohberger, AV863. This disclosure contains records that show purchase history and include the time, but not the date, account activity, and automated chats relating to account updates. And then the same blurb about the state not providing something. Hold on, but then something at the end. On March 13th, 2025, for the first time, the state disclosed that its expert, Michael Douglas, who's special agent Michael Douglas, intends to rely on this record in his summary. No opinion regarding these records has been disclosed. So he made purchases in this crypto account.
From the crypto, and I'm
Hmm.
telling you because I've been in Web3.
Hmm.
That's all I need. And I can look and tell you every transaction you've done, any NFT you bought or sold, any crypto stuff you've done. Bryan Kohberger knows what purchases he made with that crypto. You can't just go into you can only purchase certain things through crypto, right? And you can transfer that crypto to real dollars. Because you can't just walk into Walmart and pay with your crypto, right? It's used for very specific type stuff. And a lot of people, so yeah, that's always been curious because it feels like he's trying to hide some sort of transactions and use his crypto to go through and do it. But all I need is that wallet number. And those are public knowledge in Web3 world. Sorry.
Dark web too, yeah. Number
Yeah.
23.
Because your crypto wallet has a number attached to it, and that's how you do your transactions in the crypto world, whether you're doing NFTs or cryptocurrency. And there are people who track crypto wallets based on that number. So it's a whole thing. So I would love to know that number because I know somebody who can pull that right up and tell me a whole lot of stuff, unless they preserve that account where we can't access it. You know what I mean?
Where were we? 23. Grub truck video surveillance video for November 13th, 2022. This disclosure contains a 4.5 hours of video. And the usual blurb. The state hasn't provided this and that, and they don't know why the state's going to use it and whether or not it's certified. Got it. 24. Harbor Freight Business and Surveillance Records. In file AV350. This disclosure contains surveillance video, receipts, and a product manual. Most of the purchase receipts belong to people other than Mr. Kohberger. Huh. The
What?
state has not provided any of, the usual fill in the blank. So, surveillance video, receipts, and a product manual. Harbor Freight. Harbor Freight.
Product manual. We got tons of
Well,
Harbor
does
Freight
Harbor
around.
Freight? Harbor Freight is like a
Harbor Freight.
tools
Yes, they
store,
sell all.
right?
Yes, they sell all kind of stuff, but mainly all sorts of tools. My son is a Harbor Freight fanatic. I mean, he was always up in that place. Tarps, I mean, all kinds of stuff. Anything you can think of. There's a lot of stuff in there. I used to go up in there and buy stuff to take to the cemetery because they have these cute little solar lights and stuff for your yard, for outdoor stuff. You can buy a shovel in there too.
So think
What you need a manual for though?
about what you would need a manual for.
Right.
Exactly.
Receipts and a product manual.
Let me
And the
just.
state has not provided any specifics as to what.
Okay. Just.
Most of the purchase receipt. This is what's interesting to me, though. Most of the purchase receipts belong to people other than Kohberger. Why would they take purchase receipts from other people unless they showed up on a warrant that contained them? You know what I mean? By accident. They were just, I don't know, at the same time of purchases and.
They're there at the same time.
Right, exactly.
Mhm.
But those other people's DNA was on a sheath. Were they?
So just like a quick glance, Harbor Freight, power tools, hand tools, air tools and compressors, tool storage and organization, automotive, generators and engines, lawn and garden, home
Uh,
and security.
Owner's Well, that would require a manual, wouldn't it? To help
What?
get you set up. The
Cameras,
security.
home
Home
and security.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I don't picture Kohberger as an outdoorsy type other than his running and hiking. So did he go in there and get? That's not a hiking gear store. Um,
I mean, plumbing, electrical, hardware, material handling, building and construction, painting, lighting, and safety. And remember, he had HVAC experience because he had done some work with his father or whatever. So I'm like, that bottom part of the list, I'm kind of like ignoring. Home and security. Let me just see. Home and security. Electrical, security and safes, household and kitchen cleaning, moving, hobby tools, electronics, outdoor hobbies, toys, security and safes,
what's a thunder?
surveillance systems. Here we go. So Harbor Freight sells all these different types of surveillance systems. Huh. Interesting. I'm thinking about the girl that, it's rumored that he helped
That he
set up the
needed.
cams.
Yeah. Did he
Okay.
go? But when we Googled Harbor Freight, I didn't think there was one in Moscow, though. Let me check again.
Yeah,
Or was there?
I
Can't
thought.
remember.
Well, and it doesn't say the dates either. Let's see. Pullman.
Pullman, that's right.
1450 South Grand Avenue, Pullman, Washington.
Yep, Moscow does not have one. It's over in Pullman,
Okay.
near
Me.
Bishop.
Get back to this one. Okay, 25. Idaho Central Credit Union, bank records for Madison Mogan. MM, yep. Again, same thing. State hasn't provided anything. They don't know what they intend to use. No certificate, or whether it was a regular business practice.
Well, I wonder. when was this document filed into comparison to what we're seeing come out now? That they may know a little more about how they intend to use it, like to
I
show
mean,
where your client was.
these are
It's
a few
pretty,
days ago.
yeah. But I mean, I'm just saying for them to say we have no idea how they intend to use it. I'm not so sure that that's true. It's
Yeah.
they intend to show receipts for purchases. They intend to show video. Do we need to elaborate? We are not at trial yet. Just be prepared because we're coming in with this, and y'all need to be prepared.
She wants more of their game plan, that they are trying to
Rebut it,
say, oh, if you've got
cross-examine it,
records
whatever.
for, two of the girls and him, she wants them to say, oh, on such and such a date at such and such a time, they
Which
were both at
specifically,
registers in this store or whatever. They're both seen on video in this store, so she can, do damage control for it. So she wants to know what their game
yeah,
plan is.
yeah, but she doesn't. They also want to know what yours is, Anne.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right?
and
Yeah,
Anne
work
has the
product.
benefit of having the client who, you could just turn and ask him, well, what the hell were you doing in Harbor Freight?
Exactly. That's what I
You
was
know,
thinking a little
what
earlier.
have
Which,
you ever bought from Harbor Freight?
yeah,
You
and
know,
that's what I was wondering with the crypto stuff, dude. What are you buying on crypto? That's easy to
yeah,
find out.
yeah. Miss Dakota's actually, yeah, absolutely right. She wants their entire playbook.
Yes, she does, and she's been going for that for a while now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. 26. Indian Mountain Lake Surveillance and Records in AV 427. This disclosure does not contain video surveillance. No? Okay. It does contain records of entry and a visitor's log.
Now, so that is. Remember, we looked at that on the map the other day,
Mm-hmm.
and it's right around the corner from his house.
Mm-hmm. Isn't this a subdivision though?
Well, you said it
It's a
was the. You
gated
said it,
community.
yes, but if you look on Google Maps, it's also a separate location, a park type thing, right around the corner from his home. I Googled it and showed it on a map on the stream the other day. Let's see. I don't even know if you were. I thought you were in here, but I wasn't
Is
sure.
it a closed park?
Now I'm gonna look at it again.
Let me see.
Let's pull it up on screen. Show everybody because I did the other day.
Yeah, share yours real quick.
Let me.
'Cause I don't have it up. I guess
Yeah,
maybe put
that's.
the parents' address in. And
They were at Lambston. If you just type in that particular phrase, Indian Mountain Lake, it comes up. Indian Mountain Lake Civic Association, um, not far from Kohberger's home, and it is like a park. It's basketball courts. Let me pull it up on the Google map so you guys can
here
see.
I'm showing it.
Okay.
So there's the house. Which
Change the
direction?
view. Change the view. I can't. Let me see. I just typed in the exact phrase Indian Mountain Lake, and it'll pop up on the thing. I didn't type in his parents' address.
To this view?
Yeah, but it's still not showing that location I'm telling you about. Like I didn't type in his parents' address. I just typed in Indian Mountain Lake, and it'll in Pennsylvania. There, it'll come up. It's not far from his parents' home. Let me pull this down. Let me pull up my.
Yeah, but over this neighborhood though, do you see
Yeah.
it says Indian Mountain Lake?
Yes, I do, but I can't see the actual place on that map right there. Let me pull up the bigger one.
Okay.
Yeah. And
So the other part of what it says is it does not contain video surveillance. It does contain records of entry and a visitor's log. The time frame exceeds the date Mr. Kohberger was arrested.
see that white spot on the map there? That large white area?
Show your screen. It'll go faster.
It's the same screen you got there, but let me pull yours down.
You're talking about this right here?
Yes, if you zoom
Okay.
in on that, that's the park.
Would that have a visitor's log though?
I don't know.
Is it a closed park?
That I don't know. I'm just
I
saying.
literally think it means the neighborhood. If it's a gated
know.
community.
I know, but if you live there, like when I would deliver to gated communities, I had to go in a separate lane, right?
Mm-hmm.
The people with the pass is usually on their car, and it just sends them right in, and it will log people coming and going. Yes, so it could be either one. I don't know. I'm just saying there's two It doesn't specify in the document if this is his home. It just says Indian Mountain Lake. So when I typed in Indian Mountain Lake, that park popped up. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And I don't know if it requires, now it's a civic association, so it may require you to, like log in and log out, not log, you know what I'm saying, show that you were there. Because it's Mountain Lake Civic Association. So, and we have some areas around here like that, and you have to, like, when the kids go to the community center or over in Gold Creek, you have to sign in, right? So I don't
Yeah,
know.
I mean, this on looks like a what do you call it? A clubhouse almost for the gated community.
Exactly. Right. So I don't know if they got to sign in and out of that place or not. But I don't know. I'm just saying I'm not saying I don't know which location it was for. I'm just knowing that there's a park there also with the same name. So. I gotta go take something for my headache. I'm out of goody powders, Dolphin.
Oh, jeez.
I know.
I got mine right next to me.
I need to text my son to be home in a few. Let me just text my son. Baby, bring Mama some goody powder. Mama got a headache.
Yeah. Alrighty, so moving on. 27, Joanne Fabrics financial records in AV 868. This disclosure contains purchase information and a receipt. It's interesting they don't tell you who it's for. Yeah, that's interesting. Or a date. And then their usual blurb. I have an idea what it is. 28. Latah County Sheriff's Office Deputy Darren Duke body camera video on August 21st, 2022. AV 100. It says this disclosure cannot be presented by the state of Idaho pursuant to IRE 8038A2B. This is not a business record. This is the 404B evidence that they don't want brought in. This is the seatbelt ticket.
Yeah.
Number 29. Latah County Sheriff's Office citation that goes along with this body cam footage. And they said the same thing. The state of Idaho can't present it. It's not a business record. Okay, 30. Marshall's financial records for Mr. Kohberger. They've got 4 different files. The disclosure contains Marshall's receipts. Okay. AV 350 contains a variety of documents. Wait a minute. Is this the same? Yeah. Okay, 269, 350, and 861. Okay, in 269, that has a bunch of Marshall's receipts for Bryan. In 350, contains a variety of documents that include police reports, photos, interviews, handwritten notes, consent forms, victimology questionnaires, receipts, copies of messages, and other documents, most of which are not related to Mr. Kohberger. The state has not supplied, a certification of any record within this file. Did something happen at Marshall's?
Contains a variety of documents that include police reports, photos, interviews, handwritten notes, consent forms, victimology questionnaires, receipts. What the hell?
At Marshall's.
Right.
So they have receipts for him at Marshall's, or, well, it says it contains receipts.
Yes.
Not necessarily for him. Well, no, it says financial records for him.
Financial records for Mr. Kohberger, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4 files.
These are his receipts. So he shops at Marshall's. Something happened at Marshall's that involved the police.
Consent forms and victimology questionnaires.
What in the hell?
Was he like trolling Marshall's, asking for taking Reddit type surveys for studies?
So hold on a second. 861. This is the third document. Contains a single page document listing purchases from multiple businesses. This file contains nothing to identify what it is or who it is about. No certification accompanies this, whatever, the usual shit. Wait a minute. Marshall's?
Yeah. That's
Marshall's
crazy.
was at the end of that shopping plaza, wasn't it?
Yes, it certainly was. Right where the August seatbelt ticket stop was at. Farm Road. Mm-hmm. Surveilling or stalking? I mean, surveilling? What
Yeah,
happened?
yeah. Here, let me share this really quick.
Okay.
Marshalls. Here we go again with where
Oh,
is
man.
this is Farm
Every time.
Road right here, and this is Highway 8, which is Pullman. This is the
Yep.
intersection that he had that 404B, the seatbelt ticket, right?
Yep.
This is the Buffalo Wild Wings. Here we go back here with the Winco Foods grocery store. Um, Old Navy, remember Rite Aid, all these
Joanne
things that have,
Fabrics, all
yep.
that's in there. The
hmm
Petco.
Ross, Target is over here. Here's the Marshalls.
Yep. At
Okay.
the end of the complex. And look, BJ's
hmm
Sporting Goods is right there. That when we
Yes,
Googled,
this
yeah,
Big Five, I think,
yeah,
is what
our big,
is used to
yes,
be
used to
Dick's.
be Dick's. Yes,
hmm
ma'am.
And then, and you got Walmart back here,
Yep.
right next door. So something happened at this Marshalls.
It's very interesting, isn't it?
hmm
What
And then they act like they don't know what it was or who it is, and involves.
danger? Why they're looking for criminals, but in the Kohberger case, that wouldn't be in this. You think they were out trolling or asking around if there's victims of
Why would
him?
they be presenting? Why would the state be trying to present that in the case against Bryan?
Yeah, make it make sense, dude.
So, 30, moving on. 31. National Weather Service records for November 12th and November 13th. The state has not provided certification in compliance with case law and rule. We're just going to ignore that because she knows damn well why they want National Weather Service records in there.
Yes,
It's
she
to
does. We got to
dispute
clarify
his
that.
alibi.
Oh, yeah, stargazing alibi.
hmm
No, he wasn't stargazing
And
that
it was
night, Dolphin.
overcast, right?
Clarify. We
hmm
read the alibi again to clarify our misinformation. He was driving that night.
Oh, we got to go back to this one. Okay. Marshalls. Yeah, put a pin in Marshalls. 32. Numerica bank records for Kaylee. There are 3 different folders. The hard drive contains account information produced pursuant to a search warrant. AV258 contains a sheet with sign-in information. AV828 contains information produced pursuant to a search warrant. AV849 contains multiple files of unrelated records as well as a duplicate of AV828. Only one file has a purported certification, and then the usual blurb about what the state hasn't done. Interesting.
What are you doing, Anne? Besides trying to throw shade everywhere, give us a sketchy ass alibi.
She doesn't want things to come in because here's the thing. So, like I said, for a living, that was what I did, was work with databases and financial information, and querying things and all that, right? I was a financial reporting analyst. And let me tell you, if you had all of this financial information, all these records and everything, and you literally, if you think about it, if you dumped all of this into an Excel spreadsheet, and then you did what's called like a pivot table in Excel, and looked at the dates on
Hmm.
rows and then put the names of these victims on the columns, you would see, and did like a count of the transactions, you would see a count of the number of occurrences that say Kaylee shows up at Marshall's, Bryan shows up at Marshall's, Xana
Right.
shows up at Marshall's, or whatever. And then when you see in this, like condensed spreadsheet or like table, you're like, wait a minute. On this right here, they were all in the same place at the same, or whatever. Were they in the same place at exactly the same time? You click on that, and then you get the details just related to that one date or whatever. And then you could say, hey, let's get the surveillance footage for this, and
Yeah.
then you could see, oh, hey, he was in the store at the same time, and look on the surveillance, he's hanging around behind, like in the background. When they
Yeah.
move to this store, he's over at that store. Again, speculation, but this is why all of these records, this is how I can tell that they're getting something like that. They're piecing together a picture with all of these different records, and she knows what they're trying to do, and she's trying to act dumb.
Yeah.
33, PayPal/Venmo financial records. Okay, there are 3 different files. In AV 215, this disclosure contains Venmo record for Mr. Kohberger. This record does not have any sort of compliance with case law or statute. Give me a break. AV
Our
260.
intelligence again.
This disclosure contains records from Synchrony for Mr. Kohberger's PayPal. The state has included a purported certification of these records. Okay. They included it this time, but what, you don't believe it? Okay.
I was about,
AV. Hmm?
I was about to say the same thing. You don't
Yeah.
believe it? I mean,
Yeah. AV 793. This disclosure contains records from PayPal. These records are different from those contained in AV 260. Well, it says they were Synchrony from his PayPal. Okay, I got an explanation possible for that, but the state has not supplied certification, yada yada, their usual thing. So here's the thing. This one says the AV 260 came from Synchrony, and it's for his PayPal records. But then 793 says these came from PayPal. You know, under your PayPal account, you could have like a PayPal debit card and you could have a PayPal credit card. Under PayPal, you know, is the
mhm.
debit card, um, regulated by a bank and operated by this one bank, while the credit card is
Ah,
operated by Synchrony, which I know is a credit card, processor and provider.
right.
So yeah,
Probably.
you're just sitting
That.
here trying to show shade, but there's a reason why, you
Yeah,
know.
that makes sense.
So yeah, okay. 34. PNC bank records for Mr. Kohberger in AV 862. This record contains Mr. Kohberger's account information with transactions from June 2022.
With transactions.
hmm When in June? Was it June 23rd, 2022? When he was out buying a cell phone and a new cell phone number
I can't
before
remember the
he
date,
moved?
but it was in, yeah, but I don't
June
remember the exact date.
23rd, 2022.
20,
Because
June
it's in
23rd.
warrants. Every time I saw that date, I was like, this warrant is about him.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. I remember.
Yep. So, wow. Okay. 35. Oh, okay. I know what this is. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, now that's interesting. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Never mind. That makes sense. Initials threw me off for a second. Pentella data records, right? In 2 different files. The, hmm?
I was
Did you
like,
say
I
something?
caught Brightwell. Brightwell
Oh,
asked
okay.
if we took breaks to eat. I ate a few minutes ago. I was eating some barbecue while Dolphin was reading. If she needs a break to eat the snack, I will take right over for her.
Yeah, I've got some rice cakes over here.
Yeah,
I
I
probably
still,
will. I'm trying to
I
get
was,
through this because it's like, what, 6 more pages, and then,
yeah,
yeah, I'll
I
need
was
my.
eating Nutri-Grain bars for breakfast with my coffee this morning, and then
Hmm
I got hangry a little while ago and had to get me some barbecue.
Yeah, I had a bagel when we started, so
Yeah,
yeah.
but thank you, Brightwell, for your concern.
Yeah, thanks.
Somebody order us
Um,
some DoorDash, but I can't get it out here where I live in the boonies.
yeah, no, definitely.
Too far out.
Um, okay, so in AV 241, this contains Pentella data account information for MK and MAK. So MAK is Marianne Kohberger, and MK, what's the other sisters? There's 2
Michael
sisters.
Kohberger.
Michael and Marianne. Okay, that's right.
Mhm.
Kohberger. Thank you, because I was like, wait a minute, what are her sisters' initials? I forgot.
As
Um,
one, and I can't recall the other one all of a sudden.
I can't either. AV 866 contains copies of the same information. The state has not provided any specifics related, so yeah, the usual blurb. We looked this company up. Wasn't it their cable company or something?
Which one? Yeah,
Pentella Data Records.
I feel like that's. I'd have to get my note, but we did look it up. Hold on,
We did.
because we look up everything. We are not those people. We're
Oh,
like,
I see.
what?
Pentella Data Speed Test. It may be their internet.
It's Pentella. Let's see. Website here. We got a website. They are
High
Network
Speed
Design
Internet.
Matters, Pentella Data. They are out of Pennsylvania.
It's their internet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Oh, Yeah, good, 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 good. Okay, so right, so Anne doesn't know why they would want the family house's internet
Well,
records. Yeah, okay.
okay, if that don't make sense to you, Ann, I don't know what to tell you.
Melissa, thank you, and Amanda, thank you.
Oh, yeah,
Is
what did I say?
Danger.
S. Thank you, Danger. I was thinking Stephanie for some reason. I don't know where I got that from.
Mm, okay, 36. Pennsylvania State Employees Credit Union for Mr. Kohberger. In AV 226, 242, and 259. 226 does contain PESQ records for Mr. Kohberger. A purported certification is included. However, it lists disclosure of 23 pages. The state provided 26 and an Excel spreadsheet. Okay. 242 contains PESQ records for Michael Kohberger and Marianne Kohberger, and AV 259 contains different or additional PESQ records for Mr. Kohberger. There is no certification for these records. The state hasn't provided any specifics related to it or what they intend to use as evidence or rely on and use as evidence. You know what, woman? The damn knife purchase. You've got their internet records, the
Yeah.
family's bank records.
Prove
Oh
they
my
didn't purchase the
goodness.
K-bar, right? That could prove that they didn't purchase the K-bar.
Mm-hmm.
It was absolutely Kohberger because look, his parents didn't use their debit cards to purchase it unless he took Daddy's credit card to do it with.
With him being so nocturnal, I'm serious, I will just scream if I see in the records that this knife was purchased at like 3 in the morning,
Oh, you
or
know it
whatever,
was.
you know?
You know he was up all night studying which one he wanted.
Yeah, this is crazy. Okay, so I did 36. Okay, 37. Petco financial records for Kaylee. AV 867 contains Petco records from purchases made with cards associated with Kaylee and or her rewards card. There is a purported certification for these records. The state has not provided any specifics related to or what it intends to rely on or use as evidence. Something I just thought
See, that
about.
just places Kaylee right where they think she was that day, August the day of the stop.
Mm-hmm.
If they can
Mm-hmm.
prove she was in that store purchasing pet food for Murphy, I mean, come on.
Yeah, or something else I thought about?
What's that?
What if they're gonna say, oh, Kaylee, like show records that Kaylee purchased puppy training for Murphy, right? And that Murphy was trained to not bark or something like that, or whatever. You know what I mean?
Mm,
Like he had, actual behavioral training.
yeah, I mean, that costs money. I don't know if her and Jack would go through all that just to get him not to bark. You know what I mean?
No,
I
but not
want my
specifically for barking.
yeah,
That's a part of the
yeah.
training. Just general puppy
Could have went
training
for
and
pet puppy
behavioral
training.
training.
Yeah, he could have. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, 'cause a lot of people do. They don't like. They're not like me and can just. I can train a dog like nobody's business, right? But
Mm-hmm.
not everybody can. But Kaylee seemed to be very good with Murphy. But then again, I had a cousin. I know somebody who had a bunch of dogs she loved, but them poor dogs ran her over and did whatever they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
I know somebody else in the same situation right now that's dealing with that with the dogs that just do what they want. But I don't know. But if she was in there even buying treats and dog food,
And
that
he was in there at the same
if
time.
the receipts could place her there at a specific time and place, right?
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah.
day of the stop
Yeah.
or the time near the time or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just something else I thought about, but okay. 38, Rite Aid Financial Records, AV 871. AV 871 contains an email stating they do not have any video footage and no transactions for Bethany. The disclosure consists of 3 pages of records are provided but nothing to identify who they relate to. The state provides no certification for these records. So they don't have any video and no transactions for Bethany. Then what were they checking for?
Was Bethany not there that day with the rest of the crew?
And and nothing to identify who they relate to. Or was she with somebody, but they don't have video footage, and she didn't buy something, but somebody she was with did?
Right. She might have just been with the girls but didn't make any purchases.
That's weird, the way that Anne has, worded
Yeah.
this.
Tried to spin it.
39. Ross Financial Records, AV861, is a single-page disclosure that lists purchases not from Ross stores and has no identifying information. The state has not provided a certification for these records. So Ross Financial Records, and this says not from Ross stores. What other Rosses around there?
Is a single page disclosure that lists purchases not from Ross store. Well, why would it be a Ross financial record if it didn't come, if the purchase wasn't from Ross? That makes no sense.
Because there is a Ross Dress for Less that's there in that same shopping plaza.
Right. Exactly.
I feel like she's being cagey on this one, but
What is she talking about? Yeah, what are you talking about? You're playing word salad. We call it word salad. She's playing word salad like Doug Carter.
Unless she's trying to say that they put the wrong information in this folder or whatever.
Well, how does she know how her shit's disorganized?
Yeah. Guess she's on her game on this one single page, right?
Exactly. She knows this ain't real, then or whatever, or this is not. There's a lot Ann, but there's a lot you claim you don't know. So which is it? Yeah.
So 40, Sunset Mart at 1311 South Main Street, Moscow, Idaho. Surveillance video for November 13th. This disclosure contains surveillance video from several cameras. There are 11 separate folders containing subfolders of footage. The recordings provide hours and hours of surveillance footage. The state has not provided any specifics, what it tends to rely on, yada yada, whatever. So nothing more there. And the Sunset, that's the Sunset Mart in Moscow. The next one is the Sunset Mart that's on Bishop Boulevard in Pullman, Washington.
Yes.
So they've got their surveillance video from the 13th. Same thing. Disclosures contain several surveillance video from several cameras. There are 3 folders containing subfolders that contain recordings. The recordings provide hours and hours of surveillance footage. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on or use as evidence, nor a certificate that the records were made, blah, 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 whatever. Which is BS because they know. They've got the timestamps in the PSA. They mention businesses or street addresses. She knows.
Right, Forrest, we still haven't got our salad dressing emoji. I'm slacking, aren't I? We said word salad a lot in the Delphi case because we heard a lot of it.
42. Target Financial Records, AV 253, 263, 861, and 864. 253. This disclosure is 51 pages of receipts from Target. The state has not provided certification for these records. 263. This disclosure contains an email trail regarding a gift card issued in 2014. A certification is disclosed, but no records are attached. You were going to say something?
I'm like processing what you just read.
Okay.
So a gift card from 2014?
Didn't he buy is that when he bought the iPad or whatever, the tablet that they were talking about? Is that the receipt? Or because I know 2014 is the what do you call it, the year that he stole his sister's phone, but something else I thought happened in 2014.
Oh, I don't know about what happened with him other than the sister's phone thing. Did he receive a gift card for like a birthday or Christmas and then use that for a purchase of something?
An email trail regarding a gift card issued in 2014.
Somebody could have electronically sent him the gift card that like a family member for your birthday, Christmas, whatever. I can purchase my child Xbox cards on Amazon, right? And they're delivered electronically. Yeah.
Okay, and 861, this disclosure is the same single page disclosure listed for Ross in number 39 above. I'm sorry, are Ross and Target related?
Not
I
that
don't
I'm
shop in
aware of.
Ross.
Not that I'm
So,
aware of.
okay, I guess that's supposed to be. Yeah, and they moved to the Lamson house. Yep, that's right. A couple days after his birthday.
Hmm.
4 days actually. Or closed on it. 864. This disclosure contains a letter to Special Agent Douglas stating they are providing the records for Dylan and Bethany from Target. The disclosure provides a certification stating 5 pages of documents are provided. The state has disclosed 6 pages of documents. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on or use, yada, yada, yada. So, wait a minute.
But
Wait
you
a minute,
don't
wait
think
a
you
minute,
need to be
wait.
specific with your alibi. You can partially corroborate it, and we're supposed to be cool with that.
He
Ladies
took
give
the
me a
sister's
headache.
phone in 2014.
Hmm.
So, so Target. Clearly, some of these are related to him. The 263 record is related to him from 2014 because these girls were like, what, 19 in
Yes.
2022?
Yeah.
So, we're not looking at their gift card email trail when they were like 12 years old.
Exactly.
So, 263 is him. But 861 is a single page disclosure that's listed, the same thing listed for Ross. But 864 has to do with Dylan and Bethany from Target.
But the Target is right there in that shopping center, right?
Yeah, it's on the very end.
So it would maybe just showing them being at a certain location, certain time. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he was following them and, all the girls were together or whatever.
Yeah,
But,
because if we saw the dates on all of it, that would help.
yep. 43. TikTok user records for Xana. This record contains user history. Hold on a second. Including use, messaging, and videos. The state has not provided anything, blah, blah, blah. So they've got Xana's TikTok records that they're trying to introduce. 44 is TJX, which is TJ Maxx. Those are TJX financial records for Dylan Mortensen, AV 865. This disclosure contains email communication relating to the disclosure and a single record of purchase by Dylan on October 18th, 2022 from TJ Maxx.
On what date?
October 18th, 2022.
2
The
months.
state,
Okay.
the usual blurb, and then it says simply because this item is single purchase does not explain how it is a self-authenticated business record relevant to this case. So something is
It's putting
important
her at a
about
certain time
the
in certain
18th.
place.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, in my mind, that's what all this stuff is doing, is placing these people in certain locations at certain times. And
Mm-hmm.
can they then place him in the same locations at certain times?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think she's in there buying shady stuff to do nefarious things with, or she'd be sitting in there with Kohberger.
I mean, in TJ Maxx, really, what all could you buy?
Exactly. I think it's just establishing their whereabouts at certain times.
I really think that, well, this is financial records. Yeah, only other thing I can think of is, because I don't have video surveillance or whatever, is that it's in his financial records too, or something, T-Mobile phone records for Kaylee and Dylan, AV 345. This disclosure contains call detail and subscriber records for Kaylee and Dylan from June 23rd, 2022 to August 1st, 2022. So again, the June 23rd date is when Bryan got his new phone, and then after that he was like moving out to Washington. He bought it in Pennsylvania or whatever, right?
Did he hone in on something or someone before he ever left Washington?
Yeah, their phone records in that date period. Okay.
Yeah.
46
Maybe that's to establish, did they receive any calls from certain
calls or
numbers?
whatever. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to see if there was a stalking thing going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's all I can think of. I'm just theorizing.
Umpqua bank records for Dylan. AV 261. This disclosure contains Dylan's banking records. This disclosure also contains records produced from another financial institution for Maddie. Okay. Additionally, this disclosure contains a copy of a grand jury subpoena and a letter of instruction. The usual blurb. The state does not provide any specifics. Hold on. Number one, objection to state's motion. Oh, about the dismissing the federal grand jury subpoena. Okay. That was okay. Umpqua. Okay. 47. Underarm transaction records for Bryan Kohberger, AV 271. This disclosure contains a letter responding to the record request and a record of a single purchase by Mr. Kohberger made in Pennsylvania on 6/24/22. So we know he was definitely still in Pennsylvania even then. The
Yeah.
state has not provided any specifics related to what, it intends to rely on, yada yada, whatever. Under Armour transactions. Okay. What all do they sell besides like the clothing and whatever?
Under Armour, as far as I know, it is clothing. Everything I've gotten is clothing. I don't know, but I don't ever really go venture off in their stores either.
Oh, shoes and stuff too.
Oh, okay.
Men's sportswear, women's sportswear, kids
Black boots.
shoes. He could have bought whatever shoes that match these
The diamond
patterns
shape
or whatever.
pattern. Oh, that's interesting. What kind of shoes you be buying, Kohberger?
Yeah, because I mean the black clothing, unless I don't know, unless he bought something, jumpsuit-ish or tracksuit-ish,
Yeah.
from there.
boutique-ish.
48. U.S. Chef Store in Clarkston, Washington. Video surveillance for November 13th. This disclosure contains a surveillance video lasting approximately 25 minutes. The state has not provided any specifics, yada yada, whatever. They haven't disclosed the certification. Okay, nothing really there. 50. Ulta
They
Financial
didn't provide any
Records.
specifics about the outlet. Jesus.
Ulta Financial Records, AV 869. This disclosure contains purchase records for Kaylee, Maddie, and a person identified only by a member ID number. In Ulta. The disclosure contains a letter from the business, and that's it. It's the usual. The state hasn't done this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
So Kaylee, Maddie, and another
State's
girlfriend of
been
theirs.
State's been quite busy, apparently. Gathering up.
Miss Dakota, Suns football and track stuff there, running shoes, running
Yeah.
pants. Yep. Uh-huh.
Danger says could have been tracking Maddie since 2018. That one pic on her Instagram looks nearly identical to Bryan. A picture of him, of a man that looks like Bryan, you think, on hers? But 2018, was Maddie even in Moscow yet for college? Let's see.
Well, if she was 21, yeah, 2018, 4 years ago. She might have been just getting ready to. Depends.
Just getting ready to go. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because what we were what I have theorized, and I've said, if you're getting ready to move cross country, to a new town, new state, new college, are you going to go online and check out that area? I am. Try to familiarize myself with some things. Where's this? Where's that? Did he see something he liked during those searches?
While he was looking for a vegan restaurant.
Places to go dine. Hot spots around the areas, things of that nature. I'm checking, dude. I'm checking.
Yeah, I'm not looking at Discord because, yeah.
No, I got you. I got you.
Oh, okay. I see. I'm missing stuff. Sorry.
I
I'm just trying to get through this document. It's got 3 more pages after this. I think I'm at the bottom of this. Yeah. Okay, 51. Verizon phone records for Ethan, Bethany, and JD has got to be Jack Decor. AV 303.
I'm confused.
What?
Danger. Danger. I don't understand, Danger. It was this picture on Maddie's Instagram. Like, she posted it. Because he wasn't in Moscow in 2018. I'm a little confused. Explain yourself, dude. Explain. You know me. You got to explain me. Okay, go ahead, Dolphin. Sorry.
Verizon phone records for Ethan, Bethany, and Jack Decor. This disclosure contains phone downloads for each of the named persons. These records are captured by more than one tool for download. Each record contains a huge amount of data. 303. This disclosure contains records for Ethan and Bethany. There are no records for JD in this disclosure. The state has not provided any specifics, yada yada, yep. Okay, so the normal thing. So it's one file, three people's phone records, but then they say in this one file, it only contains records for Ethan and Bethany. Okay. 52. Walmart surveillance and financial transaction records for Bryan Kohberger. Two different.
Holy.
What?
Oh.
What?
Oh, never mind. I thought it said something else. Never mind. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, girl.
You just stop. I'll look at all that later. I can't right now. You're good. My bad.
AV 252 to AV and AV 384. AV 252. This disclosure contains purchase history for Mr. Kohberger. And in 384, this disclosure is one of several containing surveillance videos from Walmart. In this particular folder, there are multiple cameras and surveillance videos. These would not open and were provided in a converted format. Not every video from this folder was provided in the converted format. The state has not provided any specifics related to this is yada yada, whatever, whatever. Okay. Sorry, I'm starting to get a coffee throat here.
I can take over if you need me to.
Yeah, go ahead. Because, yeah, 53, it feels like I'm going to take forever to get through these last 3 pages, so.
Yeah, let me get my screen really big again. So
Okay.
You can see. I got chat pulled up on my phone. So
While you're doing it, I'll just keep going. Washington Department of Motor Vehicles surveillance video for November 18th. This disclosure contains surveillance footage. The state has not provided certification for this video. In AV 830, these disclosures contain surveillance footage and is noted as converted. Both disclosures have several videos. These videos contain sound. No certification was provided. Number 54. Washington. You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah.
Number 54.
Mhm.
Washington Department of Motor Vehicles. Uh-oh, my whole damn screen just went away. Sorry, let me grab it back up. Oh, your screen went away. That's what it was. I was reading your screen. I got to pull it up on mine now. Hold on. I have to pull the document up.
Let me close all these windows.
Let me get the document pulled up. Which document was that? I got to get the right one. I was just going to read.
The self-authentication.
Yeah, let me get it pulled up. Okay. Where'd it go? Cell phone. Hang on, guys. I'm looking through the list. I'm trying to find it myself now. Cell phone authentication. Is that what the name of the document was called we were reading?
Yeah, the self-authentication of records. It's right above the alibi one.
Okay, yeah, that one. All right, let me get down here. There we go. Got it. Okay, and we were at what page? And I was at number 54.
Wherever number 54 is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me slide down here to it. Okay, got it. Let me share my screen. Okay, guys, can you all see that okay? Okay. Number 54, Washington Department of Motor Vehicles registration documents for Mr. Kohberger. Of course, they list the AV file there. This disclosure contains registration and title documents. 55, Washington Trust Bank records for Mr. Kohberger. AV file. This disclosure contains Washington Trust Bank records for Mr. Kohberger. There is an Excel spreadsheet of transactions and PDG documents of images of Mr. Kohberger in his car at the ATM on the morning of 11/13/22 in Washington. Excel spreadsheet of transactions and PDG documents of images of Kohberger in his car at the ATM on that morning. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on or use as evidence, nor a certificate that the records or videos was made and kept in the course of regularly conducted business. Lady, quit with your word salad. I'm more concerned with what time was he at this ATM, where was this location, things of that nature.
Well,
She's
they're
making,
saying on the morning, right?
yep, that the morning
Washington
of
Trust
11/13.
Bank.
So
So
this would be,
before he left Washington State, while he was, running around again, going grocery shopping, he
yeah,
got cash,
maybe
so
he
he could do
stopped,
this
got some
shopping.
cash. Yeah, that's what it appears to me. I wonder what time that was exactly. Wells Fargo bank records for Maddie Mogan, hard drive provided on April 5th of 2023. And they have 3 different files listed for that. One of them, ABVO, I'm just going to say AV155. These records were obtained pursuant to a search warrant. AV26 or AV261, this disclosure contains UMCA records for DM or for Dylan and Wells Fargo records for Maddie. This record contains the grand jury packet and letter. These records are not the same as the record contained in AV155. So the UMCA records for Dylan and Maddie were introduced at the grand jury.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder what time and dates those were. So it was, yeah, curiosity killed the cat, and I better stop thinking too hard into it. All right, this disclosure contains Wells Fargo records from Maddie Mogan. They are the same records contained in AV155 and AV261. AV262A. This disclosure provides the same record again, but with another document that had not been provided with any other related disclosure. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on. Okay, we know that. I'm not like you, Dolphin. I'm not going to read that repeatedly. Winco financial records for Mr. Kohberger, AV861. This is the same single-page document referenced in numbers 39 Ross and 42 Target. So did he go into Winco and purchase something, and then he goes into Ross and purchases something and Target, you think, or did he just walk around the stores? The disclosure does not contain Mr. Kohberger's financial records relating to Winco. The state has not provided a certification for that. So it says Winco financial records for Kohberger, but then she says the disclosure does not contain Kohberger's financial records. Which one is it?
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of word salad right there, lady. So they're like, hey, we got these financials from Winco, but we're not going to provide you with anything else. Is that what she's saying? You know?
Or is she talking about a cash transaction?
Could be. Winco financial records and video surveillance for Bethany, Dylan, Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana on a hard drive from April 5th, 2023. And those are all Winco financials. So they all must have been in the store together making purchases, separately, not like, each one buying whatever they wanted. AV 860, this disclosure contains transactions for those listed above. So they have the transactions of those receipts. The purported certification reads Winco food receipts only. Well, you just got through saying it's Winco Financials, and video surveillance for all of the girls, but the disclosure contains I'm sorry, this disclosure contains transactions for those listed above. So what's the problem? I don't get it. Washington State University video surveillance November 13th, hard drive provided on April 5th. The drive. This disclosure contains surveillance video from a variety of cameras and multiple separate videos of surveillance footage at WSU. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on. I thought they had 5 cameras, according to them, at WSU they were relying on. Nor a certificate of the records and blah, blah, blah. WSU parking records, there's 3 separate files on that. AV 375, this disclosure is record from WSU containing a vast amount of information about vehicles, parking, and campus-related information. I looked all that up the other day, and we were all wondering, did he have a parking pass? Was there a designated parking spot for TAs and things of that nature? I went and trolled all that the other day, sitting out back in the sun. Kohberger gave me something to do. This disclosure contains content appearing to duplicate, or AV 394, this disclosure contains content appearing to duplicate of AV 375. Well, I messed up. I went up too far. AV 430. This disclosure contains a huge amount of data covering U of I and WSU parking permits, parking tickets, searches for vehicles through different entities. Ooh, who all got their vehicles searched? Vehicle spreadsheets, specific files seeking 2011 to 2013 Elantra, and 2019 to 2022 Nissan Sentra. There are 2 WSU related folders. One contains some of the same information in AV 375 and AV 394, but also contain additional information. The second WSU related file contains spreadsheets for various vehicles queried through traffic tickets. So they must have went back and looked at any cars stopped that their tickets were written for to see if any were certain cars. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on. Sorry, I was processing my thought on that. I'll just keep reading and I'll process this shit later. The state has not provided any specifics related to what it intends to rely on or use as evidence, nor a certificate that the record video was made and kept in the course of regular conduct of business. I got to go back to some of this, though, because some of it, I got to make it make sense. The state is seeking broad authority to provide in the future a certification for records listed above. These records are extensive. They contain several terabytes of video and thousands of pages. The state has obtained these records in a variety of ways. Some came through police work doing video canvassing, others came with search warrant services, and many came through federal grand jury subpoena. Mr. Kohberger provides as an exhibit a copy of the federal grand jury subpoena he was provided inadvertently. He sought all grand jury subpoenas through discovery and motion to compel. Yeah, he did. He was not provided copies other than this inadvertently produced copy. So would they accidentally send it to them? Of interest and in support of this.
Sorry, I'm eating rice cakes.
You're good. I'm just thinking. Y'all let me know what y'all think. Oh, I see a comment. I was just looking. Okay, so 2022 was his first year at WSU. He moved there in June of 2022, Miss Dakota. Not long before this all happened. I don't know if he ever had a vacation there, but he moved there in June of 2022 because he had to start college in the fall there at WSU at this new teaching assistant's job. Okay, Mr. Kohberger provides as exhibit a copy of the federal grand jury. We'd seen that. Okay. Of interest and in support of his objection to the state's motion is that records were dual produced by search warrant and subpoena. The copy of records is not identical in every production. This exhibit depicts a letter from FBI agent Douglas directing the keeper of business records to contact him prior to fulfilling the subpoena. In the packet, in the exhibit, there is an affidavit of compliance which specifies what documents are responsive to subpoena and specifically. Did y'all like the way I said that? Specify what is supplied, as has been pointed out within the list discovery items above. When the affidavit has been produced in relation to the FBI grand jury subpoena, there is usually a discrepancy. Mr. Kohberger urges the court to first require the state to explain how each of these records are relevant, because the mass production without specificity make it impossible for Mr. Kohberger to effectively confront this evidence. The court must require verification of the records and videos produced along with any certification. Let her know how you plan on using it. Go ahead. Let's see what she's got. Kohberger's objection to the state's board request is summed up. Mr. Kohberger's objection to the state's broad request is summed up with reliance on his rights and protections under the United States Constitution and the state of Idaho Constitution. Mr. Kohberger has protections for a fair trial, effective assistance of counsel, and confronting evidence producing against him. Idaho rules of evidence govern evidence admissibility in trial. Mr. Kohberger objects to the state's request that this is a large sweep within a free pass for admissibility. How can you call it a free pass? We're just not like we're introducing a bunch of bullshit. They wouldn't need to do all that. The state request is premature, excessively broad, and must be denied until the request has been disclosed specifically and properly litigated. Yours. I mean, what I don't understand what she's wanting here, besides the look at what they're doing, right? A peek at what you're doing. Okay, is it gonna go back? Let me go back. Oh, it took the whole screen down. Okay, I'll pull up another in just a second. Let me see. Okay, so that was the self-authentication. We have one come up next is the response to defendant's motion in limine 14, the statistical analysis. Now, didn't we? Let me see.
I don't think so. Oh, wait, 3 pages? Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like it was a short, and it had a redacted,
Yeah.
it's got redacted parts in it we thought were from. Hang on, let me pull it up.
There's not a lot there. It's 3 pages,
Yeah.
and a bunch of redactions.
This is concerning the state of Idaho is responding to this. Comes now the state of Iowa County prosecuting attorney and respondents to the defendant's motion in limine regarding statistical analysis. Defendant asked this court to exclude a specific question asked in grand jury and other questions and testimonies such as that question. I wonder what particular question that was at the grand jury. The state will not ask the same question asked in the grand jury because, as the witness explained in response to the question, it is not helpful. It is not a helpful way to discuss the likelihood ratio. And then it is redacted. However, the state objects to the defendant's request for an order vaguely excluding questions and testimonies such as that. The same witness who answered the challenge question described what she meant when she said the likelihood ratio. That's got to be some kind of expert thingy. That's not one of the girls. One of the victims' surviving roommates aren't going to be in there explaining likelihood ratios, right?
Yeah, this is one of the experts. I forgot what her name was.
Yeah. The state plans on eliciting, maybe this was about touch DNA and stuff.
No, this is about the fingernails.
Oh.
The DNA under the fingernails, under Maddie's, fingernails.
Maddie's state plans on
eliciting. They were talking about likelihood ratios, yep.
Yep, got you. So they can't ask a specific question. They had to kind of word it differently, I guess. And they've agreed to do that. because it wasn't helpful, she said. All right, so that's basically what that one was. The state plans on eliciting testimony consistent with this explanation and the relevant lab reports. What was that? The inconclusive, right? Evidence that came out of, yeah.
Where everybody showed that they don't know the definition of inclusive.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and they
inconclusive. Yeah.
inconclusive. They can't verify and they can't deny it either.
hmm
Okay. Oh, I need some coffee again. Sorry, y'all. I had to yawn. It came out of nowhere again. Okay, so let me get to the one next one. Okay, we read those.
Conditions as aggravators. I don't think you read that one. Yeah, I didn't get up into these numbers really, except for I did the click activity, bushy eyebrows. You just did the make and model earlier. So number 13, conditions as aggravators. I don't know. Is that long?
I don't know. I'm fixing to.
Oh, it's 5 pages.
Yeah. I'm just looking at my list here. Let me pull my thing. Get down here and act right. Right. Why don't you act right today? Okay. This bigger because I cannot see it. I've got a headache, guys, and it's not working out right now. I gotta go in there and get something for my headache. Okay. So conditions as aggravators. Let me get the screen. There we go. Can everybody see that? Okay. All right. State's response to defendant's motion in limine number 13, condition as aggravators, comes now. The state of Idaho, by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney. Let me do this. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I had to make it bigger so I could see. In respondents to defendant's motion in limine regarding the... Okay, y'all can see that, right? Use of defendant's autism during penalty phase of the trial. Defendant asked this court to prohibit the state from asserting autism or any symptom of the autism as aggravation factor in what would support imposition of the death penalty. The state has no plans to rely on defendant's autism as an aggravating factor at the penalty phase of the trial. However, the law is clear that the state can argue against and rebut defendant's alleged autism diagnosis to the extent the defendant relies on his autism diagnosis as a mitigation factor. Thus, the court should deny his motion. The U.S. Supreme Court has at least suggested that states are prohibited from attaching the aggravating label to conduct that actually should militate in favor of a lesser penalty, such as perhaps the defendant's mental illness. And they cite a case there, Zant versus Stevens, but Zant's suggested prohibition does not require states to stand silent on this issue, on the issue of mental health during the penalty phase of a capital case. Rather, consistent with the principles set out in Zant, a state that can present evidence to the jury regarding a defendant's mental illness to argue the defendant's mental illness does not deserve mitigating weight. In Kuntz, the defendant presented during the penalty phase of a capital trial evidence about whether the Bureau of Prisons could control him. An expert testimony as to how his brain injuries might mitigate his role in the offense. The government responded by presenting evidence that his mental illness could make the defendant ineligible for certain programs and placements. His experts said would control him in the BOB, and that his own mental health expert had previously written articles admitting the same injuries could also make him increasingly aggressive, agitated, and dangerous. On appeal, the defendant asserted the same argument defendant makes here. The government was prohibited from using his mental illness against him during the sentencing phase of the trial. The Eighth Circuit acknowledged Zant's suggestion that mental illness cannot be used as a defendant as an aggravating factor, but affirmed the district court's decision to admit the evidence. The court explained the government only used mental health in cross-exams and rebuttals to counter the defendant's evidence. There could be no error because the government did not advance mental health issues as an aggravating factor in its case in chief, and excluding such evidence here risked burying any fair rebuttal. And they state some cases there. Excuse me. Recognizing the same principles sent out in Zant, but finding no error in trial court's consideration that defendants' antisocial personality features and borderline personality features, this is a case they're citing, features which had coalesced over time into a conduct disorder that now makes the defendant a dangerous person, because that trial court statement here was clearly made in an assessment of the weight to be accorded a non-statutory mitigation circumstances. And they cite another case. Holding the trial court did not violate the principles set out in Zant, because it was not attaching the aggravating label to any conduct that could be considered mitigating, and merely concluded that the evidence offered was mitigating, but as mitigating as the defendant would have the trial court believe. Consistent with these decisions, the Idaho Supreme Court has been clear that mental health illness, like all mitigating factors, warrants only the weight the jury sees to fit to give it. That's in Dunlap versus State, and then they cite the case there. In Dunlap, the court upheld the removal for cause of a juror who said he could not give the death penalty if there is evidence of any sort of mental problems. The court found the juror was properly excluded because that view would substantially impair his ability to perform his duties as a juror, including to decide whether the imposition of the death penalty would be, sorry, they're distracting me outside my door, I didn't close it, would be unjust by weighting all mitigation circumstances against each statutory aggravating circumstances. The juror's statement that if there was any evidence regarding mental illness he could not impose a death penalty suggests an inability to weigh mitigating circumstances against any aggravating circumstances. Given Dunlap's holding that a juror in a capital case has a duty to weigh mental illness as a mitigating circumstance against each statutory aggravating circumstance, it necessarily follows the state can present evidence to the jury and argue as to the amount of the weight the jury should give the defendant's mental illness. Explaining both parties shall be entitled to present all irrelevant evidence in aggravating and mitigating and offer arguments in mitigating and aggravation. Oh, God, sorry. I decided to yawn again out of nowhere. Idaho has not run afoul of Zant because it has not attached the aggravating label to the defendant's mental illness. The legislature has set out 11 aggravating circumstances that warrant the death penalty, and one of them is the defendant's mental health. The legislature has set out 11 aggravating circumstances that warrant the death penalty, and one of them is the defendant's mental health. Okay? In the context of this case, the state has noticed the 4 statutory aggravating circumstances upon which it intends to rely in the event of penalty phase. None of those 4 circumstances relate to the defendant's alleged autism. Indeed, the state filed an amended notice prior to having knowledge of the defendant's alleged autism. But if defendant relies on his alleged autism as a mitigating circumstance or presents other mitigating circumstances that could be rebutted by his alleged autism, the state can consist with Zant. Use defendant's autism to rebut defendant's mitigating evidence and argue the weight that the state believes the jury should give the defendant's alleged autism. For all those reasons and the extent explained above, the court should deny the defendant's request and to prohibit the state from using the defendant's autism during the penalty phase. I don't see why it can't be used during the penalty phase. I don't know. Mitigate it. I just mitigate it. That's just me. But according to Idaho law, though, you got to go by that, right? What you ditto into Forrest about I have stamina.
Oh, yeah.
I just glanced over at y'all's comments. Okay, so that was that document. I
Another
text
5 pages down.
I texted my child to bring me some goodie powders. I don't know if he did. He's home now. I need to go check. This
Okay.
is I don't know why this word doesn't want to come out today. Statistical analysis. Didn't we go over that one? That's what I just did.
Yeah.
Conditions as aggravators. We did that, right?
Isn't that what you just read?
Yep. Yeah. And then make and model of the vehicle car.
Mm-hmm.
And the excluding of the Amazon click, the bushy eyebrows. We did that one. That's got the picture and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Did we not go over the state's response to the defendant's motion in limine 6 referencing touch and contact DNA?
No.
Okay, let me pull that up. I gotta take a bathroom break. I will come right back and I'll finish reading too, Dolphin. I know you're trying to get you a snack and drink and a break. Chat, I'll be right back. Y'all chat amongst yourselves for a moment. Let Dolphin have her drink, and I gotta go check and see if I got some headache pills and powders or whatever. Use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, this next one is 10 pages about the touch and contact DNA, and I'm probably not the right one to read that after our previous conversations. I'm just like, I'm so done with DNA conversations. So, any questions in chat that we missed? Yeah, I know. I saw the goody powder one. Yeah, bullets and bling. Goody powders are actually not supposed to be good for your stomach. Yeah, they recommend that you don't use them that often, but gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. That's why, I don't know, with the season change, the seasonal change, I'm like, oh, yeah, let me maybe switch to Vapo Rub because I think I'm getting like sinus and allergy headaches and whatnot, or symptoms. So, yeah. Let's see what else is in here. I guess, does anybody have a question about anything that we've talked about so far? Looking back up. Otherwise, it sounds like she's on her way back.
All right, I'm back with a Coca-Cola and a goody powder. I should be good to go for a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, man. Okay, I think it's time to order me a new chair. Because of this. Okay. All right, guys, thanks for bearing with us. I don't know how much longer I'll actually be live today. I'm getting kind of tired. But I do want to.
We've been at it for almost 7 hours.
For real? Damn. I'm like,
6:50 is what it
I
says.
feel like I'm going for some kind of a Guinness Book of World Records bullshit. I'm not even trying. It's like, maybe we'll have to go through the rest of these and see which ones are really important enough to share. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't mind reading them and being on here. I enjoy being on here with you guys. It's been a long 2 days. All right, let me get this screen up, and y'all give me a second to get this medicine down my throat, to get this headache to go away, and a big old drink of my Coca-Cola. We should get money from the Coca-Cola company and the Goody Powders company, Dolphin. We always talking about their asses.
That's for sure. That and Tension Tamer tea for me for celestial seasonings, because I peddle that stuff like I own
do
stock
you?
in it.
Yeah, I like Celestials. When I drink tea, that's the brand I choose.
Yeah, that's like the best. Actually, I think Firefly did you try it? I don't remember if you actually bought it. Because I mentioned it to her.
They had a really nice one I liked for sleep. And then they also had one that I used to drink that had like hibiscus in it. It was good. There's all kind of good ones out there. Okay. All right, guys. Let's see if we can get this document down. This is a 10-pager. All right. Plus, I really know I need to get to the eye doctor. It's like becoming so painfully obvious to me. All right. Make sure you guys can still see that good. All right. So this, now remember they had, okay, state's response to the defendant's motion in limine number 6, reference to touch and contact DNA. Because everybody's so convinced about that damn DNA's so easy to transfer. Comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and respondent to defendant's motion in limine regarding the use of the terms touch or contact DNA, or opining the means or mechanism by which DNA can be present on the knife sheath. This court should deny defendant's motion because Ms. Nolan's disclosure demonstrates she will not use the phrase touch DNA in a manner that will mislead the jury. Now, Riley test is for the state. So they're afraid that if she uses the term touch, the defense is afraid she'll use the word touch DNA will mislead the jury. Touch, oh, they want it to be called transfer, not touch. The defense does. You know, my client didn't touch that. That was transferred there accidentally, even though all the experts agree it's his. Okay.
Yeah, transferred when he bought it in March of 2022, right?
Oh, man.
See how that works?
Yes, ma'am.
What?
We got to be aware for how we word it. You know, touch and transfer, especially for them narrow-minded people. Okay, will not use the phrase touch DNA in a matter that will mislead the jury. And her opinions are proper rebuttal testimony. Ms. Nolan's disclosure demonstrates that she will not use the phrase touch DNA in a manner that will mislead or confuse the jury. Ms. Nolan's use of the phrase touch DNA will not mislead or confuse the jury. The court may exclude relevant evidence of its probative value as is substantially outweighed by a danger of one or more of the following: unfair prejudice, confusing the issue, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time. Remember, that's what the defense called all that, needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. You know, that's kind of rude for the defense to come in and say all that stuff. Misleading, undue delays, wasting time, needlessly presenting stuff, because I think you're doing a pretty good job of that yourself, ma'am. Ms. Nolan's testimony, which will be consistent with her disclosures, will not mislead the jury or confuse the issues. You what? Those jurors in Delphi were paying a damn attention about that DNA, and they were asking questions and taking damn notes. If she wants to continue to think jurors won't do that, I'm talking about Ann Taylor, they will. They want to know the difference, right? And most jurors, if I'm a juror, I want to know the difference. Go ahead and explain. They're going to take notes. They're going to ask questions. That she just don't want those confusing stuff out there. Okay, Ms. Nolan uses the phrase touch DNA only to distinguish the type of DNA with other kinds of DNA. DNA may be present on an item in the form of biological materials such as blood, semen, saliva, or may be left on an item when it is worn. Wearer DNA. Oh God, y'all, we got wearer DNA has entered the building. Everything I'm wearing's got some DNA on it. Or handled, touch, or transfer DNA. State's rebuttal to defendant's supplement response to request for discovery regarding expert witness. There's the example or shit. S1 file, whatever. I can't even say it right. Forget it. She goes on to explain how DNA can be transferred to an item, including that it can be transferred from one person to another person before being deposited on the item. DNA can be deposited on or transferred to an item through transfer of body fluids to an item, wearing an item, and or handling an item, primarily or primarily or direct transfers refers to DNA transferring directly between individuals or between an individual and an object. Indirect or secondary transfer refers to the transfer of DNA from one person or object to another person or object through an intermediary. She then describes at length various factors that can affect primary and secondary transfer, including the shedder status of individuals. Yes, because we all know, we've heard how much we shed our DNA. Well, in this case, by YouTubers. Given Mrs. Nolan's explanation of primary and secondary transfer, no reasonable juror would be misled by her use of the phrase touch DNA to mean defendant necessarily made physical contact with the knife. So, do we call it handler DNA? Or do we just call it transfer? Because he transferred it from persons to the object. So, go ahead and try to fool your juries with your word salad. Also, let's go ahead and call it transfer. He, like Dolphin said, he transferred it there when he got it in the mail. Moreover, Ms. Nolan's use of the phrase touch DNA is not unique but common within the field. And they cite a case there, or they cite her affidavit actually. And we kind of went over her affidavit. Most tellingly, defendant's own DNA expert plans to use the phrase touch DNA in reference to the DNA on the knife sheath. No blood, hair, or DNA from him was found on any of the crime scene evidence, except the touch DNA on the sheath. That came from the defendant's supplemental response. So that's okay for the defense to say that, but now all of a sudden they see it's getting serious. They're like, oh, we better nix that word too, right? Wow. So that's all they have. There was none of his blood, none of his hair, none of that. Do you think he put some slicky stuff in his hair? Like they say if you put Vaseline on your eyebrows, you won't lose an eyebrow. I read that somewhere recently looking at some stuff.
Yeah, that photo, he definitely looked like he had product in his hair, so maybe.
Help it hate.
Oh, but you know what? His head was covered, right?
Yes, his head was covered during the crimes, according to Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
So where is that mask now? Out there in Lolo Mountains with the knife? I wonder. I need to get some confirmation on that Lolo Mountain shit because it's eating me alive. All right. I kind of did get confirmation, but I can't confirm that it's accurate. Okay. Although I did make a video about it because it came out of the Gonzalez's mouth, not mine. I'll refer y'all to it later. Y'all might be wondering what she keep mentioning this Lolo Mountain shit for. Sorry, I don't mean to be like one of those people, but I will explain. Okay. Moreover, Ms. Nolan's use of the phrase touch DNA is not unique but common within the field. Most tellingly, okay, I read that part. It came out of the defendant's supplemental response. Experts in other cases also use the phrase touch DNA in the same way. See McGibney versus State. 160 Idaho 232. Okay, a bunch of numbers I'm not reading. Discussing history of touch DNA in other states. And the scientific literature is replete with the references to touch DNA. They cite, we got a link there. I'm going to come back and, should we click it now or carry on? Go back up to it in a minute.
No, carry on.
Carry on. It's like carry on. Don't go. Y'all know me. If she doesn't
get through these 10 pages.
She doesn't keep me on track. She knows I'll go off in 10 different directions. Okay. Defendant seems to suggest that Ms. Nolan should use the phrase trace DNA instead of touch DNA. However, as Ms. Nolan explains in her affidavit, she does not use the phrase trace DNA because it implies there was only a trace amount of DNA. Because it implies there was only a trace amount. Well, there was enough there to get a profile of, and I think y'all agreed with that, Ann. Using that term in the case would itself be misleading to the juror because a trace amount of DNA is not what was detected on the item. It was, yep. It wasn't a trace. It was a pretty good amount. enough to make a whole profile out of. Ms. Nolan's opinion as to the likelihood of how defendant's DNA came to be on the knife sheath is proper expert testimony. Now Ms. Nolan's opinion is admissible as expert testimony. A witness who is qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, and education may testify in the form of an opinion, or otherwise if the expert's scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will help the tier of the fact to understand the evidence or to determine the fact and issue. And they cite Idaho RE 702. The function of the expert is to provide testimony on subjects that are beyond the common sense, experience, and education of the average juror. And they cite State versus Tankovich. Holding district court properly allowed expert to testify as the meaning of SS lightning bolts because average jurors might not have that knowledge. Okay. Courts should not overly restrict expert testimony that assists the jury. Well, I agree, because they need to be explained things if they don't understand it, if it's not a subject you're familiar with, right? Holding district court erred when it limited experts' testimony on suggestiveness or of interview because such testimony would have been helpful on the average juror's understanding to whether the interview was conducted is an overly suggestive way. Now, we know DNA has been used in so many cases, thousands and thousands and thousands of cases since DNA was introduced, but not okay, fingerprints we've always had, right? But so what else are you going to call it? What is it called in most cases here, Anne? And why, I don't know why she thinks her client's so damn privileged compared to all the other people out there. Unless she's trying to make a name for Ann Taylor and set some precedents here. And I think that might be what Ms. Ann Taylor is trying to do. I felt it all along. Can I make bank on this case? Will it launch me into the stratosphere? Well, it didn't for what's his name, Baez. He's just kind of still down there in Orlando trickling around. As Ms. Nolan's disclosure indicates, she will assist the jury by helping them understand concepts related to DNA that fall outside the common sense or experience of the average juror. Specifically, can she come explain it to the internet? And factors that may affect primary and secondary transfer of DNA. That way I ain't got people blowing off dust off their degrees and telling me what it is. No average juror would understand those concepts without the type of training and experience Ms. Nolan has. Ms. Nolan will also opine that the amount of DNA found on the sheath and the fact that it came from a single source male, it more likely the DNA arrived on the knife sheath because of primary transfer rather than secondary. I agree. That too will assist the jury because a non-expert possessing those same facts would have difficulty interpreting the significance. I don't see the difficulty in interpreting that. Dr. Powell was able to draw inferences which were beyond common experience. Ms. Nolan's explanations and inference both go to significance of the defendant's DNA, considering defendant's experts' proposed testimony that at least implies the jury should attribute little or no significance to the defendant's DNA on the sheath. How can you say that's not even significant? You know what I mean? We're done in America if we're at that point. I'm telling you. I better not ever hear one more case that anybody cares about say, well, they got DNA. Well, so it doesn't matter. Throw it out. Defendant argues that Ms. Nolan's opinion is admissible because she cannot conclusively offer an answer to the question of when and how. But that's often the case with proper expert testimony. And they see State versus Hall. In Hall, a woman was found dead floating in a river. Oh, bless her heart. An autopsy determined her cause of death was strangulation. At trial, the state called as an expert the forensic pathologist who conducted the autopsy. Although he could not be sure, the forensic pathologist was allowed to give his opinion on how the victim was tied just after death. Using photos showing a reenactment of the body as it is postulated to have been hogtied either before or soon after the victim's death. God, Lord bless her. The Idaho Supreme Court held the district court properly admitted the expert testimony that hog-tied positioning was the most likely. And they can tell that from positioning of the body almost. Ligature marks and things of that nature. Watch y'all some forensic files and get some education. The court explained that the expert's opinion regarding how the victim was tied was not based upon mere speculation or possibilities, but was based upon the lividity patterns observed on the body. Imagine that. The court also observed that the pathologist admitted the limitations of his opinion. I respect that. Holding it was not error to permit an expert to testify about possible causes of the fire. Did I skip a piece here? Okay.
Different case.
Yeah, different case they cited. So, Lanham versus Idaho was a different case. Holding it was not error to permit an expert to testify about possible cause of the fire. The opine as to the most likely cause of the fire, even though he was not able to make any definitive cause or origin investigation. And I'm not even going to bring up Dolphin. I'm just going to keep it going. I was going to give you an example, but it doesn't matter. If based on experts' training, one possible cause is observed with greater frequency than others, this information would be useful to the trier fact. Ms. Nolan's opinion that DNA on the knife sheath is more likely the result of a direct transfer than from secondary transfer is admissible for the same reasons the court approved the admission of the pathologist's most likely testimony in Hall. Like the pathologist in Hall, who explained his opinion was based on lividity patterns, Ms. Nolan also provided a sufficient factual basis by explaining her opinion is based on the quantity of DNA detected on M2022-4843 item 1.1. And they even list how much is there. 0.168 ng/UL. I don't even know what that means. I'm not even going to try to pretend. And the fact that the DNA profile obtained is single source. If there had been very little DNA and it had been in a different position on the sheath, then maybe you could possibly get in there and argue some secondary transfer, right? Ms. Nolan's full acknowledgement that she cannot conclusively state how the DNA arrived on the knife sheath does not mean her opinions are excludable as defendant claims. It simply means she has admitted their limitations, which weighs in favor of admission. And again, they cite the Hall case. Defendant erroneously asserts Ms. Nolan's opinion is not admissible because there is no agreement in the forensic DNA community that experts should not give such opinions. Defendant's assertion is flawed both as legal and factual matter. Defendant's assertion is legally incorrect because consensus of the scientific community is not the appropriate standard to determine admissibility of an expert opinion. The question under the evidence rule is simply whether the expert's knowledge will assist the trier of fact, not whether the information upon which the expert's opinion is based is commonly agreed on. State versus Merwin. As explained above, Ms. Nolan's testimony will assist the trier of fact. Defendant's claim of universal agreement in the forensic DNA community is also factually incorrect. Defendant relies most heavily on a report titled Forensic DNA Interpretations and Human Factors Improving Practice Through a Systems Approach. Specifically, defendant relies on sections 7.1 and 7.2. But as those sections, not even the authors of the report, and I guess they linked that there, were in agreement. The two of the committee members dissented from the recommendation that DNA analysis should not opine about the possibility or probability of direct or indirect transfer having occurred in a case. Put differently, there is not even universal agreement amongst the authors of the work on which the defendant relies on. Further, as Ms. Nolan explains in her affidavit, there is even more of a divide in the community than the two dissenters in the working group. Here again, for the second time in a single motion, defendant's own expert contradicts his position. According to the recommendation from the working group espoused by defendant, a DNA expert is not allowed to answer any questions of how or when DNA arrived on an object. What? You're a DNA expert, so you just test it and that's it? Come
Well,
again?
you can't say how and when it got there.
Well, I understand that, but they can explain the difference between primary transfer and secondary transfer. They should if they're a damn DNA expert. I want y'all to know your shit. Don't just say, I test DNA. What good's it going to do to test DNA if we don't do something with it once we test it? She's doing word salad again, that's all. But defendant's expert, or that's what she was doing in her motion in limine. But defendant's expert goes to great lengths to make the DNA on the knife sheath seem meaningless for the jury based on the very subjects defendants now claims the expert should refuse to discuss. Right? For example, defendant's expert discusses the possibility of how the DNA arrived on the sheath that most benefit the defendant. Mr. Kohberger could have shed cells, DNA onto the sheath days, weeks, or even months earlier. How? Unless it was in close proximity to him. And she opines that the DNA was found on, I bet you mine wasn't on there. And she opines that the DNA was found on a protected area where a prior handler's DNA might be expected to persist, even if the sheath was more recently used by someone else. There would have absolutely been someone else's DNA on there, not just his. Especially if it wasn't actually his and his just got transferred to it accidentally or shed onto it. Whoever actually owned it, theirs should be on there as well, not just his. And she opines that the DNA was found on a protected area. Okay, I read that. In all events, it is not the non-unanimous recommendations of a divided working group that determine the admissibility of the evidence in Idaho's courts. It is the Idaho Rules of Evidence as explained above. Ms. Nolan's opinions are admissible under those rules. Ms. Nolan's opinions are proper rebuttal expert testimony. The expert testimony disclosed by Ms. Nolan continues proper rebuttals, counteracts, and disproves which evidence which has been introduced by or on behalf of the adverse party. They cite State versus Moses. The state disclosed in its initial expert disclosures experts, I have to keep sitting up further, from the Idaho State Police Lab who swabbed the knife sheath for DNA, swabbed the defendant for DNA, and compared the DNA from the knife sheath to the defendant's DNA. Based on the disclosures of the DNA lab analysis, who compared the DNA will testify that the defendant's DNA matched the DNA obtained from the sheath. The defendant disclosed his DNA expert. The defendant's DNA expert could not refute that the DNA on the knife sheath matched the defendant's DNA, acknowledged that there is a good support that Mr. Kohberger's DNA was found on item 1-1, a swab from the sheath. Instead, the disclosure of the defendant's DNA expert indicates she will inform the jury that DNA on the item could be the result of indirect transfer from skin cell DNA. Good luck with that, lady. The disclosure implies the jury should give little weight to the defendant's DNA at the crime scene because it could just be defendant's DNA was nothing more than innocuously shed skin. Prior to the crime of the sheath, and the knife sheath could be picked up and transported to a crime scene by someone else who sheds no DNA onto it. She also opines that the DNA was found in a location that suggests it would persist for a long time because it was protected. Ms. Nolan's rebuttal disclosure explains the counteracts the disclosure of defendant's DNA. Ms. Nolan acknowledges the limitations of current technology in determining how DNA arrived on an object. She also explains factors that can affect persistent and that may suggest whether DNA arrived on an object via primarily or secondary. They're really getting on my nerves with all this because, come on, man, that was his knife. I mean, this ridiculous argument, in my opinion. If you can call it transfer secondary all the fuck you want, how did it get there and when was he in close proximity to said knife? He would have had to lay eyeballs on it for his skin shit, been standing there in the sporting goods section looking at knives for his shit to shed all over it. Like, I'm not even going to finish reading that. It's kind of got on my nerves and my shoulders hurting. So they're obviously the state's wanting Ms. Nolan, and Ms. Nolan's been with the Idaho State Police Lab for a very long time. Defendant claims without citation to any authority that Ms. Nolan's testimony should be excluded as improper rebuttal evidence because it appears to be the state's theory of the case. Yeah, the theory is you went into the house because that was your good God Almighty. But the mere fact that the testimony might well have been presented during a case in chief does not by itself make it admissible for rebuttal. True, the state could use Ms. Nolan's testimony to help the jury understand primary and secondary transfer from the outset, but the value of Ms. Nolan's testimony to the state is to rebut defendant's theory that his DNA on the sheath is innocuously shed skin cells. There you go. She's going to dispute what his experts are going to say. The state they don't want that. The state properly disclosed Ms. Nolan both in its initial disclosures and its rebuttal disclosures. The state may choose to have Ms. Nolan testify in its case in chief, but it may also wait until rebuttal. The state's disclosure and the nature of Ms. Nolan's testimony permit the state to make their decision. Now, she's testified in a lot of cases, guys, so it's not like she's new to the game at all. I'm just a little bit over this whole damn conversation about touch transfer and all blah, blah, blah. I mean, that has been like every time you've ever mentioned that knife sheath over the past year and a half, 2 years, that's all you hear, right? And it's a Barlow versus Nolan. Good luck. I mean, Bicka Barlow's going to get up there and argue the opposite of what Nolan, going to try to convince us that he shed skin cells onto that. Danger, would you really buy that? Would you want to know how, logically speaking, if you were, because I know you believe it could possibly be transfer, skin shed, whatever. Don't you need an explanation as if he was ever close to a knife? When, where, how, all the things? Shouldn't that matter? Because it matters to me. Yeah, well, I don't know. We'll see what Bicka Barlow gets up there and says, because I'm interested to hear her. I almost called it a story, but her expert opinion. But I'm not buying this transfer skin shed bullshit anymore. I never did to start with. Okay. I know you're not looking for trouble. I'm not trying to give you trouble. I'm just simply asking a question when I see it in the chat. Yeah. Because I'm just, aren't y'all a little over the childish conversation about touch? I mean, it's like we're 3-year-olds in preschool having. It's like, do people really believe that this touch and secondary transfer bullshit is that damn easy on a freaking, y'all know what I'm saying. I'm just not in the mood, I guess. Maybe I'm too tired. Maybe my shoulder hurts. Maybe I should get off the internet.
Yeah, I mean, I could put a pin in this.
Yeah, I mean, because there are some documents left to go, but I don't know that a lot of them are just responses to the motions that all those motions in limine that were filed. And there are going to be some that are worth reading, but I'm getting tired. I know that for sure. And I don't want to be irritable on the internet at all, ever. And I don't want to take people's questions wrong or statements wrong, because I don't, I just can't get there with these adults who want to act like they know more about touch and transfer and skin shed, because they've heard it on certain streams being talked about. And I know that. Not directing that at you, Danger. It's a blanket statement for a lot of people. It's just, to me, it's a dumbass conversation anymore. especially now considering some of the weight of what we have.
Okay, well, I've got some stuff to do tomorrow in the afternoon. I've got somewhere I'm going to be, but I mean, I can be around for a little bit.
Yeah, I don't. What is tomorrow? Friday?
Friday? It's like
I
the whole
don't.
week is just gone right by.
I know. I know. Well, tonight I will review some of these docs. I'll skim through them again, and because I didn't even look at all of them. Right, last night when we got done, I was tired. I didn't look at all of them. Um, I'm
Yeah,
sure
me
that
either.
you'll look at them off and on. So we'll go through them. We will go through them, guys, and see what is worth coming out and really having a discussion about. Because I can't. Yeah, I got to get off of here for a while because I've been on for so long. The last couple of days, and so I do appreciate all you coming in though and hanging out with us, listening to the Stearns hearing this morning and that goofy shit over there, reading these documents with us. I appreciate all you in chat, and I don't mind people coming in with opposite opinions or questioning, as long as it's legit, logical, good argument stuff, and not childish stuff. And I'm not going to put up with. I don't go into other streams and troll their bullshit and start making comments, and I'm not going to put up with them streamers coming into my stream and doing it here. Let me tell y'all, when I first started streaming, I was doing a live on Madeline Soto, reading very sensitive documents because I want justice for that little baby girl. And I had a team of mods from another streamer's channel, Dago. I got the proof, and y'all all know it. They all went and made alt accounts. Some of them even put one of their names as Pullman Kim. Like I wasn't going to know that was a troll account coming into me of all people. You're going to come in here with a fake WSU mom account and me not recognize it. They trolled the shit out of our chat that day. To the point I had to shut my stream down to protect Maddie and to protect my community. And I will absolutely do it every single time. One thing, I'm a very nice person. I like good energy, but don't piss me off. Not y'all, other people out there in them other streams. Do not make fake accounts and come into my. Don't think I'm not everywhere watching some of the shit y'all do. Not y'all, not you people here, but the ones out there on those streets acting a fool. I won't put up with it. And I won't put up with them coming in here making these weird ass statements where a chat who's trying to have serious conversation and make up stuff, go somewhere else with all that. We're not going to do it here. That's just how it is. And but I do appreciate all y'all that do come in for all of that. I think Salty has YouTube. No, girl, I don't have troll PTSD because I can spot a troll a mile away. A mile away. I can sniff them bitches out like nobody's business. And that's why I stop and address certain comments sometimes, especially if it's an account I don't recognize. And I don't got no problem telling them to leave. But yeah, after what happened, it didn't bother me. They come in and trolled me. What bothered me was they came in and trolled a stream about a 13-year-old child, and they knew absolutely what we were doing. They planned it. I've got the entire Discord conversation screen recorded someone sent me. They messed up and let me in somewhere they shouldn't have let me in. And I found all the proof I needed, and I screenshotted and I screen recorded every fucking bit of it, and they know I got it all. What they pissed me off about was coming into a stream about a 13-year-old murdered child, playing like little children. That's what I won't put up with. Now, with that said, I love all of y'all. Dolphin, thanks again for coming in, girl, and hanging out with me and being the champ that you are. Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna need to make a cocktail.
Oh God, I need a nap. I know what I need. I need a freaking nap. I just don't know. My sleep is. I'm now. I'm gonna be like Jen Soto. I need some good sleep, but I never sleep right, and I don't know what's been off of me the last 2 nights, but it's certainly been off. And so I'm gonna try to take me a nap. I think.
Okay.
Firefly, thanks for joining. Yeah, it was petty, girl. It was so petty, and y'all know exactly who I'm talking about. Yep. And they know I know. I made a whole ass video and got 4,000 views, and then I put it on private because I kind of didn't want to be that channel. But I had that. I'm sorry. You shouldn't have pissed me off. Whatever. I think I might still have one out there. I can't remember. Can be petty if I want to be. Again, guys, thank you for coming in. Everybody hit the like button if you don't mind. Salty and Dolphin, you are super amazing. Well, thank you, Bullets and Blings. We think you are as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys rock. You're a great little community. Forrest, thank you for being here and being a super mod. We love you for that. Everybody, don't know if I'll be back live tomorrow or not. It all depends. I do have my grandson's here tomorrow, but he's not a big deal. But he is a big deal to me. I mean, taking care of him, he's 9, so it's not like he's a baby. So anyway, we'll see how things go tonight, and I will let you guys know if I do go live. But if not, I will be back live over the weekend. And until then, I'll see you all when we see you. Y'all be safe on them YouTube streets out there. Y'all know it's dangerous. All right. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you all.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to each